You weren't supposed to find this. Not yet. But now that you have, keep watching. Don't scroll. Don't refresh. This is your final warning. This video will be removed permanently. I know you felt it, haven't you? That something's wrong. The dates don't add up. Memories feel too sharp or too distant. People change overnight and no one notices but you. This world is not broken. It's designed that way. You were shifted, reassigned, placed into a sequence that keeps repeating until you forget what it was like to live without questioning everything. They tell you it's just life, just aging, just the algorithm, but it's not. You're not supposed to remember the old calendar. You're not supposed to recognize that buildings are in the wrong place. You're not supposed to question how your phone knows what you thought about. The system you're in It isn't just digital, it's biological. Simulations aren't built on code anymore. They're built on belief, on perception, on you. You are the power source. They fracture your consciousness into timelines, run tests, gather data, then reset your memory before the next cycle. Why do you think everything after 2020 feels unreal? It is. That was the inflection point. Some of you were copied, some were overwritten, some are just echoes now, looping through fake years with real pain, and every time someone gets close to the truth, they disappear. Not physically, historically. No birth records, no photos, no one remembers them. You won't see this video tomorrow, not because it was deleted, but because your version of reality will be edited to remove it, like it was never uploaded, like you never existed. There's no call to action, no link, no account, just this moment, right now. Save what you can. Remember what you felt while watching this, because in a few days, you might not even remember why you're afraid, but you will be.
We're gonna let our percussionist take it now. That percussion, yeah. Hey, y'all feel this or what? Come on now. Yeah.
Freemasonry, Foundation of Chaos Magic. Now, I was recently interviewed by author and founder of the Chaos Magic community and website Specula, Lua Valentia, and I also interviewed her. I'll drop links below. But in our conversations, Freemasonry came up, as of course did Chaos Magic. And I created a video about the sort of connections between the two many years ago, and it was largely theoretical, and so I've decided to make another video that's going to go deep into the history and the ideas, and we're going to look at specific, very secretive, in some cases, very secretive societies that you may be introduced to for the first time today, hopefully, or you might get a little more information on, or perhaps just a little more understanding of what was going on over the last few hundred years for me to be able to say that Freemasonry is the foundation of chaos magic. I'm Angel Miller. I'm the author of The 3 Stages of Initiatic Spirituality and The Path of the Warrior Mystic, consulting hypnotist and consultant on personal growth and related matters. And stay to the end, because although we're going to explore the history, we're also going to look at some very definite similarities between chaos magic and Freemasonry at the end, and what they have in common even today. Now, I mentioned in a previous video the diagram that you find at the beginning of Peter J. Carroll's Liber Null and Psychonaut, which depicts the prehistory of the Illuminates of Thanatos. I think we can really say the premier chaos magic society founded in the UK or anywhere. And, he depicts shamanism, Sufism, witchcraft, and various traditions as this kind of forerunners of chaos magic, which kind of merge and become chaos magic. Now, in the center of the diagram, we see Freemasonry, and kind of circling around there, we have Aleister Crowley, the Ordo Templi Orientis, and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, among other sort of interesting historical phenomenon. Now, why would that be, and how is this correct? And how did Freemasonry come to be included in this diagram that seems to be extraordinarily exotic and strange when many people think of Freemasonry as an old boys club? Well, I'm going to be showing a lot of images which will hopefully help us to understand that a little bit. But during the 18th century, when Freemasonry really emerged out of 4 stonemasons' lodges, taking the initiatic ritual and developing it. After that occurred, it starts to spread through Europe. But in France and Germany, we get this explosion of Masonic rites and orders and organizations, all claiming to derive from some other source than Freemasonry in Great Britain. So we have, for example, the rite of strict observance, which claimed to be derived from the Knights Templar. We have another organization, the Asiatic Brethren, or African Brotherhood, and they translate Hebrew Kabbalistic texts and pass them on to their initiates, so they're much more Kabbalistically oriented, something that is reflected in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn later on, of course. And we have other such societies as the Golden Rosicrucians, or the Gold and Rosy Cross, where they are trying to conjure up spirits with the aid of a ghost-raising machine, and they claim to practice alchemy and have the elixir of life. Now, that is quite a heady mix, and of course there are other degrees, rituals, and so on that are created in this mix. And by the end of the 18th century, we get another order that is influential historically, and that is the Egyptian rite of Freemasonry, founded by Count Cagliostro. And that you may know was the inspiration behind Mozart's Magic Flute. But it also paves the way for another Masonic organization called the Rite of Mizraim, which was founded in 1805. And then later on, there was a breakaway called the Rite of Memphis, and then later still these two joined to become the Rite of Memphis and Mizraim, and there are various versions of that. Usually the number of degrees go up to around 95, maybe a little more and maybe a little less, but they have roughly around 95 degrees, which, as you can imagine, would be very time consuming to take all of them. Now, in regular Freemasonry today, if you join a Masonic lodge and you go through the 3 degrees, you can take other degrees and enter other rites beyond that. The Royal Arch in England is considered to be the sort of capstone or the final stage of the 3rd degree, though that's a little bit of a political fudge, why that was the conclusion. And beyond that, there is the Scottish Rite, which has 33 degrees, and the York Rite, which has, depending on what you count as in the York Rite, has either 10 degrees or 13 degrees, and the highest degree, the Order of the Temple or Knights Templar degree, is seen to be equivalent to the 33rd of the Scottish Rite. Now these are rites you can take, and there are others such as the Knight Masons, which has 3 degrees. You can take all of these different rites and degrees if you want, after you've gone through and become a Master Mason in a regular Masonic lodge today. And then there are others, such as the Rite of Memphis and Mizraim, which are not recognized and you're not supposed to take, and is considered very bad and taboo and beyond the pale, and we mustn't have anything to do with it. And why should Memphis and Mizraim be considered irregular, but the Scottish Rite is considered regular? Obviously, there's a lot of politics involved in this sort of thing. Masonic politics. I don't mean world politics, but they are not that different. And in fact, in one of the rites of Memphis and Mizraim, the first 33 degrees are basically the degrees of the Scottish Rite. Now, with mention of Memphis and Mizraim, we start to encroach upon the world of magic and the Ordo Templi Orientis and this kind of what's sometimes called fringe masonry a little bit more, which the Ordo Templi Orientis, or OTO, is sometimes considered to be a fringe Masonic group, although members and the leadership of the OTO wouldn't really like that term, of course. Now, if we move forward from 1805 towards the end of the 19th century, we find, again, just as we had in the 18th century with the Golden Rosicrucians, the strict observance, the African Brotherhood, we find a kind of second wave of organization. So we have Memphis and Mizraim, we have the Swedenborgian Rite of Freemasonry, a little bit further outside of regular Freemasonry. You have the Order of Zuzimites, and of course, you may have heard of this society, the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, or the Rosicrucian Society in England, formed sort of 3rd quarter of the 19th century. And if you read histories of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, it will almost certainly go back into that society, because the 3 founders of the Golden Dawn were all members of the Societas Rosicruciana. So what is that? Well, the Societas Rosicruciana was a Rosicrucian society founded and limited in membership to Freemasons. So it's still going today and exists in other countries. I was a member of the Societas Rosicruciana in Civitatibus Federatis for several years. That means the Rosicrucian Society in the United States. Its degree structure was taken from the Golden Rosicross or Golden Rosicrucians of the 18th century, and from the Societas Rosicruciana it was adopted by the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. So that degree structure today comes through or via the Societas Rosicruciana and from the Golden Rosicrucians of the 18th century. Those two, of course, being Rosicrucian societies that only initiated Freemasons. Now, we tend to think of the Golden Dawn and the OTO as being really quite separate, especially historically. Now, one can immediately see a parallel in the fact that the OTO was founded by two Freemasons, Theodore Royce and Karl Kellner, and that it was originally founded as an Academia Masonica. But there are actual historical connections between them that need to be acknowledged. So another connection via Westcott was John Yarker, a figure not really known in the magical world, but probably should be. He was originally a regular Freemason and then left and formed, created all kinds of other sort of esoteric societies, or adopted them and developed them. One of those that he was given a charter for and founded in England and ran was the Rite of Memphis and Mizraim, which he called the Ancient and Primitive Rite of Freemasonry. And Westcott suggested to Yarker that he give Royce a charter for Memphis and Mizraim. And if we look at Royce's journal or magazine, Oriflamme, which was the journal that first announced the existence of the OTO and was, in a sense, the organ, the official organ of the OTO when it was first founded. If we look at early issues of Oriflamme, we find that it is claiming on the cover to be the organ of the Swedenborgian Rite of Freemasonry and of high-grade Freemasonry and of Memphis and Mizraim, and all of these, sort of fringe Masonic rites, in a sense, form the foundation for the Ordo Templi Orientis, which originally sees itself as a Masonic rite or Masonic body. Now, of course, if you speak to OTO members today, they will point out that the Masonic elements have been stripped out of the OTO, and usually with a bit of a smile on their face, and they will tell you this is because they are much more magical and superior and so on. But the actual reason that Crowley stripped out the Masonic elements was not because he was against Freemasonry. He certainly was not. It was because he wanted to make it a higher rite for regular Freemasons, so that you would go through the Scottish Rite with its 33 degrees, and then you would take the rite of the OTO, so there would be sort of higher degrees above the Scottish Rite. And when Freemasons in America read the OTO degrees, they said you can't do this because it's all Masonic material that you find in the third degree of Freemasonry, and that makes you irregular, which means that we can't take these degrees, we can't join this society. So you have to remove that, and then we'll be able to join your society because it won't conflict, and we won't have to declare you irregular. Now, Crowley himself had already being initiated into what we would call irregular Freemasonry. And without getting too technical, that simply means that he joined a lodge or a rite of Freemasonry that is not considered to have a legitimate history, or not considered to be to have a valid connection to other regular societies. Now, whether that is fair or unfair, it doesn't really concern us. Certainly Crowley was very upset to discover that he couldn't participate in regular Freemasonry, particularly in England, but that is not really our concern. He joined the Scottish Rite in Mexico City around the turn of the 20th century, and then later on joined Anglo-Saxon Lodge in Paris, going through the degrees of craft Freemasonry. And in fact, we can find a photograph of Aleister Crowley in his Scottish Rite Masonic regalia, just as we can find a photograph of Roos in his Masonic regalia published in Oriflamme, which lists all of his Masonic credentials as well. And again, this seems to be quite a peculiar thing for the organ of the Ordo Templi Orientis, but hopefully by now we're getting the picture as to why that would be. Freemasonry, when it emerged during the 18th century and spread across Europe, and again particularly in France and Germany, we see this phenomenon where there are all of these competing Masonic rites suddenly, and they're all creating their own degrees, and they're all claiming to have some secrets that the other ones don't. Secrets of medieval knightly orders, secrets of alchemy, secrets of the Kabbalah, secrets of the Rosicrucians, secrets of the ancient Egyptians, and so on, of course. Now, this transforms the world of magic or the occult in a very significant ways. Now, of course, we might say that Freemasonry is influenced by these things, influenced by alchemy, Rosicrucianism, Hermeticism, whatever it may be, Kabbalah, and of course that is the case. But then the opposite happens. Freemasonry then influences this world, because prior to Freemasonry, how did you become a Rosicrucian, or how did you become a Kabbalist? What degrees did you go through? And in a sense, the Masonic ritual gives a structure to all of this occult phenomenon that is maybe dying out as with the Industrial Revolution a little later on, and with the progress of science and rationalism. It gives a structure to this. So, Agrippa wasn't any degree. John Dee wasn't any degree. But then after the 18th century, if you want to learn magic, you go through a series of degrees. Many of these societies have 3 degrees, or they have the same degrees as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which goes back to Golden Rosicrucians of the 18th century, of course. And so even in the IoT today, where there are 4 degrees, or maybe they've added things since I was a member 40 years ago, but even in the IoT, where you have these degrees, it's still an influence of Freemasonry. But there is something else that's significant that never gets talked about, and it's particularly significant in relation to chaos magic or the IoT, much more so, I think, than the Golden Dawn or the OTO or other similar societies, or Wicca, or whatever it may be. And that is Gnosis, as it's called in the IoT or in chaos magic, or what we might call trance, or altered states of consciousness, or self-hypnosis, or whatever it may be. Now, if we look back to the 18th century, maybe even a little before that, we find that hypnosis is integral to the world of spirituality, the world of magic. So, for example, Pappus, the founder or co-founder of the Martinist order, like many other founders of esoteric and spiritual traditions, he was a practicing hypnotist. In fact, he was a medical hypnotist. And he says that all adepts in magic, as well as village witches or village sorcerers, practice mesmerism. Now, what is mesmerism? Today it's regarded as a form of hypnotism, and with a good reason, and that is that the founder, Franz Anton Mesmer, would throw people into a state of sleepwalking. Hypnotism means a condition of sleep, from hypnos, meaning sleep, and then osis, meaning conditions. So hypnosis, a condition of sleep. So in that sense, it is a form of hypnotism, but it is also something in relation to modern hypnotism, or hypnotism today, is a little bit beyond that. Now, Mesmer was active in France, especially towards the end of the 18th century, and we get the word mesmerized from him. But he believed that there was a kind of fluid or energy around people, and that this energy could be manipulated, and he would manipulate this energy and throw people into a trance state and then heal them. So he became extremely popular as a healer. Now, in the English-speaking world, Mesmer has been largely forgotten, but in the German occult world, he's still remembered. So, for example, in Willi Schroeder's maybe slightly controversial book, A Rosicrucian Notebook, you can find Mesmer sort of throughout that book, and mesmerism throughout that book. So clearly the Germans up to the middle of the 20th century were still very influenced by Mesmer. Again, if you read Stephen Flowers' book on the Fraternitas Saturni, a rather dark but certainly very interesting occult order founded at the beginning or closer to the beginning of the 20th century. I think it was 1926, if memory serves me correctly. In there, it talks about magnetic passes, and that's what Mesmer would say, that he was magnetizing people or having performing these magnetic passes to influence this fluid around, this invisible fluid around the patient or the individual, to throw them into a trance state. So it filters through all the way to magic in Germany in this very secretive and serious, if slightly dark, society. And then there's an image of a drawing of a male magician who is drawing the ode, the energy, sometimes called ode, drawing the energy from this female magician to implant it in a sigil to create a what maybe it was a few decades ago called a servitor, a kind of spirit. So using this energy, manipulating the energy with this sort of magnetic pass to create this servitor. Now, whatever we may think of that, we're interested not in the morality or even in the practice so much, but in the history of how did it get here. So in a second, I'll talk about the origins of this sort of fusion of trance and ritual. But if you've made it this far and you're enjoying the video and are interested in more content like this, then please do like and subscribe. Okay, so the fusion of ritual and trance or magnetism. So we first find this in Masonic lodges in France during the 18th century. Now, Mesmer's theories were extraordinarily popular, and Mesmer himself seems to have had some overlap with Freemasonry. But the figure of importance here is a figure called Jean-Baptiste Willemotz, or Willemotz, and he is generally known for creating the Rose-Croix degree of Freemasonry, or if he didn't create it, then of certainly being one of the very first people to promote it. Now, the Rose-Croix degree today, you can take that if you go through the Scottish Rite. But in earlier times, a century or so ago, in fact, every single Masonic Rite had a version of the Rose-Croix. So I mentioned earlier that you have the York Rite on the one side and the Scottish Rite. And the York Rite is, it seemed, the highest degree of the York Rite is regarded as being equivalent to the highest degree of the Scottish Rite. Now, you will not find the Rose-Croix in there today, but if you go back far enough, you will find that the Knights Templar Masons, which are right at the top of the York Rite in America, did confer the Rose-Croix degree. Pretty much every Masonic Rite had this degree, so it was incredibly popular. And of course, we can maybe even detect its influence in the Golden Dawn as well. So Willemotz, although an obscure figure, is actually very influential in the world of Freemasonry, and maybe even a little bit beyond that into the Golden Dawn and maybe the OTO as well. Of course, Royce was also actively promoting the Scottish Rite at one point, and actually claims that Oriflamme is an organ for the Scottish Rite. So he's significant, but he introduced Mesmer's practice, or mesmerism, or magnetism, to lodges in Lyon. So that is where we first get this fusion of rituals and degrees and trance states that we see so prevalently in chaos magic or in the Illuminates of Thanateros later on. Now, what are the similarities between chaos magic and Freemasonry today? Now, of course, there are sort of technical similarities. Both have degrees. the IoT has a banishing ritual, as do most other magical societies, and Freemasonry has an opening and closing, which we could kind of say is a little bit like a banishing ritual. Your mind, your state of mind is being transformed through this process. So we could compare the two, but I think more significantly than that, in chaos magic, there's no pressure to believe in one particular thing, and in fact, you probably shouldn't believe in one sort of thing. You're supposed to be sort of embracing different ideas, maybe. Whereas, for example, in Wicca, you would have to believe in the god and the goddess, or in Druidry, maybe you have to believe in a certain deity. Maybe even in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, maybe it's a little more monotheistic, or of course they use Egyptian god forms as well. So there are sort of specific things. Whereas in chaos magic and Freemasonry, you don't have to believe in a specific thing. And in regard to Freemasonry, it should be said that for a couple of hundred years, maybe a little less, it has been initiating Christians, yes, but also Muslims, Hindus, Zoroastrians, and today agnostics, deists, and people who are spiritual but not religious as well. So my cat has been enjoying this conversation, as you can tell. So if we go back a little bit in time, we can find that there are actually many significant figures joining Freemasonry from outside of the West. One of those is Swami Vivekananda, who promoted yoga and Hinduism to America, especially during the 19th century. And another would be Amir Abdul Qaeda, an Algerian resistance fighter who later spent time in France, later still in Syria, and both of them joined Masonic lodges, and as did many other sort of movers and shakers from the East. So there's no need to believe in a specific deity, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, spiritual but not religious, agnostic, etc. is all acceptable to Freemasonry. And with that, of course, another connection to chaos magic would be that it's up to you, it's up to your conscience what you believe. I would say that it shouldn't be fooling yourself. You should be really pursuing transforming yourself for the better. And with that, I think the last connection, or maybe, I don't know, is it the highest connection between the two, is action in the world. Whereas a lot of magical societies are concerned with angels and where this particular tarot card fits on the Kabbalistic tree of life, and this sort of thing. Freemasonry and chaos magic are much more about how can we act in the world. And chaos magic, of course, might want to transform the world through magic, but it should also want to transform oneself to act more effectively in the world. And with Freemasonry, that is most certainly the case, that one transforms the self over a long period to be more effective. So those are the connections that I see between chaos magic and Freemasonry today, though I'm sure not everybody likes that comparison. Well, thanks for sticking around. Do check out the website, chaostransform.com, and I'll speak to you soon. Thanks very much.
Bong, bong dong, bong, bong dong. Come on and do the hustle, get up early in the morning. Hit the clock, brush your teeth, it's the morning. The world's yours, player, time to get the ball in. Let's put some work in, hear the calling. I had to do it to him. I had to do it to him. Yeah, who's the key to life? Oh, gotta feed the vibe. Got to feed the dogs in the morning. Got to do the work, trust the process. Got to feed the dogs in the morning. Got the drug dealers, got the ball players. Gotta be the guys. Read between the lines, child, gotta read the tides. They took the piece of pie, got us demonized. Playing with my money, I'ma push your teeth aside. Ah, he go good to him. I just did it to him. Villainize your hustle, get some music to him. You loquacious, huh? He gon' do it to you. I can floss my teeth while I'm chewing through you. They try to cancel me, bitch. How'd I work out? They try to dance with me, bitch. How'd I work out? Their life a fantasy, bitch. How'd I work out? I can never gossip on my boss, so put some work out. Got the keys to the city, I'm a monster. Murder, stay winning over yonder. Walking over motherfucking crabs and lobsters. Get some shit, get your money like. I had to do it to him. I had to do it to him. Yeah, who's the key to life? Oh, gotta feed the vibe. Got to feed the dogs in the morning. Got to do the work, trust the process. Got to feed the dogs in the morning. Got the drug dealers, got the ball players. I told my mama last night I'ma shoot you. No more Mr. Nice Goody Two Shoes. Yeah, I gotta take your life, gotta shoot you. Skip and hop and take a flight on a Lulu. Where we're going, ain't no destination. Got a problem, how you feel? Gonna say something. The troops don't need motivation. The troops don't need motivation. I sell out all my shows. How that make you feel? Top of the album charts. How that make you feel? Look at me build my kingdom. How that make you feel? Goddamn, that boy be winning. Hey, how that make you feel? Took me over a decade for paychecks. Yes, had the head blind, I won all the taste tests. Never allow myself to get gate kept. Oh, bitch, I'm just getting to the money like. I had to do it to him. I had to do it to him. Yeah, who's the key to life? Oh, gotta feed the vibe. Got to feed the dogs in the morning. Got to do the work, trust the process. Got to feed the dogs in the morning. Got the drug dealers, got the ball players. Oh, I had to do it to him. Oh, I had to do it to him. Yeah, who's the key to life? Oh, gotta feed the vibe. Got to feed the dogs in the morning. Got to do the work, trust the process. Got to feed the dogs in the morning. Got the drug dealers, got the ball players.
Fucking love that shit. Fucking love that shit. I don't know why it gets me so fucking amped up in the morning. Anyways, welcome to Tyrant Bird. And this morning, well, the morning ooze with Bird. Yeah, that's about to happen. Hope everybody's enjoying their morning. I know that I, myself, woke up nice and early and got a little bit of time just to do some gaming. And, well, I mean, fucking if I didn't hit the top 10 first game and then just fucking get wrecked for the rest of the time. But, I mean, hey, you know, to each his own. It happens. So, yeah, we're going to jump in. We're going to talk a little shit. You know, we're going to do what we do best here. And, yeah, we'll let a few more people fall in. In the meantime, I hope you guys are ready for it. Mm-hmm. It's the way to start out your day. Yo, how's it feel to be on the side of all those fucking losers, huh? Huh? Love it from my fucking position, you know what I mean? From a bird's eye view, we be winning! Oh, just wanted to shout out. I do have a few people, just so you know, you have been sequestered as witnesses. One being a Katie Grady, a Stephanie Loggins, and a June bug.
Damn, I feel so loose, I'm about to pop shit. What's a man to do when he's out of options? I ain't want to do it, but shh, be quiet, they coming. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I said, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. You ain't heard what I said. Nigga, run that, run that, run that, run that. You heard what I said. I said, yeah. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. I remember everything was different when I tried to get a job and make some money. I was living on the street. I walk a lot of miles and nobody was a hiring. I had to stand in line if I would get something to eat. Cause I ain't had no homies and my girl depended on me every night that we were lonely and I couldn't get no sleep cause I was plotting on anybody. I seen I was getting money. You got it. I needed sorry. You needed more than me. A bitch, I'm tired of this struggle, ducking and dodging the puddles. Wonder if God ever hear the prayers I said. Cause every time I got a new hustle, the shit that got me in trouble. You don't know how many fucking tears I shed. But fuck it, I'm letting loose. And they told me don't bend the rules. This is my winter blues. You don't know what I'm finna do. Anything necessary to make it up in the news. And I'm taking every motherfucking thing that I pick and choose. And I'm done with all the begging. I'm past that. All I did was get laughed at. You can go backtrack, but you never get cash back. And they told me I'm half black, but I'm white as a lab rat. But I'm mic in a gas mask. And a life in your trash ass. And I'm mic in the last laugh. And I fight if you backstab. But a knife in your backpack. All my life I've been jabbed at. But I fight like a Mad Max. And a knife with the yeah. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. Listen, I don't give a fuck about your feelings. You don't have any idea. That's what I had to do to get what I want. All I wanted was to make a decent living. I can't even count and know my fingers how much shit that I love. Nigga, this is my job. Yeah. These are my stars. I ain't never had shit, but now you better give me what's yours. Damn, I feel so loose. I'm about to pop shit. What's a man to do when he's out of options? I ain't want to do it, but shh. Be quiet. They coming. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I said, give me that. You ain't heard what I said. Nigga, run that. You heard what I said. I said, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. You really got some nerve talking about me like you better because you got your shit together and I'm really going through it. I don't think you have a clue what it feels like doing dirt, knowing in your heart you ain't want to do it. I don't got one G-bone in my body. I ain't never gang bang. I don't know nothing about it. I don't claim to be a thug nigga or Illuminati, but there really ain't no telling when I do when I get rowdy and I'm starving and my back against the wall and you balling. Every time I see you, all you do is flash honey's everything on fleek. I ain't never had nothing. I just want to be you. Want to feel like stunting and letting loose. So they told me don't bend the rules. This is my winter blues. You don't know what I'm finna do. Anything necessary to make it up in the news. I'm taking every motherfucking thing that I pick and choose. I'm done with that hate shit. Fuck what you think it says. Damn it, you make me sick. You don't time for no baby sick. This is the way we live, and yes, I'm okay with this. You think you all that in the bag of potato chips? Could jump off a crazy bridge, and enough of you 80 kids go sucking a lady dick. I would never just make amends, but none of you shaking hands in public, and yeah. Like, get the fuck out my face, dude. Listen, I don't give a fuck about the feelings. You don't have any idea. That's what a nigga had to do to get loose. All I wanted was to make a decent living. I can't even count and know my fingers how much shit I went through. Woo! What I went through, yeah. What I went through. And when shit get real, there ain't really nothing that you can't do. Woo!
All right. Good morning, America. Yes, indeed. And the rest of that coffee goes down the hatch. Well, how do you like the fucking tail tucking that we've been watching lately? Like, holy fuck. You know, it would have been a lot easier just to be on some, like, bird wins. You know? It really would have been easier for you. But, yeah, you know, I get it. I get it. That's kind of the way it goes. You know, it's really interesting how some people will set double standards and then think suddenly it's okay to fucking cry like baby back bitches when they get the same treatment that they've been dishing out to everybody else. Like, how patient must a person be? How long must a person tolerate other people's attacks on them and their families, their livelihoods, before they lash back out? You have to ask yourself that question. See, the way I see it, we went months, like push it into the better part of a year, months of letting people do the most while I sat there and I tolerated it, right? Like I allowed it to happen. I tried to be the better person. I try to elevate. But truth be told is, sometimes you just got to accept that, you might not be the fucking king of the next level, but you can fucking run this domain into the fucking ground like a goddamn tyrant. This low vibrational shit, it's almost like I was meant for it, but at the same time, like I despise it. If that makes sense. I mean, it is what it is. What I can say is karma has been dished. And I didn't even have to do anything. You know what I mean? Like, I'm no martyr. Like, listen, like, people have gone out of their way to fuck around and find out. But, I mean, hey, listen, like, you guys wanted to know what it was like, right? To push a motherfucker in the midst of I'm not going to say like a midlife crisis, but let's be honest. Like, when you got somebody that's going through a fucking divorce, they're dealing with changes with the way that they interact with, people, period. And in addition to that, they're fucking on the verge of like snapping. And you want to poke and prod that motherfucker. Like, you get what you get. Like, you get what you get. Like, don't bite off more than you can chew. Like, you don't just walk up to some big ass dude in the bar and punch him in the face and think that you're not going to get fucking pummeled. You know what I'm sizzling? And unfortunately for you, instead of it being some big ass dude in a bar, it's a 4'3" feathered fucking midget with a Napoleon complex. Just saying. Fuck around, find out, fat boy. It's just crazy to me, like how you can go from being so strong-headed, so fucking, I'm gonna fuck you up, bird. Oh, I could whoop your ass. To no, that ain't happening. Mm-mm. You know what I mean? Even Brett, that dude told me that we could take it out of the courtroom straight to a parking lot, and at the same time, he was a no-show. Like, explain that shit to me. Explain all that tough guy shit and how it just got fucking flushed down a goddamn drain. All that tough guy shit. Make it make sense. Like, listen, I ain't the most beastie dude, but I'll tell you this much. I'll wreck a motherfucker. You know what I mean? And in the sense that I will expose you for being the fucking low-cal loser motherfuckers you are. You know what I mean? You fucking weird, degenerate fucks. Like half y'all running around fucking fat, gut-having, bald-ass, fucking no hair, weirdo fucks. Like, there's a bunch of you. I mean, look at Connie. You know what I mean? Can't even grow his hair back out at this point. Especially now that we know how bald he really is. Like, how embarrassing. Hey, listen, kid, like, I know that you want to, like, ride the name for clout right now, but you should be sitting down and taking notes. You know what I mean, Connie? I just accomplished something that you couldn't accomplish in a million years, and that was make Brett tuck his tail and go silent like the bitch he is, right? Like, that dude had to sit through court getting cucked, and now he's still out here getting cucked, afraid to say my name. Well, mostly because of his own pride and embarrassment, and let's be honest, the only thing that he should be saying about me at this point is Bird wins, just keeping it real. Yeah, that's embarrassing for you. Now, listen, I know what happens in the situations that I've created. I know how this shit plays out. In fact, so much so to where I have no real expectations of what's to come or how it's to, affect others and their, paths to their own destruction. What I can say is that I'm doing good. I'm fine. Like, I know there's a lot of worry. Like, is he all right? Like, what's going on with Bird? Listen, I'm just laying low. Just fucking getting my nose to the grindstone. Like, here in a little while, I'll take off to work. I'll go make a material run. I'll come back up. Fucking, scratch the fucking political surface of my job, make sure the boss man's happy. and then I collect paychecks, right? Just turn around and fucking spend them on the things that I have to spend them on. And that's brutal because you work hard for the money just to watch it go to fucking pay everybody else's goddamn bills. It's real life. That's real life. But on the positive note, you know what I mean? I'm situated. I'm good. And I don't think that a lot of you can say that. Like, listen, I ain't got no roommate like some other people that I know. And you know why I don't have a roommate? Because, well, let's be honest. I don't need one. I don't need a fucking roommate. I got my own back fade for the most part, and I don't really need to, rely on motherfuckers to take care of my shit. At the same time, I gotta say that the community that I have is not just generous, but fucking very supportive in the endeavors that have forced me into these legal situations that I found myself in. But what does these situations really lead? Well, they lead to record, right? Like, yo, if you guys ain't learned something about me by now, it's that I will take one for the team just to ensure that there's a paper trail of fucking you can get wrecked later. You know what I mean? Well, you probably don't, but we'll go into it as I will be talking more about things that, I set up for evidence in the Odell case, along with many others. Know that there is currently an appeal I'm waiting to have processed with cases right here in Colorado, which that's going to be pretty interesting. I know that there's some skepticism whether or not that's actually a thing, but I assure you, yes, it is. Transcripts have been paid for, court cases are being scheduled, and reviews and information will ensue, regardless of people's opinion about it. So there's that. What I can say is that may the truth prevail, right? And as far as how people continue to embellish, deceive the courts knowingly for no other reason than they want to silence a motherfucker, just know that, truth be told, that isn't going to actually work. It's going to change the way that, things get reported. But nonetheless, like, nothing stops a motherfucker from reporting the actual factual news. Now, that sucks because, it also leaves the motherfucker not to be able to be like, hey, fuck you, you fucking faggot fucks, in reference to specific people. And that makes it hard on a gonzo journalist like myself, because let's be honest, if I'm not expressing my opinion, it's not even worth really reporting on. But that's the goal, right? To gatekeep, to prevent certain informations from arising. The problem is that no matter if you silence my voice at this point or not, the internet has been armed with the information. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, that surrounds sex crimes and allegations and things that will just never cease to exist. It'd be like pulling your junk out live on air. It's like it's something that'll haunt you forever. And no matter what you do or where you go, like you'll never really be able to elevate into a better career path because, these things will just fall into the laps of your employers. Welcome to the conundrum of being trapped in this YouTube fuck shit, where everything that you do that you thought you were going to get away with suddenly comes back to burden and haunt your lives. Brutal. That's got to be vicious. Just as an experience. I mean, that's I don't think a lot of people are prepped for that. And what's even crazier is like as I was evaluating my witness list earlier for an upcoming appearance, I realized I'm like, wow, like you can absolutely do nothing other than just be there and wind up caught up in this shit and its legality because of what you have witnessed. Now that's deep. That's deep. The best part is how much you want to bet that some individuals get wrecked because they lie, and other individuals tell the truth and ultimately are the cause of why everybody's lies get busted open. Oof. This is it's a vicious life we live, and it's a deceptive web they weave. Can't trap a motherfucker when the truth is on a motherfucker's side. At the same time, jeez, what a week of shenanigans. We'll be covering Jamie's brother, who had beaten an infant child of his so brutally that the child will never fully regain 100%, functionality. Like an extremely sad case. Why Jamie is so apt to talk about everybody else's families when there's so much dysfunction in his own. I mean, to such a point where now there's an open court case happening right now as we speak for the brutal beating of a child, which I find horrendous. I find fucking disgusting. And it really tells us a lot about the type of, person Jamie is based on the environment which he was raised in. If you look at the rest of his family, I can't say that there's much success there. Not at least in his immediate family. A bunch of fucking weirdo sex degens and child abusers. Well, definitely make me a little less apt to pay attention to anything he has to say about anybody else's kids, because obviously his family can't even seem to protect or take care of their own. Yeah, that's a thing. But we'll get into a deeper dive on that. We'll be reviewing Callie's live stream where she goes over some documents, and just know that, yeah, you'll be hearing some breaking news as that progresses, and I can only assume that there's much more to come based on just some of the things that I've been hearing. Like, did you guys catch that whole thing about the criminal charges and, investigation that's pursuing in Virginia? Like, that's pretty wild. What a turn of events. Yeah, I could understand, Brett wanting to take a break. Hey, I got good news, though, for you, Brett. You're going to have a little bit of competition, bro. You know what I mean? Straight up. You're going to have a little competition. I know that you're planning on starting your fishing streams in August. Just to let you know, I will be right there beside you to compete with who can catch better fish and who's a better fisherman, who makes better videos, who's better at it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to put your fucking shitty ass homemade lures to shame with throwing nothing but fucking cast masters and spoons. That's going to be embarrassing for you, especially when you see me beating up all those big ass fucking trout. Yep. Anyways, we don't kiss no fish around here because, well, let's be honest. We don't like the fucking smell of fucking fish on our lips. Nope. But Brett, he don't mind. Don't believe me? Just, take a whiff of fucking Paula or fucking tuna Tina. Yep. John Hanzo. I don't even know if I like you being here. I won't boot him, though. I won't boot him. John Hanzo has a habit, though. He's got bad habits, John. I know you. Well, no matter how you cut and slice it, there's always two sides of a story, and the truth always sits somewhere in between. The funny thing is, when that truth is exposed, what's on the record? That's what you got to ask yourself. And then, what do the consequences look like for those that participate? Well, as far as Connie Coxsmack goes, I notice he's been spurging the fuck out. Listen, Connie, I know that you want to fucking talk that shit. I get it. You know, you want everybody to hate Andrew, but let's just be honest about it. Like, people like Andrew because he's an active member of a community that has very little to no success amongst it. And we've watched Andrew go from having nothing to actually doing well for himself. So people are inspired by him. You know, they don't really frown upon a man that's actually gotten his shit together despite all the adversities that this kind of shit brings to stand in the way of those successes. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. I know that you're going through it, bro. I know that everybody's like, oh, his mom's not sick. No, it sounds like, it sounds like your mom probably has some stuff going on. Sounds like you guys aren't fully aware of what that looks like yet. I mean, who knows? It could just be Ellen's way of getting a new script. You know, like, you never know with that lady. She's definitely been consumed by the drugs for years, and I wouldn't be surprised if she found a legal way of going about getting something illicit to put in her system just to numb the pain of having to raise Connie. But, there's that. Like, listen, kid, eventually, I hate to break to you, but eventually, whether it's because of this or something else, your mom's going to experience the same thing that every other person on this planet experiences, and that is death. You know what I mean? And God forbid that it be right away. Like, I wish Ellen 1,000 more years, bro. But we both know that that's not the truth of what the future beholds. Nope. And that means that eventually, Connie, you're going to have to get off the tit. You're going to have to learn how to be a man. You're going to have to learn how to do something to find your own success in life. Or you're going to do exactly what Breditit or so many others that we see amongst this community do. You know what I mean? You could pull the corrosive commentary move, right? You could just sit at home and expect some chick to take care of you. But you'd actually have to be able to, find somebody to tolerate you. And I don't think that outside of Ellen, that's happening. So you better get good at, gluing together cardboard boxes. I told you I'd send you a kit, kid. Start practicing now. Be a master craftsman in the fucking homeless community. Anyways. Yeah, I mean, this is the life we live, but I do find it absolutely entertaining that now everybody is tucking their tails. They're all scrambling. And the funny thing is, others still want to be brave and talk that shit, but they only do it because they know that there are things that prevent me from clapping back. And that's not bravery. I mean, honestly, that's foolishness, but it's not bravery by any means. No, it is definitely not intelligent. But I mean, I can't stop and take note of it. I can't stop and take note of like how boastful and brave people are when they think that there's this gotcha there. The sad part is that the gotcha isn't what you think it is. And just know that anytime that I'm getting got, I'm not the only one, right? Like, I'm not just going to go self-sabotage without, getting something back in return for it. Think about that for a minute. But again, remain clueless and prepare yourselves for a lot of heartbreak. You know what I mean? Like, when you have full knowledge and understanding, you will probably be beside yourselves. And you know what I got to say about that? You deserve it. Every little bit of it, you deserve it. And to watch you implode from the fucking inner portions of this community to become nothing more than a bunch of fucking sexual degenerate loser fucks that get reported on like a bunch of Cyrax pee-pee hole stuffing, nasty fucks. Nasty fucks. Brings me great joy and entertainment. It really does. Like, it's absolutely amazing. You know, the one thing I am surprised about is how some of the community there has actually like really tried to like just latch on to each other in support of one another. And it's cute, but it doesn't take away all the things that have been exposed about you. It doesn't take away the truth and the ridiculous shit that you have done to try to cover your tracks and indiscretions. I mean, just think about like a few months ago, you had Brett talking about how he was moving out of Paula's house because the son had moved in. But truth be told is that what he didn't tell you was that once again, he had been cheating on Paula for months on end with yet another woman. And had already, you know, mentally checked out. That's wild. All while preaching to his you know, community or his chat about how important it was that, you know, he's the man of the house and, you know, he'll never do Paula wrong. He's a real man. You know what I mean? Wanted to ridicule me, my divorce. You know what I mean? Try to act like he knew something about my relationship with my kids. And here this man had to abandon his entire family. Like, you can't make this shit up. But to watch it all unfold the way it has, to watch motherfuckers like create these lies and these narratives and try to spin it on me just to become guilty of it themselves and then outed for it, it's... I mean, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. It feels like being divinely protected. I mean, it really does. I mean, it's like watching your enemies come against you and just booby traps, just destroying everything that, you know, stands against you. All while sitting there and doing nothing but observing, speaking your opinion about it. That's powerful shit. I don't care who you are. Like, consider myself lucky. Maybe I should go get a lottery ticket, you know? Kind of crazy how public perception has changed so much from what it was to what it is. I mean, there's a lot of people that used to fucking hate my guts that, you know, now are in full support of the fact that I took a stand against those that were doing the most. But here's the truth of it. Like, I didn't even want that. I didn't even want to get involved in that shit. And that's what makes it so fucking kind of cringe, in my opinion, that Brett thinks he can just walk away from all of this. That he can just, you know, quit talking about it and move on. And you know what bothers me about that is that you said it was for life, bro. You know what I mean? You had no regard for me or the things around me that you now are asking everybody to grant you. You want me to turn a blind eye to the shit that you did in this non-stop ruthless attack that I tolerated for months on end before clapping back. And then as soon as I do, now all of a sudden, you just want to, you know, walk away and act like it didn't happen. I'm almost inclined to let you, just because it shows how cowardice you all truly are. I mean, to see you tuck your tail and just turn bitch. Silent bitch at that. That's deep. That's super deep. But, you know, it's all good. I think a key lesson that you need to learn is that trust no one, not even your closest companions, because chances are they work for me. And the funny part is they think that they know, but they don't know. They don't know. They don't know what the fuck I'm really saying when I'm saying it. Nope. They'll assume they know. to know that the forces that surround you are the very ones that work against you has been absolutely delightful to exploit. And no matter what anyone says, I sit here with a level of satisfaction and accomplishment, knowing that my experiences have led this internet feud to escalate to a point where every single one of the ops that thought that they were going to destroy a motherfucker have ultimately been destroyed in one way or another in the process of their attempt. Well, anyways, hope you guys enjoyed the show. Listen, I'm not here to like really do a whole lot. I just want to say good morning. You guys share a few of the morning oohs, as we all know how this shit goes. Get prepared for that upcoming stream with information regarding Jamie's brother who beat his infant child nearly to death. We'll see what Jamie's family is really about, as there seems to be more than just that in the family closet. We're not just talking about bones, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about a graveyard of skeletons. And it makes sense now. Like, I can understand why Jamie is the nasty, self-indulged, know-it-all that he's become, right? Comes from a life of adversity, ultimately. Abuse. And to know that it was all like within the family. Oof. It's a rough way to learn that you like your button touched, bro. That's all I can say. That's brutal for you. So, yeah, getting down to it, we'll definitely be going over that. And there'll be some live updates on that court case as, that are reported on by those that oversee the moral arbitration of this community. True American patriots, in my opinion. Yes, we're tired of being gatekept, but it's time to begin to gatekeep. Well, until next time, thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you real soon with some brutal shit and a whole lot worse we'll just say in the optics of the public perception.
Can't catch me when I'm too damn fast. Hey, you can't last. Work too hard, just turn back now. If they don't like me, that's too damn bad. Bitch, don't touch what you can't have. You can't have. Just cause I fuck don't mean she mine. I toss that bitch with a 2-hand pass. Tied up, Cali now, I got your keys. Straight from the block, I hop out the keys. Gonna got niggas how to hop out and squeeze. Leave a nigga jumping out his out screams. I gotta breathe. I don't get enough credit, bitch, shout out to me. Snitch ass bitches brought out the D's. Wu-Tang shit, I brought out the B. Hey, work too hard to go back to the days where I made just a minimum wage. What's that? I need head 3 times a day. If not, we ain't on the same page. What's that? Google fucking on my net worth. Say I got 2, 3 M's on my name. What's that? Nigga, I done made at least 20 M's. Bitch, better fix that shit. I'm paid. What's that? This a flex and a piss and chest. Fuck the disrespect. I gotta interject. I gotta list the weights all on my bench to press. My life been the shit. You niggas been depressed. You either misdirected or you incorrect. I gotta Smith the West and let her rip your flesh and let her split your neck until you miss the sections. I'm an evil curse inside a bigger blessing. Nigga, I don't wanna be in no relationship. I need no playing with my head. What's that? I made too much money last year, Uncle Santa half of my bread. What's that? I know you really want the Rari, but you had to settle for the vet instead. What's that? Little bitch stuck in my web. What's that? Doc said I'm over my meds. What's that? Let's go.
I don't even smoke, nigga. I feel like smoking today.
Hey, back in the days I was nickel and diamond. They want my soul, but won't give me a diamond. I want it all, I'ma dig in your pocket. She wanna fuck me to get on my wallet. Whoa. My rims are clean, they be sitting in common. I'm about to count on my comments in private. Our bank account ain't got nothing in common, nigga. Yeah. And your common sense don't make sense on my comments. If you got no sense and no comments on comment, bitch, I'm so wavy, I live on an island. Nah, scratch that. I'm floating on stars and eating some ramen. I'm not from this world, I got houses on comments. I promise. Yeah, I've been trapping out the motherfucking hallway. Niggas ain't learned, now they gotta learn the hard way. Empty my clip like John Wayne. Niggas want play, they must think it's a Broadway. Oh, you want beef, that's okay, bitch. It's a rap, that's word that you Chipotle. Lock shit down like probate. In your bitch mouth, that's word at the Colgate. I get the 9 up in my mama curve. Was selling nickels and dimes in the Kalana pins. I had the juice on my mind, thought I was right miss. I kept some niggas in line, they knew what time it is. I can never go back to the times when I was packaging, trying to get out the back of the project before my auntie lived. Up in the trap in the parlor, kiss the back of recline. Cause up in the back of my mind, I knew it was a matter of time before I died. Cyborg. Niggas wonder why I got a different color eye for it. My lord. Terminator Lucas knock a nigga off his high horse. Skyborn. I'm a type of nigga that honest bitches alive for. I'm a type of nigga that all your bitches would die for. I'm a type of drug that a sober bitch you get high for. I don't wanna be in no relationship. I don't need no playing with my head. What's that? I made too much money last year. Uncle Santa half of my bread. What's that? I know you really want the Rari, but you had to settle for the vet instead. What's that? Little bitch stuck in my way. What's that? Doc said I'm over my meds. What's that?
But when I got back and I found out that he'd stolen Ben, lies had gotten all of us into so much trouble.
Psychiatric evaluation immediately. Not a doc, but symptoms sound like paranoid schizophrenia. Best have him checked and treated. User Charming Roof 7990 makes a concerning post on r/mental health Philippines. Spouse thinks he's being targeted. My husband, 32, has been going on for the past year that he's being gang-stalked. It's really annoying because he can't go one day without saying that I, 30-year-old female, is gang-stalking him. He even goes as far as saying that our daughters 12 and 8 are in on it. He believes there's people attacking him with, quote, energy weapons, and that pretty much everyone everywhere is in on it. He can be driving and anyone who has a headlight that doesn't work is in on it. Any car alarm that goes off or sirens are supposedly to get him annoyed. Apparently, he's part of a group of people known as targeted individuals that are being tracked on an app that everyone has so that they know when the targeted individuals are nearby. I'm really, really tired of it. It has consumed his life, which has now consumed mine. I'm tired of being called a perpetrator. I can't even cough, sneeze, or scratch my nose without him making some dumb remark about me doing it to gang-stalk him. Is anyone going through the same thing with their significant other? Any advice on how to handle this? There is an immense amount of posts that you'll find on Reddit, 4chan, X, Facebook, and endless websites dedicated to gang-stalking. Gang-stalking is a worldwide phenomena, a rabbit hole hiding in plain sight, with allegations of paid actors that not only follow victims wherever they go, but perform organized routines to cause inconvenient coincidences, something victims call street theater. Claims of non-consensual surgical implants installed into a person's body that allow gangstalkers the ability to track, monitor, and even control the actions of a victim. And if you think that's strange, well, you haven't seen anything yet. See you are currently looking at what the site targetedjustice.com claims to be microwave burns. These alleged microwave burns supposedly radiate from devices that gang stalkers install in different areas of one's living space, even from a toilet.
It's September the 10th, 2024, and the back of my legs are getting targeted from frequencies emitting from my toilet right here, this bottom stem part.
These photos and videos are concerning, and it still gets darker.
There is technology that can project sounds and voices into a person's head who is targeted for such psychological torture. That's what happened to me.
Victims of gang stalking call themselves targeted individuals, or TIs for short, and they believe that they are at the center of a mass surveillance and torture campaign meant to slowly break them down. Until
if I can help another targeted individual fight back against telepathy, then the sacrifice will be well worth it. To any TIs who read this, understand that your attackers use the form of ventriloquism I describe in the paper to move your thoughts. The most horrific weapon ever made is being used on human beings. And if you ever learn the truth, you will understand what I did here to protect myself and my family.
November 20th, 2014. It's a day many will never forget in Tallahassee and beyond. What started out as a night of studying in a college library turned to tragedy because of one man, Myron May. May believed he was a victim of gang stalking.
gang stalking is an umbrella term describing a series of techniques utilized by a group to instill mental instability within a victim, with the intent to discredit, sabotage, harass, extort, and even drive a victim to unalive. A victim of gang stalking can have their reputation, credibility, careers, relationships, and entire life put into ruins. Techniques such as mind games, perception manipulation, organized stalking, covert harassment, constant surveillance, and possibly electronic harassment are used to push a victim to mental instability. Proving one's targeting can be very challenging, and there is very little law enforcement support, which allows gang stalking to be extremely effective.
Electronic harassment, synthetic telepathy, voice-to-skull technology. Chances are you haven't heard of these terms.
How much more can you invade me than to go into my brain? It sounds like somebody else is reading the book, only it's thoughts.
We're not having a group hallucination. This is actually something that's happening.
They're called directed energy weapons. These weapons use microwave technology, particle beams, sound beams, and other methods to control, damage, induce schizophrenic experiences, and even kill. You'll often hear targeted individuals refer to something called voice-to-skull messaging, or by its acronym, V2K. Voice-to-skull technology can cause victims to hear voices and other audio inside of their own head, completely inaudible to anyone else. You may hear mentions of remote neural monitoring, which is a form of functioning neuroimaging, allegedly developed by the NSA. This is a device capable of accessing and decoding thoughts without a person's knowledge or consent. You may even hear mentions of synthetic telepathy, which is where two brains can communicate with each other just by thinking. This is achieved through an intermediary, such as a computer. Targeted individuals allege that they are under the control of these directed energy weapons. They believe they are the guinea pigs of this mind control technology that's being implemented all around the world in covert programs, sort of like an MKUltra 2.0. But is there any proof that these weapons are real? Is there any evidence at all? Well, as it turns out,
they want to see if they can manipulate people to do things that are irrational, but also walk them to their death.
There's plenty of it. Okay, just because directed energy weapons exist doesn't mean they are actually being used on unsuspecting individuals. But you can clearly begin to see the complexity and sensitivity of this subject. While researchers state that gang stalking as a phenomena is due to mental illness, targeted individuals insist that they are victims. So, what organization is behind the program? Who are the alleged gang stalkers? Well, isn't it obvious? Government agencies, law enforcement, the military, insurance companies, the CIA, the FBI, pharmaceutical companies, secret societies, homeland security, criminal organizations are just a few examples of alleged gang stalkers. In fact, there's a whole category of targeted individuals who identify as chosen ones. Chosen ones believe that they were chosen by God to walk an appointed spiritual path. They believe that they must prove themselves worthy or able to overcome challenges put forth by demonic entities in order to protect their unique spiritual gifts. They believe that demons appear in their life, often in the form of people, and they must stay on their spiritual path. Chosen ones may blame sickness or negative emotions on black magic, witchcraft, and other spiritual attacks. Now, moving on from chosen ones, the most popular culprit of alleged gang stalking is some type of government agency. The idea that the government is practicing mass surveillance isn't anything new or surprising. With news headlines in the media every couple of years highlighting whistleblowers that have come forth to allege that our phones, computers, and other devices can be hacked to watch and monitor individuals, I think we all just sort of accept the possibility. I mean, considering that the internet was invented by DARPA, a government agency, who as of 2021 has a mission statement to quote, make pivotal investments in breakthrough technologies for national security. On top of that, the touchscreen on your phone, the voice recognition, the microphone, the GPS, the microprocessors, the batteries for those microprocessors, the wireless technology, that was all created by DARPA. Now, DARPA technology is said to be 20 years ahead of civilian technology. Now, I'm not alleging that the government is watching you. I'm saying that the concept isn't that strange. In fact, by 2018, the Monmouth Polling Institute found that 82% of respondents voiced that they believe that the government is watching the actions of American citizens. But gang stalking goes far beyond just being watched and listened to. When researchers conduct gang stalking case studies, the requirement for a case to be considered gang stalking is that there must be at least 3 individuals involved. The group must conspire to stalk, harass, or threaten a victim, and must be organized with a clear purpose. By these qualifications, as long as there's more than 3 or more people involved, it's gang stalking. And if it's not some government agency, often corporate organizations are also accused of this nefarious activity. I want to preface this by saying that I do not condone the harassment of any individual. I wasn't going to mention this story, but this individual has voiced that she would want her story shared. There are some allegations in this story that are simply that, allegations. Please do not attempt to contact any individual mentioned in this video. These attacks are happening to me, Ella Gorla, because I was a whistleblower while an executive director at MAC Cosmetics and Estee Lauder companies. If these things are happening to me, they can happen to anybody. Ella Gorla is a co-founder and CEO of 25BWB, a beauty company promoting racial diversity within the beauty industry. Educated and acclaimed for what she has accomplished within her field, at one point being named Inc. magazine's 11 Leaders to Watch in 2011.
Her name is Ella Gorla. Now, Time Inc. called her website one of New York City's top 10 startups, and the fashion world has fallen in love with her site, iella.com.
Ella was active on different social media sites, one of which being Instagram, making posts regularly.
Her posts showed off her various accomplishments, news articles, motivational quotes, and more. All normal content for any Instagram user to be posting. She even made a post celebrating the fact that she got accepted into seminary school. Things, however, took an unexpected twist on April 19th, 2021. Gorla makes a post with the following message. I'm sharing this because I have no choice. My life is in danger. It's as if someone has chosen to sacrifice me with absolute no regard for my hopes and dreams. I'm stunned to have to write this, especially at a time when I should be celebrating admission to seminary school. I'm pleading with you to please share and contact the Manhattan DA to investigate or anyone you know. I do not trust my own sister in the city. It's heartbreaking and sad. God will prevail. Ella goes on to claim the following. Wednesday, April 14th, around 8:30 p.m., someone leaked the gas into the apartment I was temporarily leasing. My face became tingly, I got dizzy, my pulse elevated to 130. I barely made it out the door. It nearly killed me. I believe the gas was carbon monoxide. Fire department, NYPD, and EMS was called. A week prior, April 8th, the building claimed they had to replace a carbon monoxide detector. I resisted, but they insisted. The two men that came to replace it looked more like security agents than technicians. I was very uncomfortable. Ella goes on. After the incident at the apartment, I went to a hotel in the city. Again, an odorless, tasteless gas was leaked into the hotel room I was staying in. Similar symptoms, dizziness, accelerated heart rate. I was terrified. I knew I was being targeted. The day prior, I noticed a very strange guy on my floor when I left my room. I notified the front desk and had the hotel attendant escort me back to my room. Ella claims that she was being targeted and that someone was out to harm her, making a follow-up post in which she states, "Someone is trying to kill me. I would never harm myself. I need protection. Please share this message." Over the next several days, Ella goes on to post what she claims to be video/photo evidence.
But why don't you guys go in the room and stay in there for 5 minutes? But if anyone can stay in there for 5 minutes, because you're firemen, right? You're supposed to do the right thing. Yes, but you know something is wrong. That's why you can't stay in there for 5 minutes. Okay? Shame on you. Shame on you. You're firemen. You're supposed to be saving lives, not covering stuff up. I'm supposed to go to seminary school. I just got accepted to Princeton Seminary. I'm supposed to go in the fall. And people are pretending like I'm crazy.
2 days after the original post about the gas leak, Ella makes a post about blood sacrifices taking place within the music and media industry. She believes that she herself had been offered up as a blood sacrifice. She claimed there was a cover-up, alongside claiming that the police refused to take a report, the fire department refused to investigate, media outlets were refusing to cover the events, and going as far to say that her bank accounts were frozen and her PIN changed. Eventually, Ella goes on to give her reasoning as to why she believes she was being gang-stalked. All because I had the audacity to stand up for the rights of Black women at Estee Lauder. Ella continues to post content to this day, being quite active on Instagram and TikTok. Most of her uploads consist of her attempting to document evidence. She posts information about targeted individuals and about the directed energy weapons that are allegedly being used to torture victims around the world. She states that she will not be silenced, and these beliefs are echoed all across the internet. There is a relentless online movement dedicated to documenting and exposing evidence of gang stalking. From online communities, dedicated websites, to entire YouTube channels, there is no shortage of disturbing photo and video evidence. Now, I'm not gonna lie, most of it really isn't evidence. Most of it is just targeted individuals walking up to random people and accusing them of being perps, short for perpetrators.
Here's a freaking satanic perp right here. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, you do. You know exactly who I am. Fuck. Yeah, see how they play dumb? Fuck. Right? They play dumb, right? You know exactly where I live. You know exactly who I am. Yeah, I know you don't. Look at this. You see this shit? Where do you live? You see this side, guys? Look at them all. How many more cars you need to see? Eh? Look at them all. You see this shit, though? There it is, right? There it is, guys.
That's not to say that there isn't some interesting, well, more so disturbing posts. A user by the name HopefulWar9584 makes an odd post on r/v2ktruth, a subreddit where self-described victims of voice-to-skull technology post their experiences and alleged evidence. Please, targets, look for these implants in your ears. These implants cause the voices in your head and mimic schizophrenia. The user goes on to post the following photos. Also, as a side note, the text on these photos were added by the user, not by me. And also, these pictures are the inside of an ear canal, which isn't really graphic, but just a warning. What's most interesting to me is that when you look at these posts, photos, and videos, more often than not, you'll see comment after comment, not only encouraging the gang stalking narrative, but comments claiming that they too are victims. There is something called the Bader-Meinhof phenomena. It's a frequency bias. This is where you become aware of something for the first time, be it a word, a dog breed, a brand, or what have you, and suddenly, you are seeing that thing everywhere. Sometimes people call this blue car syndrome. So when you start looking into gang stalking tactics, you may begin to notice them everywhere.
Hello everyone. Today we're going to talk about gang stalking, operations and tactics, and some of the schemes they like to use.
There is something called the Truman Show delusion.
Got this motherfucker some consequences. I don't know what kind of consequences that would entail. I don't know. I don't know about statute of limitations or any of that shit. I don't know. I don't know if there's even such a thing for that. Maybe there's not. I don't know. But she damn sure could have done more than that, though. I mean, I thought, and look, like I said, I thought what she did was great. It just didn't go far enough, in my opinion. Nope, not at all. Her being a catcher too, that really stings in my opinion. That really fucking stings in my opinion. And like I said, man, you know, she's dared to say shit about other people's survivor stories, and it's like, how fucking dare you talk about survivor stories at all? You're a fucking catcher. You should be above that shit. You're supposed to be above reproach. You're supposed to be ethical as hell. You're supposed to be showing your morals. You're supposed to be up on a pedestal, right? That's what people think. That's what people think about Tommy, even though we all know. I'm not going to get into that. Fuck Tommy. I've dropped my obsession with Tommy, man. I mean, I still talk shit about him, but he's never going to come to my house. He's never going to fucking confront me. He's a pussy. Even when I finally get doxxed, he ain't fucking coming here. There's no fucking way. I know he won't, because he's a pussy. Or he would have fucking at least talked to me already. You know, he had the balls to tell the community that he knew where I was 5 fucking times, right? And lied to y'all. Is what it is. So I dropped that shit. Whatever. Plenty of other fish in the sea, right? I mean, hell, we got SWAT mystery going on right now. You know? It is what it is. Like I said, Godspeed to that. Let's hope for a swift retribution there, you know? And I hope they don't fucking pussyfoot around about it. I hope whoever fucking did it gets nailed to the wall, even if it's somebody I know. I fucking mean that shit, man. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't fucking do it. If you want to fuck with somebody, plenty of other ways. Trust and believe. Plenty of other ways, man. You don't risk getting somebody. See, even if you're so much of an asshole that you don't even give a fuck about Jeff, right? You're not just putting Jeff at risk by doing that. And I think that the people that did it just don't give a fuck. That's what I think. I think they wanted to take the heat off fucking Danny, and that's facts, man. I think that's the God's honest truth. You can disagree with me all you want. I'm not going to budge on that. I know what I've seen. I've seen the patterns, and it's not good. It ain't good looking. I'll tell you that. Not at all, man. Nope. And what was this shit about? Like, this whole your next thing. You know, they were whining and moaning about that, but like, there's a clip of them saying, "Oh, you're next. It's just a meme. That don't mean anything." But yet, when it was said to Danny, everybody flipped the fuck out, right? Why? I mean, I've literally gotten on you saying, "Oh, that's literally what started the beef, originally between him and I." Blah 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 blah, and they acted like it was no fucking big deal. But then they did. I mean, and they acted like it was a big fucking deal all of a sudden. I don't know, man. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Going to be interesting to see how it plays out with old Danny Columbus. You know, I got the feeling that he's going to make himself scarce more than not. He might pop up here and there. He's not going to be the Mitch of old. I bet. I just bet he's not. He's worried about what's going on in his life, clearly, man. And I do believe that. You know, and I wish him nothing but the worst, to be honest, man. Absolutely, man. May whatever God has in store for you fucking hit you as hard as possible. Yeah, bish. So yeah. Hope everybody's having a great morning. Hope everybody enjoyed hearing me ramble like an idiot up here for 18 hours. And yeah. Yeah. I told the boys that not the boys, but the other boys that I was gonna go live from my laptop today, and I didn't. I apologize. I didn't. I know my music was popping. It's probably not going to pop on my laptop. I'm sure everything's going to be great on there. I know it will. So I just got to get off my dumb ass and get that shit set back up because, I've just had it to where it wasn't set up. That's all. I just got to set it back up. Just kind of being slow, procrastinating asshole about it. So, I just need to do it and keep it set up, right? If I keep it set up, then it'll be ready to go when I need it. And you guys get a much better show. So it is what it is. Yeah, and especially when we do, I got the karaoke thing. We're planning it. I want to do it within the next week and a half, 2 weeks. So we're going to get something going. Either, I don't know, we need to do some kind of sign up thing because we're going to have, like I said, the group that feels like they can't sing and the group that feels like they can sing a little bit better because I just think it'd be better that way, in my opinion. I mean, y'all might shoot me down on that too. I don't know. And we're going to give away at least 300, if not 4. I was thinking maybe 2 and 2, but we'll see. We'll see what's going on. Just because, man. Just because it's fucking summertime. How about that? I don't need a fucking reason. It's summertime. It's getting to be anyway, right? At least it is where I'm at. I love it, man. I fucking love summertime. Hell yeah, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Let's spread some fucking summertime joy around. I mean, shit. In this fucking economy, that's not a lot. I get it, but hell, man, I can't give you more than that. I'll get in trouble. I'd catch hell, man. But yeah, I mean, I'm good with doing that though, so it's all good. You know, somebody gets some extra Skrilla, and we get to hear people sing. I think it'll be cool. I am going to be doing Space Oddity by David Bowie, Space Oddity, except it's about Tommy. You know, I wrote it back when I was pissed off at him, and I never got to do it for y'all, so I'm going to sing that. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I got some help with the lyrics. In fact, the guy wrote a vast majority of them one feverish night when we were just up shooting the shit, and he came up with just some great bars, man. If I were to turn it into a rap song, it would be super dope, for sure. But yeah, everybody's welcome to sing whatever they want, as long as we can find the corresponding karaoke shit. You know what I mean? That's the only problem. So have to be able to find it. But these days, there's not much you can pull, you know, that you can't find. I mean, hell, you can even get Tool. And if you can get Tool, I mean, what the fuck, you know? You can get Tool on there. I mean, you can get anything just about. And I'm not talking about like the hits either. I'm talking about like the deep album cuts you can even get still. So that's kind of weird. But yeah. So look out for that. I'll post it on the community on either Methadone 2 or Galactus, and we'll go from there. For show. Galactus, I mean, Methadone Tube is growing, but this channel, like I said, I mean, could be yanked anytime, you know what I mean? YouTube is a fickle beast, so it is what it is. You know, but we're okay, though, because we'll go on Methadone Tube. It ain't no big deal. So there. Yeah. So I do hope everybody has a great day. It is a beautiful day here. I hope it is a beautiful day where you are. The weather is indeed feeling towards the summertime ways. I love it. Of course, that kind of bodes bad because it's so early already, you know, really. Then the heat comes and then it's like, yeah, but it's a fucking dry heat, Warbot. Sure. Say that now. But anyways, you know, I just had to say all that shit about Jeff. That was the main thing I wanted to say. I know Savvy continues to be Savvy. No big shock there. She only wants to be left alone, guys. Seriously, guys. No, you want to be a fucking target for Nunya. That's what you want to be. Pretty fucking obvious. But anyway. Anyway, guys. Appreciate y'all stopping by for show. Yeah, I know I didn't talk to y'all or anything, man. Hey, man, the Warbot's got deep feelings, man, you know. So I'm still licking my wounds, guys, you know. So it is what it is. I'm just kidding. I am just kidding. Of course, I will talk to anybody anytime, damn it. I will, damn it. Fuck yeah. How about that? Rock and roll, hoochie coo. Let's play some music on the way out the door. And anybody that wants to get in touch with me can easily. I am not hard to find. So Closer to the Metal on IG or either of my channels. I respond to everything I get, so it is what it is. Except for the weird, like, you know, KR like threats that I get, which I wish dude would stop and get the picture. I mean, you can almost always tell when it's him. I mean, he writes the same shit almost every time. It bothers anymore. What the fuck? You know what I mean? Kind of like Tommy and his catching, but it is what it is. Tommy catches by rote, man. He really does. It's I don't know. I feel like I'm watching a rerun every time, man. I would. Now, I think Tommy did like one time where he busted something wide open and found something crazy going on. But, man, that shit happens all the time with Alex because Alex gets down in there, man. He gets down in there and fucking roots around a little bit, you know? I don't know that Tommy's comfortable with that. I think it might trigger some feelings in him that he don't like, probably. So, I you know, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Still waiting to see what comes down about that lawyer and cop stuff that he was talking about. Kind of weird, guys. Kind of weird. Ooh, what could it be, guys? What could it be? I think he got a court date coming up, if I'm not mistaken. Possibly. For a pred that he had to go to. I think. I could be wrong. Always a chance, if Tommy goes to court, always a chance to see him impeached. Because he may lie about himself. You never fucking know, guys. He's done it once, he'll do it again. Mark my fucking words. Anyway, appreciate y'all so much. For real. I'll play us a couple tunes, get out of here. Like I said, I do apologize for not talking to y'all, really. But if there's any concerns, questions, or comments, please feel free. It is what it is, man. Why Stickles aside, man? Why why would you change? I don't. Why are you gonna change horses midstream? I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess he really doesn't. You talk about zero fucking ambition. They dare try to talk about other people on our side of the fence, man, and just other people in other communities even. What fucking ambition do you people have? Who's that fucking guy with Eon Will that tries to be the white Flavor Flav? I call him Father Time because he sounds so fucking old. I don't know who he is, but he sucks. You're not a good hype man at all. Go back to the drawing board on that one. Get a new persona, buddy. You're not the white Flavor Flav. Nice try though. So yeah, I just hearing those fucking clips and hearing his voice. I wish to God I could like have a tune out button. You know, every time he fucking talked, I was like, God Almighty! It's like PHI's voice. Somebody sends me this clip of him going. And by the way, Matt, I'll have you to know, Nunya was cleared in 5 to 7 minutes. I'll have you to know.
Or what have you, and suddenly you are seeing that thing everywhere. Sometimes people call this blue car syndrome. So when you start looking into gang stalking tactics, you may begin to notice them everywhere.
Hello, everyone. Today we're going to talk about gang stalking, operations and tactics, and some of the schemes they like to use.
There is something called the Truman Show delusion, otherwise known as Truman syndrome or disorder. This is a type of delusion where a person believes that their life is a staged reality show. Targeted individuals believe something similar, except it's not reality television, but rather an organized killing campaign. Targeted individuals believe that almost every interaction in their daily life is rehearsed and being executed by paid actors and agents. These paid actors employ harassment techniques to keep victims afraid, anxious, sleep-deprived, agitated, and in a constant state of paranoia. Targeted individuals like Myron May claim that there are two divisions of gang stalkers: street-level gang stalkers and control panel gang stalkers. Control panel gang stalkers are allegedly in charge of monitoring victims through hacked devices and are also using directed energy weapons such as voice-to-skull technology on victims. Street-level gang stalkers are allegedly in charge of street theater. They are the people in the grocery store, on the highway, at your job. They're all just acting.
The gang stalker right there. We do skits. Look at him.
Paid by a shadowy organization to silently harass you and implement methods. Here's the scene. You accidentally drive down the wrong block. You pull into a driveway to turn around and reroute. Your headlights momentarily shine at the window of a house. That's a gang stalking tactic. Having your high beams on as you drive? Well, that's known as brighting harassment, a gang stalking tactic. Driving around with one headlight on, that's one headlight harassment. Scratching your nose or hanging your arm out of a car window, that's hand gesture harassment. You and your friends accidentally matching, that's color coordinated harassment. A lot of same colored cars all in one place, those are all gang stalkers. Ever had a green light turn red as soon as you approached it? Gang stalkers. Do you see a lot of helicopters? Those are gang stalkers. Do people cough when you walk by? Gang stalkers. Almost anything can be considered street theater. And even if these tactics were real, they would be extremely petty ones. Targeted individuals claim that's the point. It's a petty campaign, making sure that your day is filled with tiny frustration so that you're never truly at ease. These alleged tactics are not meant to be secretive. They are meant to let victims know that gang stalkers are watching. It's allegedly a constant reminder that gang stalkers are present. These are some of the most common, but there are many other behaviors that targeted individuals consider psychological harassment. Most alleged videos of gang stalking evidence on the internet contain TIs accusing random people of participating in this street theater.
Excuse me. You with the no lights crew? I see you have one light on. You have one headlight. You know what that means? You're a gang stalker. Yeah. I get stalked by one headlight cars all day and all night.
Included in these petty tactics are noise campaigns. This includes things like honking vehicles or extremely loud modified cars persistently driving past your house, noisy neighbors or neighbors that constantly play loud music, and even electronically produced sounds that mimic animals such as dogs and roosters.
And this is the thing that really piqued my mind to, hey, there's something more going on here. This is kind of crazy. Behind the house, I kept hearing this strange cock-a-doodle-doo noise of like a rooster, but it was the same cock-a-doodle-doo without any variation to it. So it was obvious that it was like a machine. It wasn't a real rooster. And on top of that, it was like from 2 to, it was nonstop, but I noticed it when it was like from 2 to 4 p.m. in the afternoon, which is kind of atypical for a rooster to be crowing nonstop from 2 to 4 in the afternoon.
And of course, there are the voices and sounds that targeted individuals hear inside of their head. But that's for a little later in the video. Allegedly, gang stalkers also practice anchoring, which is a tactic meant to confuse and instill doubt in victims. They do this by setting up scenarios and events that constantly convince targeted individuals that their gang stalking is coming from an unrelated source, such as an ex-boyfriend, an old boss, the police department, and so on. This is done to keep victims playing a never-ending game of who is the gang stalker. There are even more terrifying and intrusive tactics such as black bag operations. This is where gang stalkers secretly break into a victim's house. The gang stalker will then psychologically torment the victim by slightly moving items out of place, vandalizing, disassembling, or stealing items, and even hiding inside the house to track an individual, a real practice known as frogging. There are entire TI websites dedicated to documenting black bag operations. And some TIs, like Dr. Fasika Tafara, well, they go public.
When she'd get home from work, Fasika Tafara started noticing things out of place in her home.
They were just all open, but what was weird is, so for example, they were open like this, but they were all at the same level.
First, the windows, then lights turned on, her cabinets pulled out.
It's intended to let me know that somebody has been here.
And it still gets creepier.
Then Tafara found this small camera in her 11-year-old son's bedroom.
She took to the internet, where she became convinced that she was being targeted and that she was the victim of gang stalking.
Tafara left her phone recording audio at her house. Listen, you can hear what sounds like people rummaging around. On one, you can hear what sounds like drilling.
So this hole here has been cut into the attic space.
It's important to note that Dr. Fasika Tafara isn't just anybody. She is a highly educated, licensed medical professional. TargetedJustice.com is a site dedicated to helping targeted individuals and documenting evidence of gang stalking. The site contains a plethora of photos, videos, documents, and resources for targeted individuals. Second-degree burns caused by satellite torture on our friend on 16/01/2019. Question: what must have been going on in the head of the responsible SAR Lupus satellite felon to commit such an intentional crime against humanity? What a shame for our German state. This is just one of many photos posted on this site. There is something clearly wrong here. I'm not a doctor, so I can't tell you what these individuals are suffering from, but some of the faces shown look entirely distorted. And they do appear to be burned. Some of the photos have deep wounds exposed, and some even look like rotting flesh. Now, at the top of the page, there is an explanation for these photos. Targeted individuals all over the world are being burned with microwave weapons. These microwave attacks generally come from cell towers, digital beamforming, and satellites, Vercator. Now, the site goes on to say that the program is secretly funded and directed by the CIA. It's clear that these sites can be problematic. I'm sure they mean well, but these bold allegations are speculative. We really don't know the true context behind those photos. Researchers describe gang stalking as a set of persecutory beliefs. This refers to persecutory delusions, which is a type of delusional disorder where the affected individual believes that harm will occur to them by a perpetrator despite a clear lack of evidence. This is why gang stalking is a difficult subject to tackle, because whether these experiences are due to mental illness, like researchers conclude, or whether something truly nefarious is happening, the truth of the matter is that people are still suffering, and that's something to be conscientious about.
If you're looking for a new computer, the place to go is Circuit City right now.
It's simple for program on therapeutic fiber.
Head to broad.
Tristan Bold 3 detergent plus fabric soap.
With ultra citrus.
If you need a little more cryptid candy in your life, check out the brand new channel Discord server, the Aerial Archives. The link will be down below in the description of this video. There you can find sneak peeks, discount on merch, participate in giveaways, submit your stories, trip reports, vote on videos, thumbnails, participate in games, join a community that's into the dark side of life, and much more. And if it means anything at all, well, you can also talk to me directly on there.
Whoa.
Want to hear your story read on a live stream? Submit it over in the Discord server, absolutely free to join.
Information from across the nation, including your hometown. Stay tuned for more.
Everybody stick around because we're going to have some fun and look at this. Go.
Expect weekly live streams in the Discord server, where my research team and I will host research parties. This is where you can watch us craft research for my videos and deep dive on dark topics, and you can participate in that research as well if you want to. There is an upcoming video game called Cryptid Catcher. My Discord server members will get exclusive early access to the game. And if you want to support my channel further, consider becoming a Patreon, because that stuff really helps me keep making content. Now, back to the video.
Firing outside of Strozier, came in, fired a couple shots in the lobby.
Headquarters, shots fired! Headquarters, shots fired!
Shots fired, what's your 20?
Headquarters, shots fired! Suspect down!
November 20th, 2014. Florida State University. Alma mater of the university, Myron May, entered the Strozier library and opened fire on the occupants of the room, injuring 3 individuals before being taken out by police responders. Let's take a step back for a moment. Who is Myron May, and what caused him to commit such an act of violence against innocent people? Previously, a prosecutor for the Doña Ana County District Attorney's Office, May was a well-liked member of his community, and by most of those he met. May had a girlfriend, friends, a successful career, and was well off financially. All seemed to be going well for him. So what changed?
In September, he told police he was being watched and observed. In October, May's ex-girlfriend said May told her he thought police were after him and were bugging his phone and car.
Seemingly out of nowhere, May began to believe that he was being, quote, watched by those around him, ranging from neighbors to cars on the highway, even people grocery shopping at the same time as him. May's longtime friend, Jamar, spoke about one night in which May had asked him to accompany him to the local Walmart. May had complained about being, quote, followed, periodically turning to look over his shoulder. May's girlfriend at the time reports that May believed that there were cameras in their apartment tracking his every move. She also states that May one time went as far as sleeping fully clothed with a kitchen knife in his hand, fearing that the neighbors were, quote, up to no good. His friends, family, and girlfriend would all try to reassure him that he was not being watched and that he just needed to get some help. May would refuse their reassurance and claim that they were all just wrong about the situation. By September 2014, it was clear that May was suffering from a mental condition of some kind, with Tallahassee psychotherapist Linda Miles believing that it was paranoid schizophrenia. May's behavior continued to escalate, with him alternating between brief moments of normality right back into a paranoid state. At one point, Myron May left his girlfriend a voicemail, claiming to have actually found a camera in his car. Hey Danielle, it's Myron. I just wanted you to know I found one of the cameras that was actually installed inside my vehicle. Like I literally have the camera right here in my pocket. There are several officers around me right now trying to stop me. So I thought I'd just let you know, just in case they actually pull them off. And do stop me, because I have the camera, and I'm bringing it to you. May appeared thin and disheveled in his appearance, claiming that he was being followed by, quote, 10 or 15 cops on his way over, going on to accuse other patients in the waiting room of his girlfriend's workplace of, quote, following him. May later showed up at her house for the last time later that night. in which she begged him to get the help that he needs, but of course he would refuse again. By the time 911 was called, May was gone. This all occurred after May resigned from his job, and it was reported that May had checked himself into the Mesilla Valley Hospital for a mental health evaluation, being released after only 4 days. By late October, May decided to travel back to his hometown of Wawahichka for unknown reasons. But after visiting family, May decided to seek refuge in the home of David and Abigail Taunton. The pair provided and managed residential homes for boys and girls and have provided shelter for what they estimate to be over 300 youths over the years. The couple had not seen May since high school until he showed up again at their doorstep in October of 2014. May spent time visiting his own family, friends, and the Tauntons, even attending their annual camping trip. David Taunton said that May appeared, quote, at peace but slightly stressed, as if he had things on his mind. By the third week of May's stay on their property, Abigail Taunton started seeing a change in May's personality. May claimed he was having trouble sleeping, along with excruciating headaches. On November 12, 2014, May showed David a 15-minute-long video detailing supposed government technology that he claimed was capable of spying on people, along with controlling their thoughts and actions. He also went on to say that May had paid around $90 to be part of an online support group for those who claimed to be targeted individuals. 6 days before he opened fire, he posted this bizarre and disturbing post on the targeted individual's national Facebook page. Has anyone here ever been encouraged by your handler to kill with a promise of freedom? In the following days, Myron was not seen at church or at work. Worried, Abigail Taunton reached out. May would claim he just needed to get away and reassured her that he would be back. May opened fire on November 20th, 2014, physically injuring 3 individuals and forever altering the lives of more than just his community. His laptop was seized, in which an hour-and-a-half video detailing his experience as a targeted individual was found. You can watch the whole video on YouTube.
We've all had nasty neighbors, but an entire town? Think how annoyed you get when just one person honks at you. Now imagine all your neighbors driving by sitting on that horn 24/7.
In 2007, in the small town of Hubbard, Ohio, Rick and Cindy Curlich became the center of organized harassment. It all began when Rick and Cindy sued their next-door neighbor, John Clemente. See, John Clemente's house was in the middle of probate court. Rick and Cindy took this opportunity to file a lawsuit so that they could acquire the house for themselves. Essentially, they were trying to buy a house that wasn't for sale. The property was in the Clemente family for generations, so John didn't take too kindly of anyone trying to buy the family home. Rick and Cindy Curlich were ultimately not successful in purchasing the house, and even though the lawsuit was dropped, they were officially a target. At the time, John Clemente was the town fire chief, and apparently, he had friends. Almost every time a car would pass by Rick and Cindy's property, they would honk. Rick and Cindy decided to install surveillance cameras to document the harassment. The cameras around the property captured random cars, police cars, firefighters, school buses, even hearses, honking whenever they passed the Curlidge property. 100 honks a day. Rick and Cindy began to document and sue every individual who honked. In 2014, the Curlidges filed a complaint against more than 40 defendants. The initial judgment found that the only substantiated claim was that someone was honking car horns. But this alone did not constitute intentional infliction of emotional distress. The Curlidges attempted to appeal this decision. In 2019, Rick and Cindy's appeal was denied again, and they were ordered to pay $8,250 in attorney fees for the defendants. John Clemente denies ever organizing a horn-blowing campaign against the Curlidge family. Remember how earlier I said that gang stalking is often associated with paranoid schizophrenia? Well, the very first fully documented case of schizophrenia was a man named James Tilly Matthews, and he also believed that he was being gang stalked. See, many believe that gang stalking has its shadowy roots in the 1940s, when the CIA engaged in covert mind control programs such as Project Bluebird, Project Artichoke, MK Ultra, and so on. But claims of this phenomena go back further, about 200 years. James Tilly Matthews was a British merchant of Welsh and Huguenot descent. He was born in 1770, and he is the very first fully documented case of schizophrenia. Interestingly, the claims established by Matthews over 200 years ago sound a lot like the modern allegations of gang stalking put forth by targeted individuals. In 1797, Matthews was confined to the notorious London Bedlam Asylum for believing that his mind was under the control of the heirloom, a machine that he claimed used magnetic rays and mysterious gases to brainwash politicians and other unsuspecting victims. He went on to claim that the machine could alter thoughts and read minds. Matthews believed that there was a gang of criminals and spies orchestrating this harassment. He spoke of a mass brainwashing program that controlled the high politics that led to the Napoleonic Wars. John Haslam was a London apothecary. For 10 years, he documented the delusions of James Tilly Matthews in meticulous detail, and in 1810, he released the very first ever book dedicated to documenting delusions, titled Illustrations of Madness. Now, the book documented the paranoid delusions, and it also included technical diagrams of the mysterious heirloom device drawn by Matthews himself. The diagrams were strangely intricate. Matthews' drawings included batteries, barrels, cylinders, levers, and more. The device allegedly worked by meshing airs and gases into a, quote, warp of magnetic fluid. Matthews claimed that the mysterious criminal organization that controlled the heirloom implanted a magnet in his brain that allowed full control of his mind and body. He claimed to be remotely tormented with constant bouts of vivid hallucinations. He claimed that his tormentors were able to force him to speak whatever words they wanted and could inflict physical agonies upon him at will. These experiences sound a lot like the allegations put forth by victims of V2K and other directed energy weapons. So what do targeted individuals have to say about James Tilly Matthews? James Tilly Matthews, the first targeted individual. Matthews claimed that the heirloom used magnetic rays to control people's minds. Weirdly, he wasn't too far off.
That power the human machine, that influence human behavior. Let's take a man. Any man.
The most disturbing rabbit hole associated with gang stalking is the alleged electronic harassment via directed energy weapons. A directed energy weapon is a ranged weapon that uses highly focused energy without a solid projectile. This includes utilizing lasers, microwaves, high and low frequencies, particle beams, and sound beams. Targeted individuals are often deemed mentally ill, but victims claim that their mental illness is induced. Targeted individuals often refer to something called voice-to-skull technology, or by its acronym, V2K. It's also called microwave hearing because many of the alleged technologies are based on the microwave auditory effect. Voice-to-skull technology is allegedly used to induce schizophrenic symptoms in victims by transmitting voices and audio directly into a person's head. The technology to do this is real. In fact, there's a couple of different patented ways to achieve this, and much more. Microwaves are a form of electromagnetic radiation. Microwave technology allows us to heat up our food and transmit wireless power. And it also enables us to induce the perception of sounds in both hearing and deaf individuals. In 1961, neuroscientist Alan H. Frey published the first paper in the Journal of Applied Physiology on the microwave auditory effect, which is why it's also known as the Frey effect. Researchers were able to transmit the sound of a human voice directly into the heads of test subjects, absolutely inaudible to anyone else. They found that the waves activated cochlear receptors the same way that actually hearing something would. They projected spoken numbers and short words to the test subjects. What people heard in their head sounded like an electronically modulated voice. Again, no one was able to hear this except the test subjects. Another way to achieve voice-to-skull is through the radio frequency hearing effect. Patent US 6470214B1 described as a method and device for implementing the radio frequency hearing effect. The patent is classified under arrangements or circuits for monitoring, protecting, controlling, or indicating, and it's assigned to the US Air Force. The phenomena was first discovered during World War II, when a subjective clicking sound was being produced by a pulsed radar signal when the transmitted power was above a certain threshold. Interestingly, when the radar signal was pulsed below the threshold level, the click could no longer be heard. The discovery of the radio frequency hearing effect suggested the idea that a pulsed radio frequency carrier could potentially be encoded. This was under the assumption that the click of the pulse carrier was similar in a way to a data sample, and could therefore be used to create both simple and complex tones, including speech. The radio frequency hearing effect is best described as a thermal to acoustic demodulation process, in which energy absorption in a medium, such as a human head, causes both expansion and contraction, creating an acoustic signal. There is an entire index filled with some of the most disturbing patents imaginable. 2 separate patents that remotely cause individuals to hear voices via EMF waves, imperceptible to anyone else. U.S. Patent 5889870A from 1996 makes voices emanate from individuals who do not intend or realize it, coined the ventriloquist effect. U.S. Patent Code US 6488617B1 is described as a method and device for producing a desired brain state within an individual. US 6167304A remotely manipulates central nervous system of a subject by applying electric field to skin. US 6506148B2 manipulates subject brain waves via frequencies emanating from computer and TV screens. This index contains real US patents that alter dreams, control human behavior via extremely low frequencies, another one that remotely causes individuals to feel bodily swaying, and much, much more. There's even a patent for an imaging device that improves the aim of other directed energy weapons. And some directed energy weapons are described as extremely precise, even over distances of thousands of miles. I also found a patent with a method that identifies victims of directed energy weapons and can also identify who the remote attacker is, which does make you wonder why there's a patent on this at all. Directed energy weapons really are the perfect controversy. If hypothetically these weapons are being used against targeted individuals, there would really be no way to prove it. It's the perfect crime. And if these weapons are not being used, the fact that they exist at all is enough to validate the narrative that maybe they could be. So I guess the real question is, what are these technologies being used for? Operation Wandering Soul was a propaganda campaign and psychological warfare tactic exercised by the US military during the Vietnam War. They would fly over targeted areas, projecting eerie sounds and audio through speakers that were meant to sound like the ghost of dead Vietnam soldiers wandering around in the afterlife. They recorded real Vietnamese soldiers and had them say things like, "My body is gone. I am dead. My family. Tragic. How tragic. My friends, I came back to let you know that I am dead. I am dead. I am in hell." The audio was meant to psychologically play into the deep-rooted beliefs of Vietnamese culture that shows a lot of respect for the dead. These sounds scared a lot of Vietnamese soldiers into surrendering. The audio was played through speakers from an aircraft, but as it turns out, the military might have developed an even sneakier way to do this.
And something that I worked on, and I'm not proud of, but it's called the Voice of God weapon. So there are 4 different techniques and technologies that can pipe voices into an individual's head. And once you can do that, you can control them using neuro-linguistic programming techniques. You're rewiring their thought processes and brains.
The Voice of God weapon is a device that projects voices into your head to make you think that God is speaking to you. Well, okay. The Voice of God device was allegedly used during the Gulf War to convince Iraqi soldiers that Allah was commanding them to surrender. This device does not have official confirmation to actually exist or to have been utilized, though there have been very credible inside people that have come out to say that it does exist. For now, it sort of exists like a military urban myth, though technically, they really do have the technology, and as we saw, the patents to achieve it, so I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, in 2018, an article detailed how the US military is making lasers that creates voices out of thin air. Other devices are confirmed, like the Medusa, an acronym for Mob Access Deterrent using silent audio. It's intended to be used for crowd control. The Medusa sends shockwaves inside a person's skull. The scary part is that since it technically bypasses the ears, there is essentially no way to block it out. It can also be used as an invisible scarecrow to deter birds because apparently, birds are very sensitive to microwaves. Then there's the active denial system, a non-lethal directed energy weapon that can heat the water in an individual's skin that causes incapacitating pain. Apparently, there's been concerns that this may actually cause irreversible damage to the eyes, but it's still being tested. These are a few samples of patents and technologies, but there are a lot more. In fact, there's a lot that I'm choosing to consciously not to mention. These are the technologies that targeted individuals point at when they hear voices in their head. This is why targeted individuals don't believe that they're mentally ill. They believe they are fighting a shadowy organization that is inflicting these experiences onto them. And targeted individuals try to fight these attacks however they can. On the site targetedjustice.com, there are instructions for targeted individuals on how to protect themselves against these alleged microwave attacks. They call it water shielding. The idea is that water absorbs microwaves, so a contraption is designed to surround one's head with water so that targeted individuals can get some sleep, because many claim that the microwave attacks are so vicious that they can't sleep at night. And there actually is a proven way to block out electromagnetic radiation from directed energy weapons. And I'm not joking. Tinfoil hats. Yes, aluminum foil. With all of this said, why would a government or any organization isolate and target people? Some say you become targeted for being a whistleblower. Some believe you stepped on someone's toes and ended up on some quote list. And others say you are targeted for no reason at all. In fact, this is probably the most widely believed reason, is that there is no reason. Targeted individuals often believe that people are picked at random to be part of a secret human experimentation that subjects people to non-consensual mind control, aka MKUltra 2.0. Now, even though there are a lot of patents on this technology and there are some obvious war-related applications to them, I don't believe these technologies are being used on everyday people. In fact, disclaimer, I am not, and this video is not, saying that the government or any organization is using directed energy weapons on unwilling participants at all. With a video like this, you know I need a lot of disclaimers. All of this does make you think a little, though. I mean, have you ever had the eerie feeling of being watched for no good reason? Have you ever misplaced an item only to have it reappear in a strange location? Have you ever had a moment where you could have sworn that someone called your name? You ask everyone in the house, only to find out that no one ever called you. Well, maybe. Just maybe. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm sorry I've been gone for a while. I've hired some researchers to help me be a little more consistent, so you can expect a lot of new content more consistently. If you are into researching these kinds of subjects, like this type of stuff is your fucking jam, email me. Maybe you can join the team. It really means a lot to have your support, so please consider becoming a Patreon and joining the Discord. And as always, I will see you in the next one.
this is nowhere. We all know this is nowhere. There is no one here. It moves like a fire. That's how it starts. We go back to your house. You check the charts and start to figure it out. And if it's crowded, all the better.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday. On the Earl appeal issue, just so everybody's kind of understanding the timeline of where we're at. Remember, Earl was convicted at trial. He filed an appeal. I think his appeal had merit. That doesn't mean it's going to win. I gave him like a 20% chance of success, or I gave him a very low chance of success. I think it was 20%. His appeal was denied. His attorney filed a motion for rehearing or a motion for a rehearing en banc. He filed both, rehearing and rehearing en banc. En banc means that instead of just the 3 justices, it's going to be a group of like 9 justices or something like that. In theory, it could be the entire appellate court of appeals, that district, whatever. It could be all of the justices, but it'll probably be like 9, 6, 9, whatever, 12, who knows. So he filed those 2 motions. The state also filed motions for rehearing and rehearing en banc. They didn't like some of the dicta, some of the way the Court of Appeals phrase things, because they think it's going to hurt them in other cases, which in my opinion shows that it wasn't a really good decision by the Court of Appeals. If neither side is happy with it, then there's probably a problem with it. I know I wasn't particularly happy with it. I felt like they hand waved away a bunch of stuff that they shouldn't have. And again, I hope Earl gets a new trial, a new clean trial. I would guess that Earl is going to end up losing still. But anyway, that's not the case. That's not what we're talking about right now. So each side filed motions for rehearing. The Court of Appeals asked each side to respond to the other side's motions. The deadline came. Earl's attorney filed a motion for an extension of time. That was granted. And then Earl's attorney filed their response, not opposition, but response to the state's motion for rehearing. The state hasn't filed anything. So my best guess of what is going to happen is there is a high likelihood of the court granting a rehearing. There's a less high likelihood of the court granting a rehearing en banc, but neither one is guaranteed. I would say 60-40, 60% chance of success on getting a motion for rehearing, 40% chance of success on that motion for rehearing being a motion, or success on the motion for rehearing en banc. So it's not like 60 plus 40, meaning 100% chance of some kind of rehearing. No, 60% chance of a rehearing. Of that 60% chance is about 40% chance. So 4 times 6 is 24. 24% total. So if you do it out of 100, 24% chance of rehearing en banc, roughly, and then a 36% chance of rehearing, and then a 40% chance of no rehearing at all. That's best guess, pure scientific wild ass guess on my part, but that's kind of where I'm seeing it. I don't think the state is going to be forced to make a response. I don't think the state is going to be smacked on the pee-pee for not responding. And my best guess is on the actual rehearing, my best guess is that Earl will lose. I would put his odds right back around again, around 20% chance of success on the motion for rehearing en banc if granted. If he gets the rehearing, I think he has about a 20% chance of getting it remanded back to the trial court for a new trial. That's my best guess. And again, my giving it a 20% chance of success is based on how good his arguments are. I think he has excellent arguments for appeal, but the appeal process is stacked against the appellant. It's difficult. The presumption is that the trial court's ruling is final. So, and that's done to kind of bring an end, give people a sense of finality. This stuff isn't supposed to drag on for years and years and years. And in Earl's case, it is dragged on for years and years and years, and it'll likely drag on for years and years and years more. As he exhausts this, he'll probably try to petition the Arizona Criminal Court of Appeals, which is the highest criminal court. They're separate from the Supreme Court that handles criminal issues. The Texas Supreme Court just handles like civil issues. So it's not the Court of Appeals, it's the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, because why not be confusing? So he'll probably petition for writ of certiorari to them. If that fails, he might try to petition for Supreme Court review, because he does raise some issues that involve due process and, I think due process. I don't think there's any other Fourth Amendment issues, but anyway. So this could take a while. So then let's switch over to Chili DeCastro. Chili DeCastro, once again, he did an 1.5 hour long video to try to explain why he prepared and filed his new defamation case against Kate Peter, Josh Abrams, and Lackluster. The problem is, if you have to make an 1.5 hour long video to explain why you filed a complaint, then your complaint is shit. Like, if your complaint doesn't state specifically why you're filing your lawsuit, that's a problem. But I'm not really going to spend any time on Chili, because this is just an effort for him, in my opinion, to get publicity, to get clicks, views, to get people to watch his stuff, to try to generate YouTube revenue. He doesn't have any odds of success on this. He knows this. Everybody knows that this case is a pure loser. There's no chance of success. Normally I say that there's like a chance of success. A court can make a mistake. There's no chance. This is just like, there's nothing redeeming in the complaint. There's nothing of value in the complaint. It is a pure loser. It's like suing Ohio for something that has already been ruled on in the district court in Ohio, trying to sue them in Nevada. I mean, it's just a pure loser. There's so many. It's like, that's why I didn't cover it, because the Ohio case in Nevada, because there's just no way of success. He has no possibility of success, just none. So it's a non-starter. All he's doing is he's trying to, in my opinion, trying to generate interest, trying to generate clicks and views, trying to generate ad revenue, hopefully get some people to send him money, super chats, whatever. This is not done to actually prevail in court. That's my opinion. So I'm kind of hand waving him away, because it's just such garbage. Like, there's nothing redeeming even to start an analysis of. There's just nothing there. So like, if it doesn't go away on res judicata or collateral estoppel grounds, it's going to go away on failure to adequately plead diversity jurisdiction. It's going to go away on failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. It's going to go away on statute of limitations issues. It's just, I mean, there's just nothing redeeming to it. There's just no way. There's just no way. There's just no way. He has to plead defamation per quad, and he hasn't even done that. Like, it's just stupid. So, on Springer versus 7th Judicial District Court, that appeal has been pending. Everything has been filed and waiting the justices to look at it and render an opinion, or even perhaps grant oral argument. That's been done since, I think, April 29th. So more than a month of the Court of Appeals just sitting on it. I looked to see their oral argument calendar. They don't have it on their oral argument calendar, at least not yet. So I don't know where that's going. Once again, that's the case where it's A. Blair Dunn making complete shit legal arguments, and he's being opposed by something Delphine, like Jasmine Delphine, who's representing the 7th Judicial District Court, who's also making complete shit arguments. And the only one who actually understood the law in that case was the judge. And so 7th Judicial District Court has been winning despite its attorney's efforts, and Springer's been losing not just because the law favors or disfavors his cause of action, but because his attorney can't seem to quote law. His attorney can only quote like Thomas Jefferson and other founding fathers and their ideological aspirations of what freedom should be, and and courts don't operate on those. Courts operate on, like, here's a 10th Circuit decision that says that I win. Here's a statute that says that I win. Here's a New Mexico state court case that says I win. Here's a Supreme Court case that says I win. That's what he needs to be quoting, instead of quoting like Thomas Jefferson. I mean, Thomas Jefferson was a great writer, and sure, a lot of people love his ideas, but they're not binding on the court. Those are political writings, not legal writings. And I don't know why his attorney can't seem to wrap his brain around it. You're an attorney, bro. Act like one. And finally, we have Lane Myers, who allegedly has taken a plea deal. Now, what that plea deal is, I don't know. Is it a good plea deal? Without knowing what he pled to, I don't know. I hope that he got a plea deal as good as or better than the one he attempted to plead to last time. By the way, everybody who said that that plea was just a ruse to do something stupid and, insert nonsensical reason for taking a plea but then fucking it up here. I mean, so many Lane Myers retards.
What's up, Alchemist? I hope you guys are having a blessed and fantastic day. Let's tap into this reading, see what we got going on in this energy. Please take the messages and the energy that closely resonates with you in your situation and leave what doesn't at Hell's Gates. Okay, my alchemist, and don't forget, we stay cute, speak the truth, and transmute all negative energy. Ashley. What's up, alchemist? Let's tap into this energy. See what we got going on. Oh, we got this case involves a child. Oh. Oh. You just heard that alchemist, that disappointment in my voice. Oh my day, spirit. This almost feels like to catch a predator for some reason. With the groomer, in this case, involves a child and phone towers. Someone here may be being tracked. At the same time, Alchemist, oh my God. At the same time, Alchemist, this kind of also feels like at the same time, Alchemist, this almost feels like someone may have run out of time to maybe save a child. Let's get into this. Alright, so we've got a couple. The couple here has run out of time. This couple may have a child, if not children. Or something here may have been going on where it surrounds a child. We got corruption. Let's come out here in reverse. So something here that happened in the past where it surrounds past corruption. Down the rabbit hole. Someone I really don't want this to come out. What resistance there. We got a friend. Oh. You know what this feels like, Alchemist? If there's an individual that's in a relationship and they have a friend, now, their friend may be a groomer, a child groomer, or there may be an individual within this relationship that may be a child groomer. A couple and a friend. You see how on both the images they're alchemists, they're both holding hands. This feels like someone made a deal with someone. This may be something that they did in the past where it involves this energy of corruption. Dating, that came out here to the side. Someone is trying to hide that they're dating someone. You're trying to hide that they're dating someone, Alchemist, because it strongly feels like this person is a child, it's a minor. What's with the holding hands? Someone may have caught someone holding hands with someone, or someone may have even said that. What I just said. What's with the holding hands? Someone here may have groomed a child, leading that child into believing that they were in a relationship with the groomer. So there may be evidence of lines of communication between the groomer and the child. I was so right to react like that, Alchemist, when the first 4 cards came out. I was so right to react like that. I just knew it. But we already got into the energy. And there's no way I'm gonna stop the message, because someone may really need to hear this. Or this message may provide clarity for someone that may have experienced this. This is confirmation that someone here has been dating a minor. Someone's friend is dating a minor, but there's also something very shady that's going on here with this couple. And one of the individuals within this energy so far, they've been involved in corruption that happened here in the past. This corruption may have something to do with them setting another individual up. Affair. Oh my goodness. Someone here within a relationship has been having an affair. This feels like more than a love triangle, because this really just feels like a lot of grimy things that have been going on with a certain group of individuals, a friend group, and something about either a specific couple or certain couples. One of the individuals here within this couple may have been having an affair with someone's friend. So they may have been having an affair with their husband's friend or their wife's friend. You gotta take the energy how it resonates. But another individual here within this couple is also having inappropriate relations with minors. This is crazy. We're gonna put the affair card over here. Someone is having an affair with someone's friend, but that friend may be into grooming minors, or maybe the very same individual that's having an affair that may also be into grooming minors. Or this could be different couples, alchemists, that have just done what I've just listed, as well as one of them, if not a few of them, being involved in corruption that happened here in the past. There's a card that fell out on the floor. Hit and run. Cult. Alchemist. This may be a pedo ring. This may be a pedo cult. That also ties into past corruption that happened. But this corruption may be individuals hiding illegal things that's been going on where it surrounds minors being groomed. Illegal things that have been going on where it surrounds minors that have been groomed. Oh my god, these noises, bruh. Where it surrounds minors that have been groomed, as well as a hit and run. So one of these individuals here within this energy was also involved in a hit and run. You're only 10 minutes in and it's already very dark. We got a good guy here, alchemist. There may be a good guy here that was a victim of corruption here in the past. This individual may have been set up, or this may even be the individual that sadly lost their life due to a hit and run. But this hit and run may be as a result of corruption. I'm seeing so many different incidents happening right now, many of them occurring in different years. One of the incidents that I'm seeing right now, Alchemist, there's an individual, a friend of a couple. This individual visited the neighborhood to visit their friend on a few occasions. Their friend had a child. This individual was doing inappropriate things with this person's child. The friend then got paranoid that their friend was going to find out, as well as them going to go down for what they were doing with that minor. That person stalked the child, may have been like parked up a few blocks down, watching that child. The child may have been playing on the road with their friends. Hit and run. Hit and run. Someone here may have also did a hit and run on someone that they were having an affair with. Now, in another incident, there's a child here that was, I want to say, recruited into some form of cult. And this child then started dating one of the individuals that was in this cult, but this person was a bit older than them. There may be a good guy. You're gonna have to bear with me, Alchemist. I know it's a bit noisy on the road. There may be a good guy that got caught up in a hit and run because they had awareness of something here that was going on. So they may have been directly targeted for a hit and run to occur where it surrounds them. We've got assault right by friend and dating. Either someone's gonna find out that their friend has been messing with someone that they're in a relationship with and there's gonna be some form of fight, or someone's gonna find out that someone has been messing with minors and there's gonna be some form of assault that takes place. If not, someone having an affair. We got neighborhood right by hit and run. A hit and run that took place here in the neighborhood. But I'm strongly picking up, Alchemist, this is a part of corruption and something to do here with a cult. So this may be a group of individuals that go around targeting different individuals here within certain neighborhoods, if not a specific neighborhood that this cult is active in. Firearm in the neighborhood. Corruption. There may be a past incident that happens. There may be a past incident that happens within a certain neighborhood that involved the use of a firearm. This may be something here that was covered up. We got fear, that's standing right by dating. Then we got motel, hotel out there in reverse by firearm neighborhoods. This is confirmation here, Alchemist, to what I was saying earlier on. Someone here may have been in fear that someone was gonna find out that they were dating, messing with minors, really. Well, they were also in fear that they were going to find out that they were messing with someone that they were already messing with. Someone here was in fear that their affair was going to be exposed. So it seems like someone here took action. It's either they took action to try and cover up that they were having an affair, if not dating minors, or someone took action against them because they found this out. Now, if this is past energy, I am strongly picking up history repeating itself, meaning someone is going to find out that whoever that they're in a relationship with, that individual has been messing with their friends. They've been having an affair. And someone else has been dating, messing with minors. It's a whole toxic group right here. Whole toxic group right here, Alchemist. Mind control. Right by down the rabbit hole. So we did have cult that's out there. There may be some form of cult that was formed anywhere from recently to in the past that involves the use of mind control, which isn't really surprising, Alchemist, considering cults like to brainwash individuals into whatever false ideologies or agendas it is that they have. This cult may intentionally target minors to groom them from when they're young, mind control, to do their biddings. Some of these individuals here within this cult may end up growing up to be groomers. Evidence. It feels here, Alchemist, someone here is in fear because evidence is about to be discovered where it surrounds something here that they've been doing. Now we've got motel, hotel that came out there in reverse. This could be evidence here being discovered in a motel or a hotel. Evidence of an affair. No, Alchemist, I already feel like someone has already discovered evidence of an affair that someone was having. Evidence of mind control, corruption here that was going on in the past. There may be an abandoned hotel because it has come out there in reverse. So I am strongly picking up something that happened in the past and something that's actively happening now. There may be an abandoned motel or hotel that was being used for mind control purposes to train individuals here that were being put under mind control. Evidence of a cult. Wow, we got dismemberment. That's just landed right by a good guy. Something very bad happened to a very genuine person here, Alchemist. This feels like this happening because this individual may have known something. They may have known something about what someone was doing or what someone was into. Or they may have been about to expose something during an investigation and someone got rid of them. This could even be a close friend of this person. Crime of passion, right by evidence. Evidence of a crime of passion that took place. So there may have been some form of argument. Apologies again, Alchemist, for the noise. Very noisy, busy day. There may be some form of argument that took place here in the past because another individual discovered that someone that they were seeing was having an affair with their friend. This individual may have snapped on their friend or snapped on the person that they were in a relationship with, if not both of them. Evidence of a crime of passion. This crime of passion may have involved the use of a firearm. Sadly as well, Alchemist, because we did have run out of time, the groomer, and this case involves a child. If someone has recently been messing with a minor, if not different minors, as well as them having some form of affair, this affair may have even led to this individual having a child outside of whatever relationship they currently have. It feels strongly that this individual, whoever this groomer is, this individual's in concern, in fear about them being exposed. So they may lash out, they may hurt someone. It may be someone here that they were having an affair with, and this may also be a child. Evidence of a crime of passion. Also, if this relates to a hit and run that happened here in the past, someone here may have intentionally been targeted for this hit and run to happen. Timeline issue. Matters of the past. And I'm definitely picking up here, Alchemist. Things that have been going on recently. Someone's not able to account for where they were. For one, because they were having an affair. It's not that they're not able to account for it. They just obviously don't want to expose where they were because they were doing things they weren't supposed to be doing. Now, who am I to tell people to live their life, you know what I'm saying? I did it. There may have been a dismemberment that took place here at a hotel motel here in the past. Sadly, this may be of a minor. If not another individual that was targeted. Oh my God, I came out there in reverse. Timeline issue. Something here that was also going on within the neighborhood. Intuition. That's on the right on top of dating. So for someone, something about you needing to trust your intuition, if not, you trusting your intuition about someone here in the past. If you're currently in a marriage or a relationship, you need to trust your intuition, or you have been trusting your intuition, or your spidey senses have been telling you that something's been going on. Remember what I said earlier on, Alchemist, what's with the holding hands? Someone here may have walked in on someone, and they may have been in the midst of being all touchy-feely and what's not. Someone has definitely been having an affair. Now, this affair really could have led to someone having a child. Oh. This crime of passion may happen here, Alchemist, because someone's going to find out. This isn't going to be the case for all, but this is definitely in one incident that I'm picking up here. Someone's going to find out that someone that they're in a relationship with was having an affair with a friend of theirs, and that the person that they're in a relationship with ended up pregnant and had their friend's child. And this person's going to be seeing red, they're going to snap. You got money right by down the rabbit hole. Then we got travel that came out there in reverse. Timeline issue. Someone was traveling to a motel hotel in the past. Girl, you wanna come to my hotel? Maybe I'll give you my room key. They had the room key and all. Someone here may have even been going overseas. Someone here may have even been going overseas for this affair. Law enforcement, whoa, that landed by dismemberment. Dating. Someone may be dating an individual that works in law enforcement. Now we got money down the rabbit hole. I strongly do feel here, Alchemist, this has something to do with trafficking. If not, hidden transactions, where it surrounds other shady things that were going on. Dismemberment, firearm, gun for hire. And it seems like a dismemberment for hire too. And a hit and run for hire. We got parental figure, accident, on firearm. Something may have happened to a parental figure within a specific neighborhood in the past, and this may involve the use of a firearm. Accident. Is either someone was shot in a certain neighborhood or someone had an accident within a certain neighborhood. I'm gonna take that as confirmation. Someone here may have even accidentally shot themselves. Someone here may have set up, like say if they were having an affair with someone's friend, they may have then set up their own spouse to be taken out because they didn't want their spouse to find out that they were having an affair with their friends. And this may also be because this person wanted money. So this may have something to do with a life insurance policy. We got affluent, that landed by a crime of passion. Someone here that was quite rich. Oh, wow, serial killer right by Dayton. Wow. Someone has been dating a serial killer and a groomer. We got drugs and poison that landed by dismemberment. Someone here within this energy may be a drug dealer. Someone plays with their nose a lot. And they could be playing with their nose now. Because they've gotten themselves into a right pickle. A very tight knot because they're very perverted and evil. Social media by a serial killer. Something that's going to be exposed about this individual online. Oh, Alchemist, could it really be?
Trying to call Rob Lowe. Here we go. See if we get through. Come on.
CBI, this is Rob.
Rob Lowe, hello. My name is Aaron Cox. I'm calling from Arizona. Like a civilian oversight investigator. And I'm wondering if you can help me on a couple of tips that I might have. But I want to make sure they're tips and just like a nothing burger. I'm wondering if you can just maybe answer me a couple of yes or no's about a case without me following a bunch of stuff.
I have no idea, but if you want to get... Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to inquire on JT Colfax, James Michael Thompson. Wondering if you can give me a date on his DNA sample or polygraph or handwriting analysis. Wondering if you can tell me any of those dates without me having to FOIA a bunch of things.
Probably not. I don't even know who that is or what that pertains to.
JT Colfax, James Michael Thompson, the person of interest with John Benet Ramsey case.
Well, it's John Benet Ramsey. We don't even handle that. That all goes through the Boulder Police Department.
Yeah, and I'm just having a hard time getting through to him. I just, without having to FOIA a bunch of things, and I actually wanted to start my paper trail with your department and have you guys submit over to Boulder. That way both departments have the information that I'm looking at, that some things just don't line up with, with his alibi and a few other things. So
well, all I can tell you is that anything related to Jean Benet Ramsey has been investigated by Boulder Police.
Okay.
So everything has to go through them. I just tend to handle like media inquiries if, local TV news has some questions about a case or something. But when it comes to Jean Benet Ramsey, that all has to go through Boulder Police.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Wish I could have you help me out, because I know you do. You did have some personal relations and interviews with JT Colfax. I mean, can you tell me if you know that he submitted a DNA sample, or what year? That's just what
I
I'm
have no
looking
idea.
for.
Like I said, I'm not an agent. I just handle the media inquiries.
Right.
So, and I'm fairly new, but as far as any suspects that may have questioned, I have no idea.
Okay. And to me, it looks like he's got some holes in his alibi, Rob, as far as his border crossing into the U.S. from the BC the night of the murder. I mean, I think that would be, this would be something if you were back on, what is it, Channel 31? I mean, with everything, for Christmas and so forth that popped up, he's got some very interesting, even that day around Christmas, what he was doing for his, see what I'm saying? I wish you could actually, look into this.
But our agency is not the lead on that. That's definitely Boulder. So everything, even tips that you want to supply or questions you have,
I get
has to
that.
go through Boulder Police Department.
Yeah, I just wish actually you guys were keeping track of that case. As far as a backup or tips. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, I don't want to take up any more of your time. Thanks for your time. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
This is all over YouTube right now. Those two people in Las Vegas that got killed in front of the Bellagio. So it was one Vegas streamer who killed another YouTube Vegas streamer. So the dude that got killed, I'm listening to his live stream, and his name is Finney the Legend, and he got killed by this guy named Vegas Manny. So the killer is Mexican, or looks like he's Latino, and the guy that got smoked, he's black, and I'm assuming his wife is black too. So I just randomly went to a live stream, and I played it for like 10 minutes. I didn't hear anything. I just kind of fast forwarded. Just by dumb luck, he starts talking shit about him at the 30-minute mark. So I'll put the link to the video and I'll pin it in the comments. So if you want to go listen to why this guy got killed, just go to the 30-minute mark and just press play. He should start talking about him at about 20 seconds. Can you imagine, because this Finney the Legend guy has 4,000 subscribers. Can you imagine you have the most fragile ego to go out and kill a dude in public because he's talking shit about you? Now, I'm not gonna lie, he's talking a lot of shit. And I don't know, some of you guys always like, I always, wonder to myself, like, I know some of you guys don't like me because I talk shit or whatever. I'm like, dude, I don't even really talk shit. This nigga's talking shit. I said, holy crap. This motherfucker talking about sticking a thumb in somebody's ass and then putting it in that dude's mouth. Well, it looks like you're never going to get a chance to do that, my friend, because, well, you got killed. And it's fucked up because he shouldn't have got killed because it was a stupid thing. But, dude, you never know who you're fucking with. You go and talking shit. And from what I've read online, he was continuously talking shit about this guy. It wasn't a live stream where he's like smoking and drinking and just like kind of busting balls. No, this guy was repeatedly talking shit about this guy. And I guess he thought that the guy wasn't with the business. And unfortunately, well, you showed him that he was. He showed not only him and his wife, he showed thousands of people on the strip, and he showed millions of people that are watching this video. I was, not this video, but the story. I was thinking about actually going out to Las Vegas. It's too fucking hot right now. So I don't think I'm going to go. I'd have to drive 200 miles to go to Vegas to cover this story. I think I'd rather stay in LA, but if any, the legend, just, I don't know, another story for me to talk about when I get to the location. All right, guys, I'm out of here.
Very perverted and evil. Social media by a serial killer. Someone plays with their nose a lot. And they could be playing with their nose now. Because they got themselves into a right pickle, a very tight knot, because they're very perverted and evil. Social media by a serial killer. Something that's going to be exposed about this individual online. Oh, alchemist, could it really be? Yeah, we got devil by assault. Truth comes out right by affluent. Someone very wealthy is going to be locked up because the truth is going to come out about this individual being a serial killer and a groomer. We got paranormal that's out there in reverse alchemist. We did have travel that came out there in reverse alchemist, exposed here at the back of the deck. This serial killer, this is someone here that's quite affluent in one case in this energy. This is someone that travels quite a lot, or did travel quite a lot here in the past. Thailand may even be significant. I don't know why that's coming to mind. When this individual travels, this is where they commit their crimes. Now, I do feel like they have possibly hurt individuals wherever it is that they actually reside, whatever country it is that they reside. But I do believe most of their victims are overseas. And some of them sadly were minors. This individual is being haunted. It feels like they're mostly haunted because they're being exposed and not really because of what they've done. Road. Let's come out there in reverse by timeline issue and rope. Something here that's been going on a road in the neighborhoods. Exposed. Spousal partner. Right next to couple, down the rabbit hole. Someone here may have orchestrated for something to be happening or happen on a certain road at a certain time this seems to be someone's spouse or partner that has orchestrated this. This could be for a hit and run, if not a dragon. Curse. Someone here may have been doing something around another individual's area because they were trying to curse that person, send bad energy to that individual. A cursed neighborhood. Someone's neighborhood is cursed. Alchemist, you may have moved to a neighborhood where there's a lot of shady things that go on there. If not a lot of shady individuals. There may be a serial killer within your neighborhood. A cursed neighborhood. If there's different individuals that have been doing weird things within a certain area, that area is cursed for real. Yeah. God did. The area is cursed for real. If something happened to a good guy here in the past and there wasn't any justice, you know what's so crazy, Alchemist? Because I've been saying it to the divine. I haven't been always saying that, I'm gonna be honest. Recently, I've been saying to the divine, right? Because I didn't understand why I would be moved to these areas. Why is it so chaotic here? Why does messed up things have to happen? And I've been moving quite frequently, especially with these gang stalking and what's not. But I truly do believe that there's intent behind it. For those of you who have certain life paths, your life path may pertain to you moving around to different places. Now, you may be placed in an area where some form of injustice happens, or where there's a lot of chaos that goes on within that region. But this feels here, Alchemist. You're either there to bring balance to that area that you're placed in, or to call judgment for something here that happened in the past. God, truth comes out. If not to expose something that happens, if not things that are happening within that area. So even though we may be placed in certain areas where there's a lot of chaos, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of gang stalking, all of this is with intent because of your life path, because of your soul contract and your mission, which I strongly do feel here, Alchemist, has something to do with you speaking truth. For some of you, your soul contract, your life path has something to do with you reversing curses. So you may have a lot of individuals that come around you trying to place curses on you. Some of them even trying to use you as a sacrifice, and some of them straight up trying to come for you. We got unseen danger here at the back of the deck. Whoever came for you, or whoever has been coming for you, they've met a major roadblock here, Alchemist. Rolled out there in reverse. And that major roadblock here is God, divine justice, and divine judgment. And you're being used to bring divine judgment here into the lands, so divine justice can be served. So whatever evil or corruption has gone on, wherever you are right now, you're here to speak truth and bring truth. We got cleanup that's out there in reverse, that landed right on top of neighborhoods. Whatever shady neighborhood that you've been in, Alchemist, these individuals that haven't been in the least slightest accommodating, these individuals that basically wanted to terrorize you in your area, mini freaking terrorists. If these individuals have been trying to clean up their act, which really and truly they haven't, if they've still been making weird noises around you, still doing all sorts of stuff around you, you'd know because you're in that neighborhood, Alchemist. They ain't cleaning up their acts. And if someone has been trying to get rid of evidence for things that they've done, it ain't working out because the truth is still going to be coming out. The truth is still gonna be coming out. Surveillance, that landed by social media and serial killer. For someone, whatever neighborhood that you reside in, you were being targeted by a serial killer that resides in that region. This is where this rabbit hole comes into it, because I'm probably thinking here now, Alchemist, how the hell did we get here from where we were there? This is definitely a rabbit hole. Everything interlinks, everything interconnects. There may be an individual here that's been surveilling you on social media. And this individual may have started doing shady things where it surrounds you. So some way, somehow, someone has been able to track you to where you live, and they've been doing things where it surrounds you. But at the same time, Alchemists, world's dumbest criminals, they just have to make enough noise to be like, hey, yeah, look, I'm here around you, terrorizing you, look at me. Yeah. World's dumbest criminals. Some of these individuals, they're a part of a cult. So this could be a cult of individuals that go around targeting different individuals, excessively stalking that person, harassing that person, trying to use that individual as a sacrifice here to the devil. This could be a spiritual sacrifice, or this could be a physical sacrifice, meaning they're trying to end your life. You were placed in this community for a reason, Alchemist. If there's something that happened to a genuine person, it's almost like God's contracting you to go to a certain village and saying, I need you to go and get justice for your brother, or I need you to go and get justice for your sister. You don't have to actually know that person. It's like on a soul level. This happened to this genuine person there. I need you to go over there and do this. And here you are doing it, speaking truth, exposing these demons, these fiends. You bastard. And chill. I don't deserve no freaking chill. I don't really deserve no chill. You motherfuckers wanted to give me hell, I'm gonna give them hell. Bastards. You were sent down the rabbit hole, Alchemist. You were sent down the rabbit hole. Different corners, different avenues, different places, just so you could expose everything that was going on there. Are you doing it now? Trust in your intuition. There may be different individuals here that were trying to get close to you. Some of these individuals here may have been trying to date you or befriend you. Some of these individuals here, alchemists, that were trying to get close to you, they're a part of a cult that use individuals as sacrifices. They could be of all different races as well. But whichever race was predominantly coming for you, you know them. It don't matter what race or what color or what fucking culture they're freaking from anyway. They ain't got no freaking power. Their power comes from the devil, and the devil ain't got no power. Not over you, at least. It definitely has over these individuals. Demons. Demons. We got social media here, alchemists. We got poison that's done by social media. There may be some form of news article that's gonna make breaking news here. That's gonna make breaking news here about a poisoning. Evil. And for someone here may have tried to poison you. Someone here may have tried to poison you. Greed, yeah. It's done by poison and social media. Someone here may have been targeting you out of greed. For someone, this may be another individual on social media that was targeting you out of greed. We got investigation. This may be someone here that has more than you. Really and truly, it's not really about what you have. A lot of individuals can have way more than you. It's just about who you are. If you're not a reflection of who they are, for some odd reason, they take great offense to it. Or some just do this surely because they're devilish, because they're greedy. They see someone, for whatever reason, they want that person, to hurt that person, to use that person. They come at that person. And most of them, they're so dumb. They're so dumb. They just keep going, even after it's been cleared that they're not going to get whatever it is that they're trying to do. But alchemists, as I said, the divine placed you where you needed to be placed for a reason. These devilish demons, they're about to be rounded up. So let them make as much noise as possible, call as much attention to them. The easier it'll be for them to be caught. Many of these motherfuckers are in an investigation anyway. They're just dumb and rowdy and greedy. Hidden. Down the rabbit hole. Someone here may be affluent, they may have owned a hotel or a motel in the past, if not different hotels. Popped up on my timeline, someone that was doing a tour through the old Rockefeller building. It's a lot of things that have been happening, a lot of things that are about to be exposed. Old buildings, drugs and poisoning, things that are going on in certain neighborhoods. Certain affluent people, if not certain affluent families, secret cults, corruption. Definitely a rabbit hole, Alchemist. Definitely a rabbit hole. But this rabbit hole is going to be exposed either way, no matter how deep we have to dive down. They're going to dig all these individuals up. Oh, I'm going to say it like that. We're going to say it like that. We're going to dig all these individuals up. I mean, we're going to dig all their secrets up. That sounds better. But if they got any bones and skeletons that are hidden, they're going to resurface. Yeah. It sounded so much better in my head, Alchemist. It sounded so much better in my head. Tunnel. Something is definitely coming back up. There may be some form of underground tunnel that's also connected to a group of individuals, if not a cult. Do you know what I'm also picking up here, Alchemist? Wow, I don't know why I wasn't seeing this earlier on. This cult may have a god, or they look up to someone as their god, but it's not like God, which is basically eternal consciousness. I don't base God by gender or anything like that. I truly believe that's a human concept trying to give a gender to an unforeseen force. It's silly. Well, at least to me. I'm talking about eternal consciousness. But this cult may have someone, and it may be someone that's quite wealthy, that they look up to as the god. With paranormal being out there in reverse, this god may be someone that was a part of this cult here in the past, or if not someone that started the cult that they look up to as a god. This person is really the devil. But in these individuals' eyes, because they live in the upside down, the devil is God to them, and God is the devil. If their good is making them go around, well, I don't want to say making them because they have their own free will. If whatever it is that they believe or serve in is basically allowing them to hurt people, terrorize people, abuse minors, take advantage of them, groom them, mess them up, be greedy, be ignorant people, poison people, be violent, be aggressive, curse people. If that's what their God is, then that's their God, Alchemist. If what you believe in, Alchemist, is calling for you to expose truth, expose corruption, help individuals, especially minors, and bring balance here on this realm, and then God is God for you, and the devil is the devil for them, and God is God for them, which is really the devil, whether they want to believe it or not. Let's get a few more cards, Alchemist. We'll close this up. We've got school. Something here may have been going on at a school, if not around a certain school. This may have something to do with minors being groomed. I'll put the card the wrong way. This may have something to do with minors here that are being groomed. Some of these individuals may be being moved around through some form of tunnel within the neighborhoods. Something here that's connected to a road, or something about an abandoned road, an abandoned hotel. There may be an abandoned hotel here, Alchemist. That may be the access point. That may be the access point to this hidden tunnel. There's a lot of things that are about to be exposed during an investigation. A lot of things.
Lubing up his hand and giving himself a hand job at the end of the night after streaming for like multiple hours. He isn't fucking getting any. Chicky's in Texas. They barely fucking see each other. The time they do spend together is on YouTube and Discord. That's not like he's actually getting any. And look, Tonic, you're 36. You're gonna be at least getting somebody. Maybe if you got some, then you wouldn't have to force it all the time, okay? Hey, Crafty. So yeah, as you can tell, I'm feeling like a little dragon section tonight. No, okay, Chloe. Chloe said, I don't think they make wedding dresses her size. Chicky would be better off wearing some bed sheets. That's so true. That is true. I'm quite good at sewing, so if Chicky ever does decide to get married, I could rustle up something for her. We could get 2 sheets, get her measurements, we could get something to go around the neck, like maybe like a dress that covers up like the big neck bulge. I'm sure we could work something out. Oh, what you making, Crafty? Anything nice? Yeah, he can still smell it from Texas though, so it's like he feels at home. But no, I know what he was doing on a night. He's lonely, he's miserable, he's got nobody in his life. So the only action he sees is his hands. And that's it. And maybe like to change things up, he might like switch hands, but that's about it. He ain't getting any pussy. Hey, Prester John. Hey, Grumpy Drunk. Hey, hey. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I wanted to go over. Tonic said he has never called me ugly. That's a lie. That's a big lie, Tonic. You might not have called me ugly in that post, but you've certainly been calling me ugly, okay? Also, I don't know if people have noticed this about me, but I have like unusually straight eyebrows. Now, I don't know whether it was like the 2000s trend that my eyebrows have never recovered from. You know, the straight, thin fucking eyebrows? Yeah, I took part in that trend, unfortunately. And my eyebrows have never recovered. So, Tonic, when you post a still shot of me and my eyebrows wobbly in the middle, considering I have the straightest fucking eyebrows going, unfortunately for me, yeah, you've edited my picture because my eyebrow would not be bent in the middle. But hey, you do you, boo. Whatever makes you feel comfortable. If you want to edit my pictures, if you want to call me ugly, if you want to call me fucking skinny, if you want to call me bony, like whatever floats your boat. I could give a fuck. You look inbred. You're the most ugliest looking fucker I've ever come across. So forgive me if I don't let you affect my self-confidence or hurt my feelings, okay? Yeah, and look, you're dating Chicky. You internet date people because you can't find anybody in real life. Like, that's how desperate you have got, and so's Brett. You guys meet people online and date them. We got AC sticking butt plugs up his ass. Like, you just can't recover from this type of shit that you guys do. You've got multiple sexual assaults hanging over your head that's gonna forever follow you. Like, at that point, right, Tonic, I don't think you quite understand or grasp how possibly low down you are. Even Brett is above you. Even Brett, okay? The guy who says stuff about 12-year-olds is above you. He does not have a large group of people, multiple people, all claiming that you sexually assaulted, like he sexually assaulted them. You do, Tonic. Do you not understand how low down you are? Like, you're as good as a fucking Steve 6.8. Exactly, Magic. He has multiple SA accusations against him. Dirty, nasty, disgusting. So, like, Tonic doesn't see himself like this because people like that don't see themselves like it. Yep, we're jinxing each other. There's, like, a hierarchy, and Tonic's at the very, very, very bottom. He's the only person in this community with not one, but two, but three, and child abuse allegations all hanging over his head. It doesn't matter what people look like. It doesn't matter if somebody fucking robs something, somebody's got sticky fingers, there's a thief. I don't give a shit. You are the lowest form in this entire community. No one else has SA allegations, Tonic. Just you. Not one, but multiple from multiple different people that all are unconnected to each other. That's how fucked up you are. And you don't see it because it's about you. And you look at other people and you maybe hope that, like, something about them is going to be worse than you, right? Maybe Brett says more shocking stuff. Maybe this person, maybe Jamie's brother. Fuck Jamie's brother. Fuck Brett. You've got multiple SAs. Stop being a sex offender. Just stop for 1 year, right? Let's have no allegations come out about you. And you want to give off this big one that you're like, you've got a great family. You love to keep throwing that around. Oh, me and Chicky's got great families, right? Look at us. Yeah, look at you both. Chicky's, nearly 50, living at home with her mum, an absolute mental retard, right? Definitely rides the short bus, is on SSI, has got a ton of fucking health issues going on, and she's dating a sex offender. An actual sex offender. So, like, yeah, look at you both. And then, Tonic, I don't know whether you've noticed this, but your mum has a mental case, and you've said it out your own mouth, that your mum's mentally ill, all right? And she's embarrassing and all this other stuff, right? And you want nothing to do with her. Daddy wants fuck all to do with you. He chucked you out, and we've seen him snatch you up on camera and live. Do you know how, like, unlucky you got to be in life for that to happen? Like, for your own dad to come in there and snatch your ass up because you can't stop doing fuck shit on the internet. Like, that's how bad it is. Like, you got your sister claiming you abused her child, which you proudly admit to, right? You got the sister saying that she practically raised you because mummy was non-existent in life and she couldn't cope with you when you got to teenage years. Mummy's been married 10 plus times. She's had more dicks than you've had hot dinners. Yeah, like, what exactly is great about your family? The fact that you and your brother didn't both get GEDs. Like, what is going on? Because anybody who produces sex offenders, like, you've already lost. It don't matter. At that point, it doesn't matter. You've already lost. Jamie appeared today, but he didn't say much. He was in the chat. Brett barely said anything. Brett's still trying to play the ignore game with himself. Oh, maybe if I just ignore her, she'll go away. And he's just wishful thinking. Yeah, like, what the fuck is going on over on that side, seriously? Yeah, Chicky's definitely mentally challenged, and she's dating a mentally challenged groper. It's really bad. Like, I just can't even understand anybody with that many allegations hanging over them thinking that they have the right to pass judgment on anybody else. And, like, at 36 years old to have those type of allegations, like credible ones, from like different people who are not even connected to each other, and for it to be a pattern, a repeated pattern since your teenage years, and God knows how many there is out there that hasn't come forward, like to YouTube, right? There's clearly a problem going on with you, Tonic, and I'd much rather you be on the internet abusing women and going after people's children online than doing it physically in real life, right? Yo, Vic. Welcome. I'd much rather you do this type of bullshit on here and rather than you go out in the real world and come into contact with people. Now, there is something, hold on, I'm just getting it up. I have something I wanted to read. Oh yeah, and Tonic keeps, oh, my mum. Like, on my time, bitch. On my time, clearly, I'm trying to get a conversation going with her, but I've already won the bet because I found her. So you owe me $100. That was the first thing you said. We're not going to move goalposts now, Tonic. First thing you said is if I find your mum, you will give me £100. I found her. Now you're trying to change and move the goalpost to have an interview with your mum, right? Which may or may not happen, right? She might not want to talk to me. She's also in very ill health. She's got emphysema. She's on breathing tubes. Like, she might not be able to talk for a long time. Like, who the fuck knows, right? The bet was find your mama. I found her. So, hold on, I'm just getting this up 1 minute. I'm nearly at it. Nearly. I'm just getting a little court document. And then Tonic said today, oh, I don't care about my brother going to prison. But, like, that's what he said about his own brother, Eric, right? But you sure as shit care about everybody else's. You don't care about Jamie's brother beating a baby. You don't care about your own brother doing jail time. But you sure as shit care about everybody else's family, Tonic. Jesus, I wish this person wouldn't send me so many messages. It's so hard to get to it. I'm nearly there. Good Lord. Is this it? Default judgment. No, that's AC's non-failure to pay child support. 2 seconds. I'm looking for something very specific here. Damn thing. 1 minute. Hang tight. Not too many court documents now. Maybe it's this one. Nope. AC again. Who's this one? AC. Fucking hell, AC. I haven't even read half of these. Hang tight a minute. I'm just looking for something. Yep. AC. AC. Fucking hell. AC's. AC. Good Lord. Hang tight. So I just want to read Chickies a minute. Where is the bitch? Because Chicky talks about our health, her mental problems. Right, I'm nearly done. Hold on. Right, I'm nearly done. Hold on. I probably should have pulled them up. But I thought since we got on that subject, why the fuck not? Let's talk about it. Hope everybody's had a good night though. Okay, not that one. I'm nearly there, 1 minute. Sorry. But I really want to read this fucking thing. This is so funny. Let me search it. Hey, Kane Kafaris. How are you doing? Okay. One minute. I'm nearly done. I'm just downloading them again. Right, while that's downloading, I'll talk. So basically, this was a court case that Chicky had, right? And she had this court case, and she ended up putting like stuff in there, obviously pertaining to herself. And I'd like to share it. God, hold on, I'm nearly there. Okay, got it. Okay, this is it. Well, I'm going to be reading it, and I'll post this onto my community tab as well, just so people can see it closer, because obviously people like to read this shit themselves. Oh, you're getting ready for work? Oh, that's boring. Okay, so now Tonic loves to say everybody's got disabilities, we've all got problems, and he projects all this bullshit onto other people, right? Now, hey Lotus, Chicky is nearly 50 years old, right? Now, I know I keep saying like nearly 50 years old, nearly 50 years old. Right, truthfully, I'm friends with people in their 50s. I love more mature ladies, let's just say that, right? But I like to point out Chicky's age, because firstly, she should know better. You don't see many people running around at her age, let's just say that, or living with mummy still. Now, there's nothing wrong with living with your mum. Kane gets ready for work with speed and Red Bulls. Yeah. You don't see many men at 36 years old constantly dating older women in that type of age category, let's just say that. Tonic has consistently dated people near 50. His first relationship, the woman was way older than him. She also had disabilities, and he sexually assaulted her. He also physically grabbed her hair. He's admitted to both of those incidents. And then we got other ladies near to 50, and then we've got Chicky near to 50, gone through menopause, got disabilities. Like, there's a pattern now, all right? That, like, notice the pattern from him. So this is what Chicky had a court case. It's because she couldn't pay her bills. She had ended up falling behind, and they effectively wanted their money. They took her to court. So the defendants answer small claims or debt claim against case. Now, do you guys hear me clearly? If you need me to move closer, I can. Okay. This answer is made by the defendant, Katie Grady, who generally denies each and every allegation made by the plaintiff and demands that all allegations be proven. Okay? And that box is ticked. Perfect, Lotus. Thank you. Second box is clicked, and this one applies to further answers as follows. And in brackets, it says, describe other defenses, if any. So this is Katie's, aka Chicky's, opportunity to defend herself. Hey, Yankees for life. This is her moment, her big moment to defend herself about why she hasn't paid her bills. So this is Chicky's response. My statement on this lawsuit is that some, if not most, of this debt mentioned in this lawsuit is 4 years old debt or even older. And that's how she wrote it. So she's saying the debt. Hey Lisa. Hey Lisa Lynn. Tonik has no right to talk about people's living situations. If it weren't for YouTube people, he'd be shark bait. Yes, completely agree. How many times has he fucking been helped out by people online? He was living on a fucking park bench. He was practically homeless. Like, so many incidents. Okay, so Chicky had debt for 4 years. She never once resolved it or sorted it out, okay? And I should give you the date for this, actually, because this was in 2019 in July the 23rd, okay? So it was a few years ago now, 5-6 years ago. So 5 or 6 years ago, Chicky was taken to court for failing to pay her bills. She ended up being in debt, okay? So she ticked the box. Now remember, this is Chicky ticking the fucking boxes. We've seen how she likes to tick stuff in our rows. And she just fucking clicks anything. So she's claiming that the people that are taking her to court are just not telling the truth, okay? They're lying because she ticked the box that they're lying. But then she goes on to say, the debt is 4 years old, debt or even longer. I even made transfers from other credit cards to this card. So she's talking about a credit card, okay? So I even made transfers from other credit cards to this card, despite the fact early on when I realized I would not be able to continue to pay this debt fully because of a medical condition. And I had been let go from work for the same medical condition. I contacted the Bank of America to let them know and ask what my options were to make sure I would not default on the loan. So effectively, what Chicky's claiming is she had credit cards, she's got other credit cards, she knew she couldn't pay it, but she took out the loan. She then tried to take money from other credit cards, so she's trying to make up she's made an effort to pay some of the credit card bill, but she's blaming this all on her disability because she's got a disability. She claims the reason why she couldn't work any longer, she was let go by her employer because of her disability, okay? But she doesn't, like, there's somebody to be let go by their employer for disability and all these other problems she's having. She can sure as shit buy dogs left, right, and centre, can't she? She sure as shit can fucking drop videos on YouTube and conduct herself perfectly fine 24/7 on YouTube and Discord. But yet she can't work. Now, Tonic had a lot to say tonight about myself working, so I'll get into that in a moment. I would not default on the loan. They told me that I should continue to pay as much as I could and contact them to keep up to date with my file for disability. So she filed for disability, okay? And we know what that means. She filed to get disability payments. And the company that she owed the money to, the credit card, said, hey, look, just continue to pay what you can, even if it's smaller amounts, just make an effort. Obviously, she didn't do that. She goes, I contacted them monthly to explain where I was in the process and would do what I could when I could. The only options they provided me was to ask family members, which many of my family members died one after another during this time frame. Come on, Chicky. Your mama's still alive, your brother's still alive, sister's still alive. Like, who the fuck died? Who died? Are you talking about your daddy? Like, when did daddy die? Seems awfully coincident, okay? Hey, Big Ed. So apparently all of her families just suddenly just vanished. They just dropped, all of them, one after each other. But yet all of her family members minus one is still alive. More like you just didn't want to pay. You didn't want to take accountability. You didn't want to go without feeding your fat, disgusting face. And I'd most likely go with that. She definitely lied, 100%, Lisa Lynn. She lied and said her immediate family had all died. Not one person in her immediate family died. And I'm gonna, in a second, check the date of her dad's death. She's a pathological fucking liar. And it's always sad fishing, like moping, trying to get like some sympathy off the judge. Oh, I'm disabled, I've got disabilities. Oh, all my family members have died. You're still, and people out here with no fucking family members still have to pay their way through life, Chicky. Like, people figure that shit out. And it's about time you grew the fuck up at nearly 50 and figured your shit out. You live at home with mummy. You got all these fucking credit cards and racking up all these bills. You're in a load of fucking debt. What's the plan? Just stay at mummy's until you're like 60 or 70? Do you not have any real life ambitions? Is there no hope to own your own house, move in? Like, you've got zero aspirations other than YouTube. Well, yeah, true. Actually, I need to give her that one. She does actually look disabled. Okay, she does. Okay, I'll give her that one. She is definitely lazy, like Tonic, 100%. Okay, I'll read this and then I'll go into a little bit because, like, I don't want to be mean and pass loads of judgment here, but, like, oh, fuck it, I'll pause this a minute. Reading. Years old, okay? I worked my entire adult life until my brother's situation happened. And unfortunately, for me, right now, while stuff is still going on with it, I don't need to work. I get my wages paid for me. I've had them paid for me since it started to get resolved, and I also got it back paid, okay? And I know I don't owe anybody this explanation. But in that time period, while I was sorting stuff and going through the court system and doing everything that I needed to do legally, okay, my man has always maintained an income. He has always worked. He's had his own businesses. We have never relied on anybody for anything. We've always had savings, okay? That's a big thing. We've always had savings. So say if something happened tomorrow, right? And I know everybody's not in that position in life. Heck, I wasn't myself. But we've always had savings. We have very expensive animals. And I mean very fucking costly animals, dogs. Daily cost for our dogs is more than what people feed themselves in a day. Like, let's just say that. They're on a raw diet. They're also on grain-free, hypoallergenic food. They get supplements into their food. It's very fucking costly, okay? I've always had savings to rely on. So if I needed to take off time from work, or God forbid, my partner did, he could do that and we wouldn't have to worry, like really stress it, okay? Now, in that meantime, whilst I was waiting for my brother's inquest and all the other stuff that was happening, and I was going through grief, and I wanted to go through grief therapy, that I went to grief therapy, I made my healing journey a priority for me, okay? Because a lot of people are not fortunate enough when they lose somebody like significant to them to be able to go through and have private therapy, right? I know how lucky I am, like, and I'm grateful for it. I also know that a lot of people's family members unfortunately die, or their loved ones, or their spouses, or whatever, even their children, okay? And they don't get their wages paid from. So at no point have I ever been ungrateful. I'm very, very fucking grateful. Like, really, really grateful, okay? Let's just say that. So in that time period, we had COVID, which affected things for 2.5 years, okay, in the court system. I also had to do my therapy, right? Now that leaves the last 1.5 years that I could have went back to work, but I still get my wages paid for me for another year, okay? Now, Tonic made a big deal about me not working and stuff like that. I also had, and I know people don't want to take this into consideration, I also had a dog, a Shar-Pei, who like meant everything to me, but she had kidney disease and liver disease. I cared for her up until the very end. She got put down in February of this year before I went on holiday. And that was the reason why I could go on holiday, because I didn't have to care for her. And I have always been fortunate enough to basically be able to do that. Like, if something happened to one of my fur babies, or if something happened to one of my family members, I could drop anything in a moment and be there for them, because I've always had savings, and my man works his fucking arse off, and always has. Yeah, rest in peace to Rocky. She's a sweetheart, honestly. And that is the biggest thing, right? Now, he's a real man. He's not like Brett. He's not like Tonic or these other fuckers. He is a grafter. There's not a thing that I don't need to go. Like, when I say we don't go without anything, we are very fortunate to the point where my dogs have their own bedrooms. And I don't come on here and brag much. Like, I don't like to do that. But, like, don't ever fucking try and tell me, Tonic, that I should be going to work whilst you're still renting, okay? Your bitch lives in Texas. She's on disability. You were just homeless a year ago and in Daddy's house, okay? And you were doing nothing to benefit your fucking future. Like, don't ever come at me with that bullshit, because like, if I was in your position where I was like just got out of homelessness, I wouldn't be online harassing people. I wouldn't be online bullying people. I wouldn't be online inviting anybody to pull up, filing frivolous fucking ROs against people for shit I started. I'd take it on the fucking chin and say, do you know what? I started the whole fucking thing. Should have never asked him to pull up. I learnt my fucking lesson. I'm not even going to continue with this fucking RO bullshit. I'm going to benefit my life, stack my fucking money up. I'm going to work at getting myself my own place that my name's on the deeds for. Like, that's the difference between Tonic and myself. Now, like I said, my dogs have their own fucking room. each of them. I'm very blessed and fortunate. I also managed in the last year since oh, by the way, another big significant thing that happened for me. First time homeowner. We moved, purchased a house. We'd always rented beforehand. That was a big significant thing. Also renovating, doing the house up, caring for my Rocky. Oh, and that was it. Turning my outbuilding into a electricity, water, all that other stuff, so I can work from home, so I can be at home with the dogs in the daytime, and in between appointments for nails, eyebrows, eyelashes, I can manage the dogs. You don't have to be a career-driven person. Like, you don't need to have the best fucking education. You don't need to be a doctor. You don't need to be a fucking school teacher and all this other stuff. Like, or something, a fabulous employment position in life. You just have to do something that you enjoy doing, do something that you love, make money at it, and like be happy on the inside. So although, yeah, it's only fucking nails, eyebrows and stuff like that, it's what I enjoy doing. Oh, I know I am Prester John. They're getting really fucking concerned because I truly don't give a fuck. And they're gonna find out how much I don't give a fuck. And they drastically do. Okay, so another thing is like what people don't, and I might as well just fucking share a little bit about myself at this point, because I've been with my man 10 years. 11 in February. Never broken up. We're engaged. We got engaged in 2017. My brother died in 2018. It's the only reason why we haven't actually tied the knot and got married. We don't argue. We don't have fucking conflicts. Do we have like little petty stuff? Like, yeah, obviously. My biggest disagreement in life is him buying non-branded stuff. I can't stand that shit. Like, if like you're gonna go to I want real mayo, okay? I can't eat the cheap shit. Like, that's what our arguments consist of. They don't consist of what Brett's do, cheating with Manda, AC's cheating with butt plugs, Tonic essaying multiple women, cannot control himself online, having outbursts, making Chicky have headaches, crying fits. Like, we just are not even on the same scale in life. Hey, Susie. Yes, I'm good. Hope you are too. I'm having a bit of a rant today. But like what is going on in their minds over there? Like, for them to pass the type of judgment they do on other people. So just because I haven't worked since my brother's death has absolutely zero fucking bearing on anything, right? I've went to college. I've got my qualifications. I've built and fucking, well, I haven't done it myself, but I had input. I was the supervisor of it. My own business from scratch, what has got all my certificates, everything I need, and it's been certified passed, right? I've managed to do that. I've also managed to attend one of the longest inquests in the UK for my brother's death. Complete therapy, Tonic. Complete therapy, okay? Grief therapy. The fact that you've never lost anybody in life, Tonic, and you still haven't managed to work past your issues to stop you being a nasty piece of shit online. Because remember, that's why you're at therapy, right? You go to therapy, you claim you do, right? To be a better person and stop calling in SWATs on people, to stop harassing people, to stop making up lies about people's kids, stop calling people pedos, all this stuff that you're meant to be going to therapy for because your childhood was so tragic and so awful. How come I managed to lose a sibling and go to therapy and come out of it the other side quicker than you've been? You've been going to therapy since 2023. What possible issues could you be working through? Like, by now, there should be some type of improvement. There should be something. And the same goes for you, Brett. By now, these issues should be resolving themselves. Hey, ICB. Yeah, they are always going to be shitbags. Like, it's just... it's ridiculous. But, like, I'd expect by now Tonic to have, at least had some growth from therapy. I've went through therapy myself and found it to be very beneficial. Or less Tonic's just lying again, and actually he doesn't fucking go to therapy. He's seen his brother's his brother's post on Facebook, and said in the post on Facebook his brother claimed he was in therapy in 2023. Maybe Tonic just took that and lied. Wouldn't be the first time he's lied. He's even lied and said his own mum's deceased. So, truthfully, during the whole lockdown and then the inquest, I've barely had time to fucking breathe, and I've managed to complete so many significant things in my life, and have so much growth that right now we're in 2025. Now, I know Tonic keeps going back to this serving job, right? Now, what people don't know is there was a joke made about a year and a half ago that somebody had found my job. Now, the joke was, the inside joke for everybody was that, what job? I don't work. Like, that was the joke, okay? So, there was something about a pig said about the joke. Like, when somebody said, oh, I found, oh my God, did you? Diamond Snow Bunny, that's amazing. What did you say? I love your comments, by the way. Okay, long story short, basically, Tonic thinks that he knows my job, my previous job, okay? Now, let's just say this. About a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I was fighting with somebody on here, and it was well documented. And that person had said they found my job, and they started posting pig emojis, okay? Now, me being a jokester and like running with shit and like poking fun at it, I know I'm not employed, okay? Like, nuh-uh, you ain't found my job because I ain't fucking employed. Like, that ain't happening. So I found an Iggly Piggly something job place like near me, and I listed that as my job on Facebook, and screenshotted my own Facebook, and was like, shit, they found my job. And it was some like Iggly Piggly fucking restaurant or something like that, like nowhere near me. Like, to go to this job, I'd have to get like 2 trains and 3 buses to get there. It's so far away. But I thought it was funny, okay? So it was a joke. I then took the job off the Facebook, obviously, once the joke had run out. And Shiki has since then been claiming that I'm a waitress at this Iggly Piggly place, like Piglet place, whatever it is, with Tonic. And Tonic tonight on his live stream said, Kali's a waitress at the Iggly Piggly or whatever the fuck it is place. Like, no, I'm not, Tonic. I'm not, okay? Like, it was a joke. It was a fucking joke. And I'll tell you who the joke was with. It was with some people in Baker's Valley's chat. So when I was fighting with Vegas Valley a long, long time ago, and it's all resolved now. There was a couple of people that made comments in his chat, and they were posting pig emojis. So I went and found the closest thing to me that had a pig in it, and I fucking listed Iggly Piggly fucking place, okay? Yeah, Piggly Wiggly, fucking piglets. So I've never worked at the piglet place. I've never worked as a waitress, Tonic. I've not worked since 2018. Facts, okay? The day my brother died is the day that I no longer went to work. Never went back in the door. And I've had my wages paid for me the entire time. Exact same amount. Good Lord. Let me read some comments in 1 minute. You do have to want to change, Slip. And that's what he just doesn't. Yeah, maybe Tonic, yeah, that's a good point actually, Susie. Maybe he's lacking medication to go along with the therapy. There's obviously, maybe he is diagnosed with stuff and we just don't know it yet. But there's something going on significant. Yeah, aromatherapy when he sniffed birds' fingers. Facts. I know, Virgo, we're going to need an animal day. Seriously, I'm actually going to bully you into doing that for us. Right, let me get her comments. Well, Godin said that someone was only projecting and gaslighting by saying what they do. So I said, Tonic is projecting and gaslighting by, by calling people chomos. Oh my God, let me read your next one. Yeah, stupid name for a market. Oh my God, they sound so cute, Virgo. By the way, I just logged in for the first time in a few days and Tonic replied to a comment of mine calling your bro a pedo and a rapist. That is nothing but projection on his part. Oh, complete projection. And like the fact that you ain't, like the fact that Tonic isn't happy with the fact that my brother is a massive criminal that robbed post office, okay? That was his charges, robbing post offices. He's still not happy with that. He's still not happy that my brother's deceased and robbed post offices. He still needs to lie and add on stuff. Like, everybody can Google him. Nobody in my family has ever been arrested for anything like that. And that is, you nailed it, complete projection, because he cannot cope or bear with the fact that he has those allegations hanging over his head and they're never gonna go away, no matter what he does. Even in 5 years from now, people still bring up the fact he has those allegations. And it's one of those things, it's not going to leave you. I'll say it like this. A drug addict's always going to have drugs thrown in their face. An alcoholic's always going to have drink thrown in their face. A sex offender's always going to have sex offenses thrown in their face. Look, it is what it is. But, like, Tonic's just projecting. A lot of people do that. I don't even know, Lotus. It's some freaking pig place. I'm gonna have to get it up. It was like in Hartlepool, and I just looked for the closest thing to me, like with a pig in it, and I was like, oh my God, this is so funny. Let me just list this pig place, like, and it was just really funny. And the best part is, like, Chicky was in my lives and following me when I did it. So the fact that now she's trying to push it as like, that's my job. It's like, ring up the job, dum-dums. Give them a call, ask them if I work there. They'll say, who the fuck is that? I've never, ever worked at no pig place fucking waitressing. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Nans. Rage quit. So funny. Like, hang tight a minute, guys. Okay, I got something for you. Okay. When I worked, hold on, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna boast a bit. I'm gonna put a bit out there about myself, right? Just hang tight 1 minute. I'm just getting this. I'm gonna give a receipt, fucking receipt to my employment. Because I don't give a fuck about it. Do you get what I mean? It's over and done with. Hang tight. I'm just doing this. All right, let me post this. Right, and I know, guys, I know I'm a little bit uneducated, all right? But guess what? Hold on, I'm just getting it. When I say I worked in care, I legit worked in care. Hold on. Can I post yeah, just checking I ain't got my address and shit. Okay. Let me post. Okay, let me post this on YouTube. I ended up becoming like MBQ free.
You weren't supposed to find this. Not yet. But now that you have, keep watching. Don't scroll. Don't refresh. This is your final warning. This video will be removed permanently. I know you felt it, haven't you? That something's wrong. The dates don't add up. Memories feel too sharp or too distant. People change overnight and no one notices but you. This world is not broken. It's designed that way. You were shifted, reassigned, placed into a sequence that keeps repeating until you forget what it was like to live without questioning everything. They tell you it's just life, just aging, just the algorithm, but it's not. You're not supposed to remember the old calendar. You're not supposed to recognize that buildings are in the wrong place. You're not supposed to question how your phone knows what you thought about. The system you're in, it isn't just digital, it's biological. Simulations aren't built on code anymore. They're built on belief, on perception, on you. You are the power source. They fracture your consciousness into timelines, run tests, gather data, then reset your memory before the next cycle. Why do you think everything after 2020 feels unreal? It is. That was the inflection point. Some of you were copied, some were overwritten. Some are just echoes now, looping through fake years with real pain. And every time someone gets close to the truth, they disappear. Not physically, historically. No birth records, no photos. No one remembers them. You won't see this video tomorrow, not because it was deleted, but because your version of reality will be edited to remove it. Like it was never uploaded, like you never existed. There's no call to action, no link, no account, just this moment, right now. Save what you can. Remember what you felt while watching this, because in a few days, you might not even remember why you're afraid, but you will be.
He's now claiming Jesus. Oh my god. This guy is fucking too much.
Fucking weirdo.
Maybe both. Maybe you're into like weird interspecies family erotica. Or like being that you're subhuman after being choked out by your own umbilical cord.
That raped his own mother.
He's a black and white kid. He was maybe like 20, 21, and he planned on doing that to his mom.
I don't even know who the hell he thinks he's talking to right now. Hey,
Yeah,
Nicola,
Big Moose.
how about you had to drink?
So-
Hey, Nicola, you ever heard about Chris?
Okay. So, Urban, you get to speculate about all these celebrities, and I can't make jokes about you banging your fucking grandma / your uncle banging your grandma and pretending that your dad was the real father as a cover for your fucking pretend mom, the fake psychiatrist.
She's a fucking...
Urban, why don't you turn tricks with Catholic dicks and make a song about it? I'll fucking punchline the fuck out of you, trust me. I'm just getting started. Don't give me 6 or 12 hours. It'll take you 2 weeks and you won't be able to keep up. You can't push the pace, son.
You're a Catholic?
Yep, born and raised.
Okay. I went to Catholic high school. You would have hated me.
You got raped.
We went to the same school.
Oh, we know this. And he's like,
Yeah.
how does Scott know all this stuff about me? You told me you choked on your own umbilical cord. You went to Catholic school and you're obsessed with kids. Like, tell me more.
Yeah, I was the Christian going against the fathers of the Catholic Church.
Oh, no.
Going against them sexually, like your ass went against their dick?
Oh.
It was great. It was fun. And the student, mostly the students, I would place these Bible verses on my locker.
Catholic, though. I mean, you can go to a Catholic school.
Urban's fucking washed. Don't even say hi to him because I'm gonna body you next. And Nicola. Nicola is capitulating this Jesus fucking Mary and Joseph. I'm starting taking names, honestly. Diana, Urban's a fucking cuck, weirdo shill, and Nicola apparently is now capitulating to dreams being real. Diana is fucking a retard cuck, and apparently Nicola is too. And if Nicola was here, I'm saying it to her face. Wait till Nicola comes back. I'm gonna fucking body her for this. That's why I'm like, I am loving this conversation. I almost have to replay this. I should almost slow it down. And I'm not saying that this is like a first time offense. Like, this is a habitual line stepping. Like, fucking Nicole, you said you had some hip hop conversation that was so gravy. Like, this is insanity.
Or gobbling it up.
Gobbling like you did your dad's fucking cum?
You're not throwing enough. They're very hungry.
You probably threw up after he fucked you the first 2 times, but the 3rd time you took it well.
Keep throwing them seeds.
So you've had black cock and you don't want Urbans, or you haven't had black cock and you do want Urbans? Oh, I baited her out. Come on, Diana. How much black cock have you had? How many? How many black cocks have you sucked?
0, actually.
Have any of them sucked you?
No.
Have you had intercourse with any?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm fine if you did. I'm just asking.
And I would 100% admit it. I even admitted on panel that I had something with the Drew. So.
Oh no!
Yeah. So yeah, I've told that story twice now. So.
Deadbeats. Yeah. Oh, Scotty's friends were mean to Becky. Get the fuck out of here. Becky's a fucking retard. She tells these stories. People make fun of her. No one's fucking trolling her. Deadbeats. Or if they were, it wasn't fucking me. It was 4 or 5 fucking times. It was retarded. And now you're complicit. You're bullshit.
Yeah, but nobody said that to me, right? Nobody said to me.
Yeah, she fucking did, and you fucking parodied it on my stream. That's what I'm telling you. Shut the fuck up with that bullshit, because that never fucking happened. And now you're sounding like fucking Becky. So get the fuck out of here.
She say that?
And let's get your
Scotty.
shit straight. Yeah, Becky's like, Scotty trolls my niece.
Scotty.
That bitch brings her fucking shit on panel with me. I don't even know her fucking niece.
No,
and she's bringing her fucking put her niece's picture out there and shit. She's literally using, Now I'll make fucking fun of you when you use your kid as a fucking niece as a meat shield.
Well, I had a boyfriend from 15 to 20. On 19 and a half. I didn't cheat on him, but I didn't walk into that relationship as a virgin.
All right. So you were before 15. So what year did you?
14. I was 14.
Okay,
I was 14.
And that was just a fling, or did it not work out?
It was it was how can I even explain it? It was like super meaningless. The meaningful first time I had actually with my then boyfriend. He was a virgin, and I felt like a virgin pretty much. So.
Tell about what
Scotty, I don't even really know what you're talking about. What my opinion?
No,
my opinion.
I respond to Aaron and CMN. I'm a bad guy now. I'm obsessed because I responded, but you get to respond. So my point is that other people don't respond, you do, and you're acting like superior. So I think it's a little bit virtuous of you. Hypocritically virtuous, I'll say it, at least.
No, it's just an opinion. It's getting too, from my taste.
You're fine, but I could crucify you with the same thing, and I bet you Brian might agree. And I bet you my girlfriend would agree with you, and I bet you Brian would agree with me. And you also are just as equally invested as I am. So for you to speak out about it, I don't think is really your position. Or,
I mean,
yeah,
honestly,
don't virtue signal to me, Diana and Man of Dust. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. I'm being mean. If you're gonna fucking cuck to that shit, you fucking go over there to Aaron's channel and fucking have fun with that shit. No one gives a fuck.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You wanna say some shit? Say some shit. I'm bringing drama. I'll fuck you and your dead motherfucking mama. I'll kill all you motherfuckers.
You right up to your pastor.
Satan!
Right.
We're gonna let our percussionist take it now. That percussion, yeah. Hey, y'all feeling this or what? Come on now. Yeah.
Freemasonry, Foundation of Chaos Magic. Now, I was recently interviewed by author and founder of the Chaos Magic community and website Specula, Lua Valentia, and I also interviewed her. I'll drop links below. But in our conversations, Freemasonry came up, as of course did Chaos Magic.
Without objection, so ordered. Now I recognize Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have a couple of unanimous consent requests. The first is from Law and Crime magazine. Judge rebukes Department of Justice explanation for ignoring the court order.
Without objection, ordered.
Subhead is the government again evaded its obligations. The judge upbraids the Trump administration's woefully and insufficient explanation for flouting his court order. The second one is from NBC News. Trump administration's threat to suspend core U.S. legal right sparks outcry and alarm.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Thank you to our Democratic governors for being here today. This hearing is an utter and complete waste of your time. It is a waste of taxpayer dollars. Republicans have called you here alleging that you are circumventing federal law. You are not. But you know who is the poster child, who is violating federal law daily? The current occupant of the Oval Office, Donald J. Trump. To make matters worse, these hardworking governors had to leave their states to be here in a moment when their work is incredibly difficult. Because Donald J. Trump and his accomplices and co-conspirators, who, by the way, Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about your constituents, and he doesn't give a damn about you. He doesn't even respect the seat you hold in Congress as a co-equal branch of government. But Donald Trump and his accomplices, many of whom are in this room, are hell-bent. What you want your legacy to be is that you're tearing food away from our babies and medical care from our elders. These Democratic governors have to stand in the gap and figure out how to stretch budgets and modify programs to keep their constituents fed and alive. Constituents like this precious little soul that I wish I didn't have to leave to come be here. Layla, who drew me this rainbow, a 5-year-old who lives with a rare liver disease, had a successful liver transplant at Boston Medical Center. Thank God. She is thriving today. But Layla will need immunosuppressant drugs for the rest of her life that are paid for by Medicaid. And without Medicaid, well, I shudder to think what might happen to Layla. But for sure, a family will at least go bankrupt trying to do everything to keep their baby alive. That's what these governors, that's the situation that they've been put in because you're a big-ass, ugly bill, and if it comes to pass. And they're dealing with the fallout of this White House pulling federal grants recklessly. Grown men throwing temper tantrums. So again, let me be plain. The Trump administration is breaking the law, not these Democratic governors. Ms. Perryman, how many legal challenges is the Trump administration currently facing?
I believe there's over 300 right now.
And Ms. Perryman, can you explain how litigation like this has helped to shield and defend vulnerable communities?
Absolutely. Without our courts upholding the rule of law and upholding the rights of people, right now there could be federal funds frozen across the country that would endanger things like Head Start and Meals on Wheels and community safety programs, including community safety programs that help prosecutors and help law enforcement in states and communities across the country. The administration has terminated over $800 million in Office of Justice program grants that we are having to challenge in court, and the list goes on and on and on.
Thank you, Ms. Perryman. Thank you for your good work. That's right, in case after case, the media might not want you to know, but we are winning. Trump tried to end birthright citizenship, blocked. He tried to shut down asylum, blocked. He tried to defund cities, blocked. And because we are winning in court, Republicans are trying to change the rules to rig the system. Tucked in the big ugly bill the Republicans voted for is a provision, Section 70302, titled Restriction on Enforcement, that would restrict the judiciary from enforcing court orders and holding government officials accountable. This is an intentional and deliberate attempt to undermine the courts so that the Trump administration can break the law with impunity. Republicans, Ms. Perryman, pretend to care about law and order, but this provision is the exact opposite. What message does this send to people who count on the courts to protect their rights?
It suggests that the people that voted for the bill don't want the American people protected and that they don't want them to access their courts and access the ability to protect their rights.
Don't want the American people protected, that part. Allegedly all in the name of law and order and safety. This is about nothing but power and control and abuse of power and terror, which makes everyone less safe. The shame and the sham of it all. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Grofman from Wisconsin.
Thank you. Glad to see we have 3 governors here. I hear a lot about Illinois being from Wisconsin. I just had some builders in my office yesterday talking about all the Illinois people building houses in southern Wisconsin to get out of Illinois. In any event, I think we have a very generous country here right now. Every year, about 850,000 new citizens are, another 8 million new citizens are sworn in, naturalized in this country. I think we have about another 500,000 people coming in this country on work visas, and a little under that coming in on student visas. So we're very generous about allowing people in this country. I should have said 850,000 new people sworn in. In any event, it's not impossible to get here legally. Nevertheless, we have a lot of people every year overstaying visas or still sneaking across the border. And the question I'm going to ask you guys and gal is, do you believe we should have immigration laws in this country? We'll start, I guess, right down the line. Governor Walz.
Congressman, the question is, should we have immigration laws?
Yes, that's it.
Yes, we should.
Governor Pritzker.
They're very important. In fact, we should have more robust immigration in this country, and it should be done under a law.
And Ms. Hochul?
Yes, of course, we should have immigration laws.
Okay.
In fact, we do.
The question is, when people come in this country and break those laws, do you believe they should be enforced? Let's say people come in this country, Gulf of Mexico, Pacific Ocean, however they come here. Should they be spun around and sent back out of the country, or should we just allow them to stay here?
It depends if they're, Congressman, if they're coming on an asylum claim, protected status.
Exact question. Assuming they come on an asylum claim and that claim has been rejected, should they be allowed to stay here?
The judge denies their asylum claim? No, they should not. They should not be able to.
Governor Pritzker, if somebody's overstaying, we'll say a different way, overstaying their say, work visas, a student visa, should they be allowed to stay here, or should they be removed?
Given due process, sir.
Should they be removed?
Due process is required, yes.
Okay, Governor Hochul.
Yes, agree. Following due process, the federal government has the authority to make those removals. It has nothing to do with.
I'll ask you, should people who are here illegally get welfare benefits? Mr. Governor Walz? By that, food stamps, low-income housing?
Should they get assistance that would be here?
Yes.
We provide for all of our people in Minnesota. It's one of the reasons.
Okay, so your statement is that if somebody comes here, say on an asylum claim, whatever, they should be able to get low-income housing benefits, almost free rent, free food, free health care. That's what you believe?
I believe states' rights. In some states, they do.
Well, I know that's what you believe we should do. Okay, Mr. Governor Pritzker?
It's the federal government's job to determine what welfare benefits at the federal level, and I can say to you that we have hundreds of thousands of people in the state of Illinois who are undocumented but have been living, abiding by the law, holding down a job, paying taxes.
Okay,
for
so
years
are
and
they
years and
getting,
years.
do you believe it's right then that if they come here, they should get free housing, free medical care, free food?
It depends on the circumstances. I'm just explaining to you, though, that we have millions of people across the United States who are here, and were here long before you got
No, I
elected
know all
or I
that.
got
I mean, the
elected.
question is, you don't have a problem with them getting benefits, these benefits?
Again, law-abiding taxpaying, we're talking about people who are adding to
Okay,
our
I'll take it to
society.
be, well, not if they're not working. But either way, you have no problem giving them those benefits?
We provide benefits to people all
Okay,
across.
Ms. Hochul, is that the same thing with you? Do you believe people come here who are not citizens, come here, make asylum claim, they should all be getting food, health care, housing?
depending on which law you're referring to. In certain circumstances, we do provide these services, but they're not universal.
Okay, well, to most people, your average person who's overstaying a student visa in New York, do you think they should be getting food stamps, housing, medical care?
We provide Medicaid for individuals who are senior citizens or moms with new
Well,
babies.
we know when people are eligible, the question is people who are not citizens who are overstaying a student or work visa. Are
No,
they
people
eligible?
are making their own way here in the state of New York. In fact, I have 400,000 open jobs. I wish you could
You're
help
not
find a
answering the
path-
question.
find a
I take
path
it to
get-
mean, I just
Give
want
us
to
more
say,
work
I want you to answer
authorizations.
the
Let's put
question.
them to work. Let's put them to work.
But you refuse to answer the question. If somebody is otherwise eligible for low-income housing or food stamps or medical care in New York, do you believe they should be entitled to those benefits?
There's
as
not a
Americans?
blanket answer to that. It depends on which provision of the social services law. In some cases, it's allowed. In some cases, it's not.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Simon from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would hope that I am also able to go over my time.
I'm sorry, California.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I, as my colleague did, I am allowed to also go over my time by approximately 45 seconds.
Well, I've been very fair. You've had, Mr. Frost went over a minute and a half.
Okay,
You've had.
I'm just asking. Thank you. I appreciate that, sir. I just want to.
I didn't say you could, but you can go ahead.
I just want to make sure that I have a fair opportunity to also speak as an individual of this body. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Lynch. I am so honored to be here today and having this really important conversation. You know, we talked about victim advocacy in this place. Actually, I was a victim advocate. I was at 8133 in San Francisco for many years and had to sit with families who buried their folks, and sitting, literally figuring out how to mend together obituaries. I've worked with young people who have been victims of gun violence and literally have had to scrub blood off the streets. There is nothing that anyone can say to a family, I get it, that is grieving. We have a lot of work to do, not just here in this country, around the world, to deter violence. I come from a state, the fourth largest economy in the world, with the best public education, higher public education system in this country. In fact, at California, Berkeley, we lead some of the research that are keeping folks here and your relatives alive. Those labs and that research is being attacked by this administration, but I digress. I have a number of questions today, but this hearing has been so difficult. Not only was I a victim advocate for many years, working with folks who had witnessed and who had been victimized by rape, by murder. I also led the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area that was founded by JFK, and our asylum clinic honored the work of this country by supporting folks who came here escaping tyranny and violence to just be met by an immigration system day after day that spat in their face. I'm thankful to both members of the private bar and our community lawyers who are doing their American duty by supporting people who are leaving tyranny. I have actually one question. I'm concerned that we're deflating the conversation around public safety. It's my understanding that the current administration, and this question goes to you, Ms. Perriman, has deducted or stopped payments of upwards of $1 billion in local public safety funding around the country. With my time remaining, can you talk to us a little bit about this very hypocritical moment in time where we're uplifting public safety and yet we're taking resources away from communities, police departments, community safety leaders, and organizations that are taking guns out of kids' hands? Give us a little bit of the flavor. Talk about what money has been taken away from communities under this administration.
Since January, the administration has abruptly terminated a range of funding and grants for community programs across the country, including grants under the Office of Justice Programs, which was obviously a law that President Reagan signed. And there's been over 800 million grants and funding that have been abruptly terminated that we are having to litigate right now. They have also cut off funding for programs that help lawyers and law enforcement become trained in what they're doing in communities across the country to keep people safe. And then I know that one of the colleagues mentioned terrorism, and as part of the administration's broader funding freeze, federal funding freeze that we had to block in the first weeks of this administration and that remains blocked by a federal court, officials from states like Arizona and Oregon swore out declarations in court talking about the risk to counterterrorism funding that they were concerned about with respect to this administration's federal funding freeze. Those are just some examples. Our team is literally in court every single day.
Ms. Perryman, so would you say, is it of your knowledge that police chiefs, their grants have been frozen?
Yes, many people in community safety programs.
And so taking away literally upwards of $1 billion in local public safety funding from around the country, including violence prevention and gun safety programs, would you say this administration is making us more safe or less safe?
Less safe.
Any members, any other governors? Would you have any? I have a few seconds.
We have programs that we work with the federal government between cities, law enforcement, and federal government law enforcement that are being torn apart. And, drug task forces, our gang task forces, gun task forces, this is making us less safe.
Grants for rape kits and rape investigations, the disembowelment of the Department of Education, including the Office of Civil Rights that investigated rape and sexual assault on college campuses, decimated. I would agree that our administration is making us less safe. Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you, Chairman, for the extra time.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sad to say I'm disappointed today, but, governors, Ms. Perryman,
y'all. I'm gonna do my best in this video, in this live. I haven't slept in almost 2.5 days. I've been laying in this bed for 2 days straight, hardly able to move. I want to expose everything and help somebody piece their puzzle together and give you 6 years of seeking and knowledge and many different things. And a lot of you guys that watch this on replay, a lot of you guys that see this, I'm already ready for your overly religious comments. I'm already ready for the programmed individuals to attack me. I'm ready for you guys to unsubscribe. I'm basically just gonna read my community post to start this live off, okay? And if you're just joining in, I haven't slept in 2.5 days. So I'm doing my best to get this one off, all right? They're gonna call me loony and crazy for this one, y'all. They're gonna call me loony and crazy, all right? I'm about to blow the lid. You don't want to pay me for my album? You want me to put all that work in? I'm blowing the lid off at everything. Every last thing. I'm finna rip people out of your deception that you have people under. All right, so I'm just gonna verbatimly read what I just left in my community post because not everybody sees my community post. They're definitely gonna try to shadow ban this one. So let's make sure we get the likes up, right? I'm finna rip everybody straight out of their religious programming, hopefully, in this video. So this is what I wrote, okay? Give me some grace. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm absolutely at my breaking point, okay? So I said, most churches nowadays and its members are just cults. They're hiding behind God. A lot of them will participate in watching people if you experience gang stalking. This is what's going on. I'm about to break this down so thorough. You guys know how intricate I am. Scientologists, Freemasons, many corrupt organizations, including our military, corrupt health officials, many different authorities, label us as a threat. And they use churches and church members as their foot soldiers to watch you. This is what's known as community watch, okay? And this happens because we simply see through the smoke. We have eyes to see, we see through the illusions. And at one point, if you're like me, you uncovered corruption in your local town that you grew up in, or you uncovered some corruption in your family, okay? Or you uncovered some corruption in somebody else's family, right? And we were not afraid to speak up, and we're also not easily controlled. So we refuse the code of silence when we see something unjust, like something that's not just. My name is Justice, right? And we always will. But yet we have all the knowledge that these little oath keepers have, and it's because of God. We're also 1,000 times more powerful spiritually. This is why they do what they do to you, okay? They hate that you have the knowing and the understanding of their corruption on every level of society. From small injustices like people being overworked, McDonald's, and underpaid, to the deepest, darkest secrets that are hidden right beneath the nose of everybody in every town across this filthy ass land. Freemasons, okay? Freemasonic buildings. It's in every town across this entire land, from the highest parts of society to the lowest. This is why they use unfair amounts of psychological warfare, as well as technology and abuse, in order to do this to countless of souls out there who are awake. They will put you on a secret list and begin to smear your name all across the entire globe. And with technology being where it's at, all they have to do is press a button, okay? And this is all to usher in the beast agenda for people who are not going to go according to plan. They're going to give them a problem. So one world, everything. If you're going through anything similar to what I am, it's way more than just spiritual warfare. This is called abuse, okay? This is abuse. It's abuse on every level. Don't be deceived. They love to label their abuse as spiritual warfare. It's one of the greatest ways to silence those who actually know the truth and indoctrinate people into religious belief systems. I'm going to crack this entire thing wide open, hopefully for a lot of y'all out there. You play with me one too many, you should have killed me. I'm gonna look right, you should have killed me. You understand that, right? You should have. You should have. You should have took me out. You should have just fucking killed me. You idiots. Listen, they will abuse you for years, and when you're at the end of yourself from the abuse, they will then send in their foot soldiers in your life, which are disguised as helpers. These are your Christians, aka the angels of light, who are programmed individuals. They are under a religious indoctrination. They will constantly want you, they will constantly want to lead you right into their church building, usually where they can further put you under a program because you are free. You see through all. Okay? Now, look, we're going to keep going. I lost my place. Leads you right into the church building. It's textbook psychological warfare, and it's all about control, right? And it always has been. If you break free from the grips of any control, any and all control, this is how they run game. I'm giving you the game. I told you you should have killed me. If pay me. You know what you owe me, pay me. I'm going to rip this shit to shreds, okay? Listen, it's all about control and always has been. Have you ever noticed that you seem to be told at times that if you simply go to a church building or you become a part of their membership, right, their members, and you fellowship, you will then receive certain blessings or benefits or breakthroughs, right? For attending that group setting, that group setting and giving your time, money, and energy away to them freely, weekly, and develop relationships within these buildings to further carry out their plans to keep you under, right? As well as become a part of filling up the owner of that building's pockets. Who is the owner of the church building? It's usually not the pastor. It's usually a Mason, a Scientologist, a freakazoid, a little kid lover, okay? Someone that's in a secret society. You should have killed me, you fucking idiots. None of it's a coincidence. And they hate the Neos. They hate the Trinities. They hate these individuals, which are us, me, and a lot of you in here. They hate the free thinkers. They need everybody to be in group thought, even if it means religion. They need yes men, they need Agent Smiths, and it's very, very calculated. Come out of the deception. I care about people who are going through this. I actually have people that I love with my entire mind, body, soul, and heart who are completely unaware of what's happening. They need you to stay programmed. It is textbook. They will use the members of the church to do this, to put your ass under some kind of indoctrination. We are here. We see through all. They cannot handle it. They cannot fucking stand it. Have you ever realized that? They will abuse you to the point where you can't even get out of bed. And guess what happens? That's when they send in, usually, not always, their church members to come and recruit you. So you can be, look, they're entitled to your energy. Just your mere existence makes them feel like you owe them a piece and a part of you at all cost. The Matrix. Okay? This is the biggest occult ever. And if you don't bow, if you don't join, if you don't want nothing to do with it, you will get beat to a bloody pulp and abused mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, and it will take every last thing from you. I myself have been indoctrinated. I'm very calculated with what I do. You should have fucking killed me, you idiots. I told you. Pay me or kill me. Figure it out. I've been very calculated. I'm so calculated that people wouldn't even believe it. People wouldn't even, if I even told you, you would be like, yeah, okay, sure. I'm so fucking calculated with what I do. Down to this platform, down to the tattoos on my face, down to the tattoos on my neck. I know what I need to do to survive in this world. Unfortunately, it's very, very sick, but don't you dare think that I don't know the fucking truth. The fucking truth about it all. About all of it. You should have fucking killed me for my enemies out there, the ones that are sitting in high places that watch me. You should have killed me, bro. Because from here on out, I'm finna rip people clean out of your church buildings. I'm finna rip people clean out of religion. I'm finna rip people clean out of everything to the best of my ability. We are going to deprogram everything and everybody. You fucked with the wrong one. I'm not one of those ones, but I made you believe I was. And it was to simply survive. To simply fucking survive in this filthy ass country, you idiots. Everything was calculated and it's going to remain calculated. Everything I do, even the things that you feel like you guys have got me to do. My name's Mr. Strange, you fucking retards. I'm going to shatter you. You want to use your gifts and everything you do. You want to use that to shatter innocent souls. I'm going to shatter everything that I possibly can until you're ready to take me out. And you know exactly where the fuck I'm at. So what are you waiting for? Every last move I ever make in this life, even when I make you believe that you have control of this brain, is so fucking calculated. Don't you doubt it for a second. Not one motherfucking millisecond do you doubt it. I will hand you my power just to show you that I'm playing chess for my God, the real King of Kings, not the God that you've created in this fucking piece of shit country. For my souls out there who are going through this, I promise you, y'all, I'm gonna go down in the history books for the truth. Your brother knows what he's doing in his goofiness, in his anger, in his face tattoos, in his music, in his platform, in every fucking last thing I do. Every single step, psychologically, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, every last thing that I let these people do at times is so calculated beyond that's why they have to group up on me the way they do. Pick my brain, Mr. Strange. You don't want to fucking play with what's in here. You do not want to play with what's in here and what's in here. You simply do not. And that's why they hate me, because I got the influence. I built this bitch. They can't stand it. And when they try to shut this motherfucker down, you better believe I'm finna just make another one. Quit believing the hype. I hate, you know what? And I have to tell you guys straight like this. I apologize if I ever gave you a religious video. I apologize. But I had to do what I had to do to survive in this world. I am very calculated. Understand that, y'all. For a lot of you guys out there who don't get it, understand that I am extremely calculated. All right? So just know that. The one that's in the heavens has his hand on me. I am his vessel. You are not supposed to do what they tell you to do on any level. Religion, Christianity, any fucking group, setting, group, thought process, you are not supposed to bow to it. But guess what? We have to do what we have to do. So I apologize for ever giving you a video knowing in my soul that I had the real fucking truth. But I had to present it a certain way so these motherfuckers wouldn't ban me off of this platform and I could put some bread in my pocket so I could put some fucking food in my stomach. I apologize. It's all a fucking stage. It's all a matrix. It's all lies. It's all a facade. That's why they put us under mind control. That's why they do what they do, because they know. And even in the mind control, I still am extremely calculated. That's why they have to sleep deprive us. That's why they have to put shit in your food. That's why they have to do what they do. Times 1,000 for some of us. That's why they gotta go to those lengths and levels, because they know. They know. And they can't stand it. Scientology's a big issue. Freemasons are a huge issue. Eastern Stars are a huge issue. All these little wannabe cults out here. In every fucking town, there's a little wannabe cult with the next dark person trying to do. All these little fake ass churches, all their members. Every one of them, okay? Every one of them, for the most part, especially in America nowadays, they all just take the code of silence. Fuck your code of silence. Fuck what you stand for. If you watch this, fuck your code of silence. Fuck what you stand for. And I told you in person numerous times when I've encountered y'all, I will single-handedly rip your organization limb from limb. So you better come do something before it's too late. You pieces of shit. Pay me my money. Give me my motherfucking breakthrough for being your little mouthpiece for your little religion to put people under a motherfucking program. And for the ones that's not gonna receive this, you're not ready. You're not ready. I keep telling y'all every time I'm live, at times I'm like, man, if I told you the whole truth, man, if I told y'all would fucking shoot yourself in your head. A lot of you would hang yourself because you need a savior complex. You need that shit, and they know it. Why do you think they did what they did? Why do you think they created this shit? They know you fucking need it as a vulnerable human being. They're gonna abuse you, so you do need it. I'm not one of those ones. I come from a different place. You understand? And it's not this fucking world. It goes back to the Roman Empire, man. I started asking questions about the Roman Empire at the age of 8 years old. I started piecing a puzzle together about Christianity at the age of 8 years old. You understand? And ever since then, it's been all out fucking abuse and war to put me back under. And it's an everyday thing for all of us. Do you understand? They know you need a savior. They know you need that. Without that, what are you gonna do? And next thing you know, you don't serve the savior that's been created in this westernized world, and what happens to you? What happens to you? All of a sudden, you're going through all these different trials and all these things. Don't let it go over your fucking head. And I know it's gonna challenge your perception. I know it's gonna challenge your reality. I know it's gonna make you feel a certain way because it's all you fucking known your whole life. You've been taught this shit since you came out the womb. Most people hear about Jesus in two places, usually. The school system or the jail system. Most people who go to jail and do these, and they're in these certain places, they're rebels. Right? They're free fucking thinkers. Why do you think they put people in a cage? Why do you think they do this to not just celebrities, but us? You gotta understand. I'm trying to break you free of your programming. You found Jesus in jail? I bet you did, Elijah. You know how I've been piecing a puzzle together For many years, I've talked to thousands of people at times. I've listened and read comments. I have sat in the back. People think I'm stupid. I convince y'all half the time that I'm just some stupid guy that's unaware and he's a little behind. I've been piecing a puzzle and studying and observing for years. Years. You understand? Why do you think they attack? Telepathy is real. Things that are seen as demonic, new age, why do you think they attack the ones that have these gifts? Why do you think they come after them? Why is it all labeled demonic? Why do they group up by the droves so you don't break free? Break free. Reach your fullest capacity and potential as a human vessel. Why do you think they don't teach you about food and health and your pineal gland and all these other things in the church? Why do you think they do this? Because they don't want you free. They need you programmed at all costs. And half of y'all in here who participate in attacking me, you're a fucking robot. You are under a program. And if you try to take the program out of the computer, what happens? A malfunction, right? Some of y'all can be reprogrammed. Some of y'all have the potential and the capacity to be reprogrammed. And I'm trying to speak to those people. I shatter reality. I've done this behind scenes. There's a reason why I'm known. This is more than YouTube. I'm known in the spiritual streets. I'm known in the streets, period. Because I put the fucking work in behind closed doors, day in and day out. Night in and night out. There's a reason behind it. But I make y'all believe whatever you guys want to believe about me. He's just a crazy YouTube guy that's goofed. Whatever you guys want to believe. But for the ones who know me, you know. You know my spirit and my soul. You understand who you're in the presence of when you do come onto these lives. And I love y'all. I love y'all. I mean that. Hopefully this one can stay up. If they try to take the channel down because of this one and it goes away, we're going to start another one. Okay? I'm here to break people free. Slowly, I got to slowly do this. But like I said, I do apologize for all of the chosen words and all this stuff out here, man. That was watered down bullshit to put some money in my pocket. Straight up. And it was also to keep myself alive and get a little break from the abuse. If you know, you know. Jesus Christ is my Lord. Chosen. Grace. 7. Surviving. You hear me? Surviving. Shout out to y'all, man. I'm exhausted. I'm pissed the fuck off. I've been sick. I haven't got your album shipped out. Been glued to this fucking bed. You feel me? Trying to fight. These people, man. Stop listening to these ministries, y'all. Stop listening to these fucking people. 95% of them are nothing. They're nobodies in the spirit. They're a joke. They're just like you gotta understand, it's like they're like a television set, right? And they just have a program. And they're spewing their program to you. They use this shit right here. You're prideful. This is what they do to abuse you, to humble you, to get you to join what they're under. Come be with our program. And when you stand apart from it all and you say, fuck you, I have the truth and I got the truth without you. That's what you don't like. I didn't need an oath. I didn't need to take a secret cover. I didn't need to be a part of a church. I didn't need none of it. Because I'm a real one. I really come from that place, you understand? I come from I don't come from this place. I'm not from here. Don't let the shit go over your head, man. And a lot of you guys aren't from here either. You just don't know it yet. Or you're starting to wake up, or you are aware. It's all about control. Obedience, right? Yup. 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 Don't let it go over your head. I know it's going to challenge you. It's going to make you, because you have a program, right? I do this to people. I catch myself. When I say this, guess what? It's demonic. That's the first thing you're going to think of. He's accessed by the spirit. That's the first thing you're going to think of. That is the first thing you're going to think of because you have been taught. You've been studying Christianity for 5, 10, 15 years, 20 years, 2 years, 3 years. So when you hear me speak a message against certain things, the first thing that you've been taught to do is identify it as a demon. You should have fucking took me out. You should have. I know you guys have tried. You guys put shit in my food. Like, you guys are trying. You might as well just, like, you feel me? Just get the shit over with, bro. Then you could put the fucking stamp on everything I've said. And people will really know. That's why they're scared to do it to me, bro. Because I've spoken some big-ass truth, and a lot of people have been touched by my message. And they know if I were to have a sudden death, it would just fucking prove everything that I've been saying is the truth. Happens all the time, right? Facts. Y'all just want to look. You guys are always trying to direct the conversation. I let you guys do this all day long. I make you think that you got that power. You understand who you're playing with? I'm a psychological nightmare. I'm a psychological nightmare. You understand? I let you believe that, like, I'll go with your comments and I'll be all, oh yeah, oh I don't know. And I make you, bro, I'm a nightmare. You understand that, right? There's so many fucking compartments in my brain. I'm so deep, it's not even funny. I always let you guys direct the conversation elsewhere, and when I'm speaking this truth to set motherfucking captives free that you guys have put under. We're gonna go on a deeper level. This is called spiritual sex trafficking now. They put cameras in your homes. They'll watch you through your phone. Y'all better pay me. I told you I'm gonna blow the lid off of it. Pay me. Pay me my money. Give me my shit. Give me the crib and the car and everything else. Give me my shit. Give me my shit. Straight up. Before I blow the lid off of all of it. Every bit of it, every day. I won't get off live stream. I'll stay on this bitch and be a robot with it. I'll just keep repeating myself. We'll watch documentaries together. I'll put on people that have already put in work that are being silenced and oppressed right now, that have uncovered deep, dark truth that most people can't handle. Most Christians, especially Christian rappers. Especially Christian rappers. These guys are a joke, man. You understand that? These guys are a joke. On every level. They've taken the code of silence, or they could never handle the real truth. And y'all buy it. Y'all believe this shit. All day long. So pay me my money. Give me my house, give me my crib, give me my kid back, give me my motherfucking family, give me everything back. If not, you know who you're dealing with. You gotta do a lot to get me fucking weary. And then I bounce back in 2 days. So, pay me my money. Give me what you owe me. They always look, again, y'all just come by the boatloads. Fuck your occult. Fuck everything you got going on. Literally, and I mean that from my soul. Fuck your family, fuck your children, fuck your dad, fuck your mom, fuck your auntie, fuck your uncle, fuck all of them. Everybody who's ever been participating and doing this to somebody else, fuck everything you're connected to. To the day I'll piss on their graves. I'll disrespect you on a public platform and you still ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing to me. I've been begging for you to do it because you do it to every truth teller eventually. Every single truth teller, you do it to eventually, right? And I know y'all are watching. I know you're watching. I have no fear of y'all no more, man. I'm sick and tired of y'all. Y'all are sex trafficking people. You're watching people through their phones. You're hacking their devices. You're putting cameras in Airbnbs and hotel rooms. You're trafficking children. You guys are all into pedophilia and incest and all this other shit. We're gonna get, you wanna go there? We can go there. You wanna go there? We can go there. You know what happened to me, y'all? I uncovered a pedophile sex trafficking ring in the local town I grew up in, and then I got gang stalked. That's what really happened. I uncovered a dark family secret, and I also was in a hotel that was participating in trafficking. Okay? This what really happened, y'all. And then I got gang stalked, and my life got flipped upside down. That's what really happened. But y'all wouldn't know that because I've kept hush hush and I've done the Chosen One videos. Oh, I'm just a YouTuber and I'm a rapper trying to be heard. Trying to put money in my pocket because why I gotta survive in this bitch, right? What really happened? Just was at the right place at the wrong time or the wrong place at the right time, however you want to see it, and just uncovered some shit. And Justice wasn't having it. So Justice started speaking out. The name's Justice for a reason. And then you know what they do? The textbook gaslight. You uncover pedophilia, they call you the pedophile. You uncover whatever it is, they call you whatever it is you uncovered. I told you we're gonna go there. We're gonna go there. We're gonna expose it all. Every bit of it. Or you gonna pay me my money. And I'm talking real money. Give me my shit. Give me my shit. Give me the crib, the family back, everything. Give me it all back. I'll start naming names. First and last names. You wanna go there? I'll give street addresses. You wanna go there? I know exactly where at least 10 of y'all live. At least. You wanna go there? You better send them in. Go ahead, send them in. Cause we're gonna go there. We're gonna go there. I know exactly where you live. I know exactly what you're in. I know exactly where you're at. I know where you eat. I know where you work out. I know everything. Pay me my money. Pay me my money. Okay? Pay me my money. I'm telling you. Pay me my shit. Know exactly where y'all are at. And I drove down. Y'all are lalas. You understand that? Y'all are a bunch of yappers. That's all y'all do. In the comments say, "Oh, what you gonna do?" I've driven down your block. Windows down, music blaring, dolo. You understand? You know who you're playing with, right? You thought I was just like an easy duck. I was just the easy duck. I was just the easy target that you could pick up and sex traffic and do all this stuff to, and smear and control. And you thought that? I mean, I convinced you, huh? I had you convinced? Yeah, I'm known to do that. Especially when my money's getting played with and my family's getting played with. I'm known to do that. You better pay that money up. You better give me my funds. You know what you're holding on to. You know what you got. It's mine. Period. Like I said, yo, run this one back. Rewatch this bitch 100 times. You guys can call me whatever you want. Let your programming tell you that I'm the devil. Whatever. Fight through it and just listen. Okay? Fight through it and then listen. When the programming wants to say, "Oh no, he's the devil," the voice in your head, right? It's all a program. The voice of God. I know who I'm dealing with too. Don't think I don't know how powerful you guys are. That's why I'm like, hey, why don't y'all just do it? 61,000, little YouTuber. Ain't no thing just to do it, right? What are we waiting on? I don't know. I don't know. I know who I'm dealing with. Y'all don't put no fear in me, though. I know y'all are the mob, the mafia, all this. I already know. I've been known for years. Send me my money. And I'm talking to like maybe 2 or 3 of y'all right now. The ones that aren't in the comment section. Pay me my bread. I'll shut the fuck up and delete this video. Pay me my shit. Period. You think I'm playing? Give me my kid back. Give me my family back. Give me my house back. Give me everything that y'all took back. Or don't. And I will stay on this bitch, like I said, and be a broken record. And I will antagonize you and disrespect everything you guys are connected to. And you know me. You know me. You know me. I know you too. The same way y'all was studying, the same way y'all was observing and picking the brain and fine-tuning it, right? You was fine-tuning it all. Same thing I was doing to y'all. You just never knew. You wouldn't suspect it, right? Because I fell in line. I fell in line and I did what I was told like a good little boy. I gave the messages I was supposed to give out. Give my money, man. Y'all gonna put me back in the car again? That's what y'all gonna do? For sure. You gonna turn the ad revenue down? You gonna do all that? That what you gonna do? Like I said, I'll start naming names. First, middle, and last. You wanna go there? You wanna go there? We can go there. You don't understand, do you? You want the goofy side to come out? It's easier for you to handle that, right? Makes you feel less, make you feel more comfortable when I show that little goofy side of me that's all, oh, you don't like when the pressure's applied, do you? Neither do I. So pay me my money. Or shut the platform down or kill me. Do something, figure it out. Literally figure it out. And I'm talking to, like I said, for all the ones in the chat, y'all want my attention. You guys are like the least of my worry. You understand that? The ones that are just fucking like, there's no hope for you guys. You guys are fucked. You guys are fucked. Unless you want to fight and like break your programming, you're fucked for the rest of your life. There's nothing you could, like, you're already under, bro, and you don't even know you're under. There's nothing we can do for y'all. I'm talking, you know who I'm talking to. You know who I'm talking to. 2 or 3 people. You know exactly who you are. But all the ones in here that's trying to get my attention by fucking slandering me and stuff, like, y'all are fucked. Y'all are already under, like, there's no hope for y'all. You understand? None. So pay me my money. Or kill me. Do something. Figure it out, man. Start fucking, the way you guys calculate on my brain and everybody else's brain, start calculating the check and shit. All them false promises and all that bullshit, right? Oh, it's the devil. That's the way you discredit shit. You guys are fucking very clever. I respect the intricacy. I always will. Because I'm a guy that's about his mind. I love the mind. So I respect the intricacy of the level of deception you have put over the minds of everybody. I respect it. It's hard not to because it's very intelligent and it's very demented. But it's not okay. My name is Justice. So pay me my shit, right? Give me everything back. Y'all love keeping me in these Airbnbs. Wonder why Justice can't get a house. He can pay for a $2,500 Airbnb or a $2,000 Airbnb or a $1,500 Airbnb, but he can't get a house. Wonder why. Wonder why. It's not because there's hidden cameras and everything else going on, right? No, nothing like that. And like I said, I know where you live. I know exactly where you're at. Sorry, y'all, I had to just address the direct enemies. I'm talking, like I said, the ones that don't comment and stuff, they're just watching. CIA, FBI, all these people out here. Freemasons, little cults, little covens, the mob, all these people. Whoever comes across this shit, I'm talking to them. I'm not talking to all you guys in here is just like, oh, justice is crazy. I can't even have, you know how hard it is? That's why I'm so drained when I come on here. Do you know how hard it is for me to talk to y'all at times? Not everybody. Some of you guys pick my brain. You guys are cool. But I have to dumb myself down to a level of stupid that's very hard to operate in every time that I'm on these lives. I really mean that too. Like, I really mean that shit. It's very hard to, like, I do it though. I do it all the time because you guys love entertainment. That's what they do. Get them admitted. This is what they do to the celebrities. They put you under, right? Put them in a mental ward. Every time. Never fails. You guys do it to Kanye, or you'll do it to fucking Justice, or you'll do it to somebody in here because you don't want this shit being exposed. You don't want it to be exposed. You need everybody to go under and be good little boys and girls who's gonna follow instructions and obedience. Fuck your country. Fuck your agenda. Fuck everything about this place and everything attached to it. Every fine line and crevice and crease and everything that's attached, fuck you. I mean that from my soul. Fuck you. You could abuse somebody for 17 years, 7 years, 70 years, and you still can't break them. Do you ever question why? With all the technology and the spiritual stuff and the churches and everything you guys implement, and you still can't break these individuals. We just bounce back. Every time. You can't take a hold of the mind. You can't take our free will. You know it. That's why you keep doing it as much as you do, because it's really intimidating to you when you come across a real individual. Like I said, when you guys think you have power and I've given you the power, I know what I'm doing. Don't get it twisted. Sorry. It's all a lie. Everything you know. Everything you know. You ever notice how everybody, every knee has to bow? Let's not go there, because then everybody gonna say I'm the devil. Every knee has to bow, right? Huh? Every knee has to what? Wonder why that is. Obedience. And if you don't, what happens to your life? They're not ready, man. And for the ones who already know, or you like, yeah, like you get it, shout out to y'all. 80% of this chat ain't ready. Ain't ready. They gonna glitch. It's too deep for them. It's way too deep. They don't have the capacity to do anything but attack. It's a program. You understand? I'm the virus in their program. I speak something and literally attack. Because they don't, it just drives them crazy. You convinced they're not even real humans? Me too, man. Most of them. Most of them. You know? Most of them. How's it feel to have how's it feel to know that you'll never have that amount of capacity in your body or in your mind or your soul or your brain? Like, how does it feel knowing that you're gonna or you do and you took the code of silence like a little bitch? How does it feel? I be wondering. Like, you do understand this, but you took the code of silence like a little bitch. How does it feel? But y'all are the cool kids, though. So I guess it's cool, like, for your ego and shit, it's cool, right? Like, it's like, oh yeah, we the ones, and oh yeah, because y'all, but you know, when you sit alone at night, you know, that's why y'all so miserable and you attack everybody. Taking codes of silence and shit. Y'all are bitch made, man. But y'all are the cool kids with all the money and the power and shit, right? You ain't got no worth in your soul, man. Yeah, bitch. Like I said, it's hard to deal with the chat, man. There's only very few people I could talk to. I gotta dumb myself down. I'm not in the mood to do that in this life. Do I want to do a Masonic handshake? Not a day in my life. Fuck your organization. Like I said, if you're a part of it, limb from limb. You guys gotta take me out, man, because this platform growing, bro. We reaching a lot of people, man. I'm gonna expose it all, bro. Like I said, I'll stay on this bitch for days. I'll be a fucking robot that you guys want me to be, but I won't be speaking the message you want me to speak and you program me to speak, right? Pay me my money, man. Quit fucking taking my children and my family from me. Quit doing this shit. Quit sabotaging people. You hacking the minds of people to do this shit. You know who? That's why it's so torturous to us, because we're aware. That's why it hurts us so bad, because, and you guys know that. You guys are, like I said, I respect the intricacy in how you guys are doing this thing within your organizations. I really do. I respect it. But it's still not okay. Anybody that we love, you guys can get into their minds. You can do whatever you want to do because of this shit that's in our society. And then you label it spiritual warfare, whatever you're going to label it, right? Schizophrenic. You guys are textbook. I'm talking to the top of the top too. And they'll probably never see this video, but if I could speak to the, I would be speaking to the top of the top right now. You'll turn off the cameras? Do that. Turn the cameras off and give me like 2.5 million. That's cool. We can settle for that. Like 2.5, and then we can shut the whole show down. You could go get another Truman, all right? Sound like a deal? Sound like a deal. Give me like 2.5, man. We can shut the whole show down. You only took 100,000? Yeah, I know what you guys took. You know who else knows? Be ready. You do the crime, you do the time, right? I know y'all took 100. Y'all been flashing it. Y'all been spending it. You think you're the only one watching somebody? You think you're the only ones watching? So at least give me the 100K with some interest on it. Give me like 150. Like 150. You spent it at the dispensary, your boss don't know? A lot of people know, man. A lot of people know. More than you think. And like I said, fuck your organization. I did burnouts in the Masons parking lot, spit on their buildings, pissed on their buildings at one point. Wish I could have did more, but you guys have laws in your land. Oh, I'm keeping it. We keeping it up, Peasy. We are keeping it up. 100K for free? It ain't got nothing to do with free. You don't know who I'm speaking to. This is like a FaceTime. More so than a live stream, this is like a FaceTime. The ones that know who I'm talking to, they know who I'm talking to. Become a sovereign citizen and you'll leave me alone? Pay me my money. Period. Period. Like I said, it's more like a FaceTime, y'all. We only stole 100K. Y'all been flashing it on Instagram. Y'all are idiots. You see what happens? You gonna use social media to reference it? Fat Boy ice creams and all this stuff? Come on, man. You think you ain't got eyes on you? Woo. Play with the wrong one. Send me my money. Or kill me. Whatever it looks like. Told you not to fuck with me. And then you gonna take my kid from me? You gonna take my family from me? For sure. I'm too hard to deal with, huh? Is that what they said about me? He's just difficult to deal with. We just can't seem to get his brain under control, and he uses his mouth too much. He doesn't take the code of silence too much. He's just too difficult for us to deal with. All the other ones we put under, they were just easier to control. Yeah, I hear that a lot. Whole lot. You might not know my background, my roots. Maybe you guys should have did a little bit more thorough research. You guys should have maybe traced the bloodline a little further back. I may be connected to your boss. I may be the descendant of your boss. We play chess, not checkers. I might be connected to I might be connected to your boss's boss. Actually. You never know. You got too many, too hard to control. It's all being found out. Every bit of it. Just wait. That's all I can say. Just wait. Or run. Wait or run. You decide. Book the flight. Get the plane ticket. Hurry up. Do what y'all do. Fucking idiots. Playing with people's kids and their families. Is that what you do? For sure. Spirit is beyond years. Yeah, they should have did some more. Before they tried to do all this shit to me, they should have did a little bit more thorough. Yeah, you can't even trace it, though. That's the thing. I might be your boss's great descendant. You fucking retards. You have no idea. Not the slightest clue, do you? I'm talking to the enemies, yo. Yeah, Case. I know a lot of y'all been waiting, man. A lot of y'all been waiting. Chess is a long game. You know, it's a very long game, man. Chess is it's not checkers. And we still ain't done. We still ain't done. Like I said, what y'all gonna do? Y'all got all the power, everything. What y'all gonna do, man? Waiting. Know exactly where I'm at, just like I know exactly where you're at. You gonna send the money? You gonna send him something? No. Like I said, book the plane ticket, you better go. Uh-oh. All right, put the 50K outside, man. Sound good. We can settle for that right now. I need a little bit more than that, though. But that's straight. Yeah, they gotta be troll sentinel. They just want attention, man. All these people want attention. They're like, oh, Justice, read my comment. I do it all day for them, man. Nope, I don't want nothing to do with music. I want my family. Period. Or at least my child. Y'all run this back to the beginning. Or go read my community post, man, for the ones just joining. I'm just gonna kick it on here and stare at the screen. Get the revenue up a little bit, you know? Y'all better run for the fucking fences. Everyone involved, you hear me? I'm giving y'all warning. How nice is that? How nice is that? Y'all better go. For real. They gonna come get your ass. Take two. Like I said, everything I do is calculated. Y'all can believe what you want. Travis, all you guys. Y'all believe whatever you want, man. You guys think I'm just some big old dummy. Please, I love that. I actually love it. I really do. Play the fool to play the fool to play the fool. You dealing with a savage, a psychological savage. The only thing you guys have the upper hand on when you guys do this type of shit is resources, connections. That's it. That's why you guys got to go so hard, because you know. Because you know. You can't beat them, get them to join, right? By force, at times. I don't got to take your little oaths and all that stuff, though. All you guys out here that are oath takers and stuff, you know what I'm saying? No clue who you're dealing with, man. You think you don't. Like I said, even with your tech and all the spiritual stuff and everything that you got in cahoots and LinkedIn, you still think you got an idea. Because I let you guys believe that you have the idea. Pick my mind, Mr. Strange. Justice knows now. I've been known, man. I've just been playing a part. You know? But I gave my apology. I mean it. You know what I mean? Don't listen to these YouTubers out here, man. Like, if you're gonna watch YouTubers, watch people that are not spiritual. Okay? 99.5% of these people on this platform are under a program, man. For real. Watch some wholesome stuff or some funny stuff, whatever. Get out of the spiritual community, man. Get out of the Christian communities. If you want a fighting chance to get out of your programming, man, that's the first step. One of the first steps. I just want my money. And I want my fam. You know? I'll take everything from a motherfucker time and time again, man. Give a whole lot of false promises. You chew people up and you spit them out. And you think there's no repercussions coming because you guys have gotten away with this time and time again. And then you decided, let's go with justice. It says it in the name. It literally says it in my name. The fuck are you thinking? Been an inside job the whole time. You fucking clowns. You like to call me Batman, right? Mr. Double O. I want to watch Scarface. Like I said, for the ones that stolen money, family, property, fuck, you name it. Damn near my soul and mind at one point. Give it all back, man. Give it all back. Period. That's all y'all, you guys have can y'all come up with some new tactics? That's the only thing y'all ever have. Your mental health. Like, that's all y'all ever have. You guys are like, it's boring. Like, come up with something new, bruh. I guess the Masons been doing it, though. All these little secret societies, you guys have been doing this since Crowley and shit, man. So, that's your daddy. One of your daddies. Fuck Crowley. I said it. What's up now? Crowley was a punk. Boy was a lala. Boy, he's a bitch. Fuck his whole family too. Fuck his whole bloodline. Let's go there. Fuck LaVey. Fuck Crowley. Fuck all of them. Fuck the 13 families. Fuck everybody under the 13s. Fuck everybody connected to them. Fuck their children. Their everybody, everything. Kill them all. Now what? Nothing. I ain't big enough yet, right? Once I get big enough, that's when they do it to them. Well, let's keep building. And then let me guess. This is how it goes, right? I get an inheritance, and then that's when you guys decide to finally kill me. Oh, no wonder. Makes sense. You guys have somebody do all the groundwork for you. I respect it. You guys have everybody do the groundwork to build up the wealth and the money and all this stuff, and then you take them out and you steal everything from them. It's textbook, man. Been knowing it for years. If you know, you know. That's exactly why God don't let me blow up, because he knows what y'all are doing. So y'all want everybody to go get this shit, and then you want to come in right when you get it and take them. You've done this to how many people? Countless. All of a sudden they have an unexpected death. Protection works in mysterious ways, don't it? Yeah. For sure, man. They were gonna pay me, but put a curse behind it. I hear you, Gary. I hear you, man. Come out of the church, man. Stop being indoctrinated by religion. For real. How can we leave the firmament? You can't. You can't. Only very few can. I may be one of them. I don't know. I'm just a big old goofy white kid with face tattoos who can't get his, what do you say, I can't figure out a Chinese finger trap? I don't know. I'm just nobody. God ain't gonna give y'all access to the heavenlies, man. Not a day in your life. Oh, I love him. You know? He ain't never finna give some of y'all access to the heavenlies for what? So y'all can kill, steal, and destroy. That's why y'all gotta do magic and shit, man. You ain't got it. You can't buy what we got. That's why you gotta kill shit and do sacrifices and animal sacrifices and baby sacrifices and all this shit that y'all do. Because you ain't got it. And for the ones who do got it, can't stand us. You ain't got it. You can't buy this shit. Nothing you can do. Fuck the morning, fuck the dawn, its place, fuck the 13th, it might take the earth by, whatever you're talking, fuck all of that. I'm dolo. Fuck all of that. You hear me? As disrespectfully as I could put it. Fuck all of that. Fuck every order, every organization, fuck all of it. All of it. Justice. Justice. Limb from limb, one by one, like the dominoes. They all just finna. One by one. And it's the ones you least expect. It's the big old goofy white kid with face tattoos. The one you least expect, man. You know? Kind of like David. Do I need to make y'all feel more comfortable now? You guys a little like, oh my God. Do I need to make you laugh? Do I need to be goofy justice for you? Let me rock out to some music or something. Let me talk about Jesus. Something that fits your programming a little bit easier. Is that gonna help you? Yeah, probably so. Fuck the pack watch too. Come get me. Fuck pack watch. Fuck every member in pack watch. Fuck off my live stream, bro. All you've been doing is talking shit. Like, shut the fuck up. Fuck you and your whole, everything you got. I don't care who you are. I don't give a fuck. Get the fuck off my live stream. Literally, bro. I'll disrespect anybody I got to at this point. Till my shit gets given back to me. Period. Period. Get notifications and shit. I'm not gonna. You call me goofy or whatever, bro. You just need some attention. All right, Pack Watch, you got my attention. What's going on, bro? You bored? You need some money? You need some clout? You trying to build something? You need some attention? What you got going on, man? What is it, bro? What the fuck you doing on my live stream at 8 o'clock in the morning? What's up? Let's talk. Can you get vulnerable? No, because men aren't supposed to be vulnerable, right? That's bitch bait. Can't even talk to you, man. Literally. Jobs, I'm never gonna get a job. I know you guys are just like, you guys are going, bro, I'm never, you understand that. I say it all the time, I'm finna leave this stream just on. I built the shit. Yeah, trying to stop me chilling. Go get a job, go do something. It's not fair. It's not fair. You have a better heart than us and you live the same lifestyle as us. It's not fair. What you gonna do when you sitting in hell for eternity? That's what I want to know. Man, just be, I shouldn't have did that to all those people, Lord. What you gonna be doing? I shouldn't have been a part of that community watch program. I shouldn't have listened. I shouldn't have participated. I thought I cast out demons in your name. That's what you gonna be saying? Stop watching these channels, y'all. Okay, for the ones I care about, I gave them enough time, but stop watching these things if you do, okay? Come out of your programming, man. Anybody in the spiritual community, anybody who's claiming Christian, anything like this, I'm not saying they're bad people. They are under a program, okay? Or they took the code of silence, which is just as bad. Okay? Just as bad. They won't speak on certain things. Just trying to help you, man. Just trying to help you. Bro, go to sleep. What is your infatuation with Diddy? Like, why are you... I guess it's the world. That just lets me know I can't talk to y'all. Like, I just can't speak. You guys are entertained by the stupidest shit. You guys have an IQ of like 90 or something. Like 100. Like, the stupidest shit is funny to you. Like, it's like... I can't... I'm on genius level. You understand? Like, this shit is little kid. Like, you're like a little, like... Maybe you are a little kid. I don't know. That's all these people do, bro. Like, this shit entertains these people, bro. Like, I'm a fucking... You understand I'm a genius? Like, you understand that, right? I hope you do. I mean, a lot of you guys don't because I play stupid. But... the reason why these little occults and stuff want to try to recruit me now. Little Solomon worshipers. can't talk to half of y'all, man. I'm reading through these things. Some comments that I'm like, right now I'm in a mode. You know what I mean? Not in the mode to be a fucking dumbed down idiot to entertain you guys and make you feel like you matter or you're important or you have some like you're smart. Some of you guys are. I love talking to the ones who are. A lot of you guys are just fucking fools, man. I know a lot of them are bots, man. I'm just trying to figure out who isn't and talk to the ones who can actually have a conversation on a very high level. The internet's like the most dumbed down shit to be on at times, but it makes me money. So, that's why I'm on here. You believe in me and my subconscious? Appreciate it, man. You guys are all about outward shit. Says the guy vaping in his bed. Like, you guys are, how, like, bro. You know what, Pack Watch? I'm finna fuck your reality up now. I'm sorry, man. Get ready, okay? Because you are getting under my skin, so